I was talking about the timeline. He brought up BC, right? He said before the Common Era. Wait, what? Wait, what? Before the what?
Huh.
Common Era. Isn't it before Christ? Oh yeah, they changed it. You have to say Common Era now. You can't say dead. You have to say unalive. It's like, oh, so now it's before the Common Era. Tell me, when did the Common Era start? When Jesus was born? Y'all don't want to think about Jesus. You guys want to think about dinosaurs, eh? Shit. You know what I like thinking about? Dragons. Yeah. Before Flat Earth, I was like, what about dragons? When I found Flat Earth, I was like, I knew those fucking dinosaurs were fucking bullshit. Here I am trying to imagine millions of years ago. Oh my god.
The way I look at it, it's kind of like the Super Mario World level where everything's just bigger.
level 4. That's level 4.
Yeah, I was thinking level 4. Yep. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything, it's the same stuff, just bigger.
Giants? You mean like dinosaurs? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, I guess you could call it that. It's just a really, really, really big Komodo dragon, but whatever.
Yes. Because if you try to think about cosmology, right? What, are you going to make your own up based on what you think you know? Of course not.
Yeah.
It's already cosmology.
Yeah. All right, everybody, hop on the Star and let's fly off to Kirby's Dreamland.
So it's either aliens and dinosaurs or God.
The imagination, the delusion's more entertaining, and it lines up with the fiction that they enjoy watching.
Yeah, and they believe is more plausible than a God creating it. more possible. Like, yeah, billions of years ago, right? My grandma told me a story about a giant on our island. Well, this story everybody knows it on my island. She said, long time ago. Was it like billions of years ago? Huh? What's that? Like, oh, what do you mean a long time ago, Grandma? I mean a long time ago. Like millions of years ago? Get a slap, right? Shut up and listen. Right? What is my grandma talking about a long time ago? That's not even long ago, according to science. I just learned about evolution and all this crap from school. And you're trying to figure out who's lying here. Is my grandma lying to me? Is the Bible lying to me? Is my dad lying to me? Or are these dudes in the white coats lying to me? Let me think really hard. Who could be lying to me? People that love me or the people that have no idea I exist? Who could be lying to me? I thought, Grandma, these stories, they could have been made up or changed. Like, big slap, right? You'll get a big ass slap. This is our history, boy. What, you think we got pencils and shit to write things down on? Sorry, Grandma, I went to school. I didn't know. Right?
Interesting thought. So, all people with their white lab coats and all their white suits, like, everybody's willing to listen to them. But, I mean, let a man wearing a white suit and a white hood walk in the room, and all of a sudden everybody loses their mind.
Oh, right. Oh, it's an angel. No. It's just a dude in a white suit.
I was talking about, like, I'm implying that there's connections between needle Nazis and the KKK.
Well, the all white, right? And the Templar, the Knights Templar, right?
Yeah. There's at least a thread or two between everything, honestly. So.
And when the man of God walks in, what's he wearing? All black.
I'd say sackcloth and ashes like Gandalf the Grey.
The
And it
white
was,
and the green and the black. This is this is totally we totally didn't do this on purpose. Black and white, nah. Duality, that was totally a coincidence. Well, guys in white suits are scientists, and guys in black suits are friggin', religious. Totally not a false dichotomy setup.
yeah, light and darkness type metaphors for their Masonic order games. Meanwhile, like pigeons, they shit on the floor, driving everyone insane.
Yeah, they got this middle path.
The weirdest thing is politician qualified immunity. Like, it seems like all of them can pretty much get away with doing anything. I just blatantly do it in front of God and everybody and just, whatever. Keep trucking forward.
Oh, I don't know how many times they got to say with their own mouths who they're serving, and people are like, oh, I'm pretty sure he means our God. No, I'm pretty sure he means their God, bro. Which is our God too, right? Nah, bro.
In all likelihood, they're directly making a reference to Gad, the pan-Semitic deity of fortune. A gambler would summon such a deity, for good fortune.
Just have to pray with the right intentions.
Yeah. They have that weird, like, they can kind of be their own god, so they'll manifest their own universe type thing.
Right, Rome is American. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that was silly.
Yeah. You just gotta believe enough, and then you'll ascend into godhood.
Big Bang, eh?
Yeah, and then but they want their own compartmentalized version of godhood too, like, as well.
Yep.
Hey, wait. So the Big Bang came from the guy with the black suit? I would have thought it came from the guy with the white suit. Oh, no, it came from the guy with the black suit. But he's a religious guy. I know, right? Isn't it cool? It's kind of cool, isn't it? Like, no, it's fucking deceptive as fuck. That's what I'm saying. It's cool, all right? Like, whatever.
I mean, the sonoluminescence brought on by the self-existent creator of all things might be perceived as a pretty big bang, I guess. And then bang, everything was. I'm talking about the loud, booming voice of somebody, like, speaking for the first time.
Well, hey, at least they didn't call it the big orgy. You know what I mean? Shit.
Oh God. Well, that would have been more accurate with ancient lore, but.
Yeah.
And honestly, though, if you actually were to study that and then combine that with what they're saying now, there probably was some weird astrological movements going on up in the heavens, and people are like, "Wait, what?" And then that's what they were. But it's like actually is these entities, but also we see the residuals with. They kind of like the heavens declare His glory thing. There's things written there that we can observe from here that is obviously relevant or relative to something here. Definitely affects stuff down here.
Yeah, the Big Bang was written by, formed. It came from a Catholic priest, and if you read about the Big Bang and the process of the Big Bang, it is obviously taken from the Bible, Genesis. In the beginning, right?
Yeah.
It was formless and void, nothing. So as a Christian / Glober, it totally makes sense that it has to be God, right? This is the Genesis at the beginning, right? But Genesis was written by men, so this is probably more accurate because it comes from a priest, a Catholic priest, right?
They have to shuffle around days just to get it to work, because how do you make? What is the moon orbiting around before the sun's created?
Well, it's twisting God's word, man. It's telling people
they have to twist scripture. Yeah.
right. It's saying to people that if you eat this fruit, you're gonna be like a god, like God, knowing
Yep.
stuff.
Behold all of our knowledge.
Yeah.
And for all their knowledge, they are but fools.
Odin traded an eye for what? He traded one of his eyes for what? For knowledge. Right? Knowledge is their thing, you know. And what do we know? We know that balls look flat. Isn't that cool?
I know one thing for sure. We don't know what we don't know, that's for certain. And they don't know their own model because they don't have one. So.
Yeah, I think all these people that come here are just totally deceived. You know, they're not the ones we're fighting. You know, we're fighting the thing that's in their mind. It's put there, you know. So
yeah,
I don't say when I'm talking to them, I don't say you guys believe this. I say they taught you this or they taught us this. You know what I mean? It brings them closer to us and pushes them away from all of us.
Yeah.
You know? Worded like that.
Exactly.
And you get a more friendly conversation rather than, you know, defensive. You don't want to put them on the defense because it's not their model. They can't defend it. You gotta feel sorry for them, man. They're over here.
Humanizing people helps.
Don't jump, bro. I'm just saying, you got your whole life ahead of you. Okay, just take one step back and we can talk about this. But everybody's jumping, man. Well, what if everybody is right? It's like, you're gonna die, bro. Don't do it.
You're gonna say I'm not cool, man.
But then I'm gonna be all alone. You guys just think you're special. Fuck this, I'm jumping!
Yeah. I'm not gonna be a loser. And then they just and die.
You forgot your parachute!
Yeah. Or better yet, like, bro, that's not a parachute, man. That backpack, that's full of, like, a bunch of pots and pans and stuff. That's camping equipment. You don't know what you're talking about. And they jump and they find out halfway down.
Yeah, that's what it's like, you know, like trying to talk people out of, you know.
Another thing is this, though. A lot of them, they don't even know their own model. So you have to literally globe smack them before you can flat smack them because they don't know their own stuff. So it's like, oh, God. Otherwise, they'll just spiral. Even if you try to do that, they'll just spiral in circles before you even get into the flat earth discussion. Like, hey, this is what the official narrative says. No, so you don't believe in a globe? I didn't say that. And then they just start spiraling.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, you know, arguing with them, you know, telling them all this, I think they should globe smack themselves.
That's my point, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we should be globe smacking them because they go on the defensive and then all of a sudden they go to the anti-flat earther shit, you know, and bring that in.
Yeah.
But if
it's kind of a joke. Like, I imagine grabbing, like, their model off of their desk and, like, bop them in the head with it. Like, dude, what does your model tell you?
Yeah. You know, kind of like, yeah. Because I used to do that too, you know, try to, like, talk about the model. So I think we can talk about the model, but you lead them to their own conclusions about it. You know, you go tell them to go look up the radius and verify their own model instead of telling them, you know, you can give them.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I made kind of the known Earth placement test type thing, and I do actually give the stats for, like, the mile radius. For those are easily, you can find them easy on Google. But then I asked the who, what, when, where, why, and how for defining the first known scientific measurement of the radius of the Earth. Because that's more specific. I want to know the actual experiment. I'll go ahead and give you the data of what the answer is. You can Google that. We all can Google that. But you tell me how they figured that number out.
Yep.
Right? Like, I want them to know their own model. And then when they reach the end of this 12-pointed list with 12 different very specific questions about the Earth, the other side where it's got, like, 12 spaces, like a notebook thing. I got it about formatted to print out. But Yeah, by the time you get to the end of it, there's only one of two conclusions you can come to. One of them is like spiraling incognitus, and we all know what the other conclusion is.
Yep. Because if somebody doesn't know the basics, right? Like if you don't know the basics of the globe or anything, right? You can't ask you won't know what questions to ask. You're going to be always think when a flat earther or the person you're debating tries to educate you about what you should know, they're not going to trust that, right? So it already defeats the purpose of talking with them, but telling them that, look, you should go look these things up yourself, and then they're going to say, I'm not smart enough. And I think that's where the fight is. We have to convince people that they do have the mind, that they do have everything they need to figure it out. Okay, Einstein, for example, it was very hard for me to even get into what Einstein was talking about, because I remember how difficult it was in high school when I was trying to understand it, right? So I didn't even want to revisit the topic because I remember how difficult it was. And that also put some intimidation in me to question these people, these giants. But when I actually told myself to just shut the hell up and try, just read something again, start again, right? So this work that has to go into it is very daunting. It's very hard. You gotta teach yourself, and if you don't have critical thinking skills, that's going to be very hard. You're gonna you're gonna go here and there, and then you're not gonna be able to make a decision because you're scared. All these things. But if you send them off, right, like, hey man, go learn your model at least. And if they come back and they've done it, then cool, fair enough. But if they don't want to learn it, if they want to keep appealing to authority for whatever reason, then I don't think there's there's any debates, or he can't defend anything. People like that should only listen and then compare and then do your best. But I was intimidated. Very. Who am I? I'm a fisherman. I'm a farmer. What do I know? Yeah. Let them go smack themselves,
Yeah. That's the funny part. They can't even agree on their own stuff, so they'll argue amongst themselves if there's no flat earther around to argue or discuss things with.
Yeah. And then they even go so far as to deny the actual science, the narrative.
The mainstream narrative says that the Milky Way blows bubbles and the universe is as flat as a puddle.
But I like that some people admit it looks flat. That's so good. That's so much to work with. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, it looks flat. Okay.
It's kind of like it's so close yet so far away.
Yeah. If they say it looks flat, they're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
So you pretty much gotta shovel the dirt on top of them. All right. Buried. You're just burying yourselves.
One of these things these scientific people said was that the universe is like, basically it's ever expanding outwardly with no like curvature upward nor downward, or something of like ever expanding universe, but it's flat. And that's what they're trying to propagate. And then you've got all these spherical gravitational whatevers, like spheres that are rolling around the giant universal blanket. Some kind of weird hybrid of all of these different versions of gravity kind of thing.
Flat galaxies, but...
Yeah, but round planets.
Yeah, planet, right. Why isn't the galaxy a sphere? Fucking gravity. What the hell?
Not only that, but here's another thing. Okay, so apparently they say that our sun is like some kind of dwarf star, right? And then there's this bubble around it, that protect. That's why the stars are so many far away. So many are so far away, but yet they maintain this like kind of that spin that they have because they're on the outer edge of that bubble. But if some of those stars are like not dwarf stars or bigger than what the why is the little star in the middle of the bubble? Like there goes your gravity. Why is the little star in the middle of your bubble?
That little star is actually so dense.
Yeah, I know. Like to see these.
Yeah, that just a teaspoon of this is heavier than an aircraft carrier. It's so dense.
CB's clip where he's talking about how his planet's so small that the gravity's a lot greater there. It's like that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you just make it denser, and then you got your gravity. If you want a gas planet, well, you make it big, so you got your gravity, right? If it's a solid planet and it's small, then it's gotta be very, very dense for gravity. Always gotta factor and account for gravity. Well, except you're on Earth, because we're not gods.
Yeah. One thing that I always think is hilarious is the etymological definition for the word gravity, because it basically means the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. And when these people come in mocking us as though we don't believe in gravity, it's like in their mind they're imagining that it would be like Mary Poppins. When people start laughing because they're whatever, they just love to laugh and they start bouncing up on the ceiling because they're floating up in the air. But that's what they think, oh, you're not going to be serious enough about stuff, so just float away. Like it's like they have this weird cartoon in their head. And I'm like, that is not how anything would ever work.
Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
I remember the song, the tune, man.
Yeah. The uncle's just up there bouncing around in the ceiling, floating and stuff.
Like, why am I not floating? I laugh all the time. What the freak, man?
Yeah.
I feel like I escaped. Coming to Flat Earth, I feel like I've escaped something.
Yeah.
Well,
one thing is, I think it's kind of hilarious. Like because they said that thing about the Milky Way making bubbles or whatever and creating new stars or some crap, and then the universe being flat. Well, there's a question around like, oh, well, if everything is flat here, then why are things round up there? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. Why are bubbles round and puddles flat? And that usually would trip out a lot of people. Other people, they just kind of be like surface tension or something and hand wave it away. But I'm like, no, really, think about it though. Things above, it's like the pool table argument, right? Just because something is above or on top of something doesn't mean that the something it's on top of has to be the same thing.
Yeah. That is that question. Where are the other planets? Spheres, right?
Yeah.
What are the planets?
Another common answer out here, though, is it's like I don't know why they're spheres, but it's not a planet; it's a plane.
Yeah.
I don't believe in space, but I do believe in windows of heaven, which does have me ponder thinking with portals, because something left its realm and came here, and I'm like, well, that would make sense, though. Because you can't go out there. For one, how do you push against empty space? Even if you had some canister or something to push out, there's nothing there but empty space to push against empty space. So even if you're spraying out like whatever, kind of rocket, whatever, it's empty space you're pushing against. So it's impossible to, like, what the fuck are these people even talking about?
You know how you push your leg to push you forward? Just push your leg with your hand and then you go forward? Yeah, it's like that.
Oh.
Push your head and you go...
You just need faith and trust and a little bit of pixie dust, and you think of a wonderful thing, and you can float on till the second star till morning, and it'll take you everywhere. But you have to have the right mindset, I guess.
Maybe it's like a slinky. Like a slinky. You pull and then boing, and then boing.
It's kind of like stretch back and then stretch forward, like kind of like you're swinging in the swing, but you just move your body so you can move forward like an inchworm.
Who the hell came up with rockets for space travel? Slinkies, dude. Like, what the? Fucking
The guy who
idiots.
invented rockets was into occult stuff and like did black magic rituals before he actually got his first successful launch on a rocket. And this wasn't like a conspiracy or anything. He was hiding. He was open about it.
Did he survive his launch? His first launch? Was that the first?
I reckon. I just know that he's famous for being both a father of modern rocket science and an occultist.
And then there's the saying, it's not, come on, it's
He
not
probably survived
rocket
a little bit.
science.
It's not rocket surgery or anything.
Yeah. It's not God science, bro. It's just man science.
There's a lot of parallels between Jinn from the Middle East and the rocket type tech and the way that they do things. But just minor interesting things, especially like the entire concept of these entities and they give off smoke clouds and weird smells of sulfur and other stuff. That's probably one of the entities that he summoned in order to learn how to do that kind of aerial maneuvers. That's not flying, that's falling with style.
Zip, that zip, then you're gone. You know. But lights in the sky, right? Like playing tricks on the gods are playing tricks on men. I don't look up anymore because all I'm gonna see are lying wonders. Got technology. We can make people see shit.
Oh yeah, they're putting things up there in the heavens so people do their Project Bluebeam bullcrap. The show will be pretty funny or interesting, depending.
These little shitters can teleport to your damn room.
Beam me up, Scott.
Bunch of damn cheaters, and they're gonna get banned.
Oh, supposed to stop what we're doing, right? And listen to them, and then do what they tell us to do, right?
Hell no.
I know you have a life. I know you want to learn things. But this is life. Go to school,
took away
get
your
a job.
freedom of speech and give you the freedom to regurgitate everything that they speak.
Yep. Go to school and do that, and then you get a job and get into debt. Yeah, pay your taxes, and then die. Look, I know you want to live life, but this is life.
Yeah.
Right? I know you want to explore.
If you want to open up the most ultimate form of windows, you open up your window and look outside.
Curious over there. He's over there making shuffling sounds.
Oh, precarious. You're hot, Mike, and precarious. We can all hear you shuffling something, and I don't know what it is. I mean, I hope you're not dragging a body or anything. Hey, do you remember that guy Larry next door? I don't think he can. Is he here? Can he hear us?
No, he's gone.
I might have been right about him dragging a body. He left pretty quick.
He's back. He's muted.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he's muted, but his green thing is stuck on. Interesting.
He has to reconnect. It's probably his phone glitched, or the app glitched on his phone. Take one, reconnect. We can't hear you. It says that you're muted, but your thing is green.
Yeah, I've seen it do that before too.
Pretty curious. I mean, I thought curious is already pre-curious. How can you be pre-curious or curious?
Like pre-gay. No, I'm just kidding. uh,
So I would assume he's
curious about
curious.
being curious.
Yeah, yeah, that would be it. Yeah, sorry.
What's it like to be curious? Trouble.
That sounds
Lots
like
of trouble.
that sounds like a philosophical question. Like, but what is curiosity? Not just what, but why and how?
Yeah, this is like silly shit, man.
Where is
It's all
curiosity?
written. It's all written, all defined.
The word is supposed to be like a cross between curiosity, and precarious.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It's a kind of a precarious sense of curiosity.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever been curious about how balls can have flat surfaces on it? I'm sorry, it's stuck in my brain. It's like this piece of wood in my eyeball. Why they pull it out? Help me. This is all I have left after all these years. A stick in my eye. It's so big. It appears flat. It's like, my eye. It hurts. How can there be flat surfaces on a ball? How can a ball appear flat? Balls are balls. Tables are tables. Men are men. Dogs are dogs. Trees are trees. How can a tree look like a dog? What are you talking about? If it's so big, it looks like a dog. Like, no, you're going too far, man. It has to somewhat resemble a tree.
I remember hearing somebody talk about somebody was arguing that like cats and dogs are the same thing, or that a cat is a dog and a dog is a cat. Some kind of weird sophist argument or something. Like, what in the world was... I feel dumber having heard it. Like, I lost an IQ point and have a void in my memory because of it.
It's desensitizing people.
The ridiculous arguments, you know.
It's desensitizing people from from that kind of, it's pushing people away from common sense. You know what they say, right? You can't believe everything you see, your senses, right? Like, I know what that means, dickhead. But if you tell me a ball looks flat, like, that's not what that means. I can't believe our eyes or senses can deceive us. I'm pretty sure it's some asshole trying to deceive me.
Ball and flat.
Yeah.
What is this, deflation?
Eyes do not deceive. Okay, the earth does not do anything. It does not deceive men. Who can deceive? Does a dog know how to deceive a man? Maybe. But who would be the best at deceiving a man or woman? Exactly. A man or a woman. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Every time he says that, I just want to punch his mustache into his face. Like, get that shit off.
I mean, my bull's a bit deceiving. He'll bait you in and act like, come over here and pet me. Then he'll do his horns at you. But then allow it again and finally allow you to pet him.
If you want to pet a bull, you got to grab it by the horns. Yeah.
I do that too.
And slam it to the ground.
I don't know if I could do that now. I've thought about it in my mind.
Just jump behind it, grab the horns, throw your weight behind it, and yank. You hear the neck go.
Then immediately start petting his soft underside.
Technique. It's all about technique. Yeah. You're never gonna out, the strength. You're never gonna out, you know what I mean. You need technique. You need a very good lie. Ha ha ha. All war is based on deception, even against bulls. DeGrasse Tyson is no bull. He's more like a worm, step on. Rub them into the ground. It's like a cigarette butt. You know, when you put it out, you just step on it. I wiped my forehead like I was gonna go to college for like 8 years, bro. Like 8 years? Are you? You know how much money you can make in 8 years? Like I know, I said. Get a degree, get into debt, look for a job, and tell everybody you've got a PhD, but you're looking for a job. I feel smarter already. Higher learning is what they call it. The quadrivium. Welcome to higher learning, where all the secrets will be revealed to you, right? Well, you gotta sign this thing here, right? Keep your mouth shut about everything we do. This is coming. Only if you're qualified, right? And then, yeah. Then you go peer review your peers and make sure it supports the ball, and then put those papers out for people to read. And when people read it, they're like, "It's been peer reviewed." Like, can I have a read? And then you go read it, and you're like, "Hey, this is bullshit. You don't have a PhD." Yeah, but it's still bullshit. Yeah, but you don't have a PhD. You can't say that. You're not qualified to say that. We're gonna shut your channel off. Yep, we're gonna strike you because you're saying things you're not qualified to say. You guys feel like terrorists yet? No?
Nope. Only
In
them.
order to be a terrorist. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've been feeling like a terrorist since 2016. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say the only reason why any of us could be perceived as that is because the wicked run when no one pursueth. They're the ones propagating fear and terror every single day, trying to orchestrate reasons why everyone should be afraid. Meanwhile, we're just like, hey, there's no need to run away.
Yeah.
We come back
Hey,
home
my
and
name is
stop being
Bob.
weird.
Yeah. Hey, did you know the Earth is not a ball? Terrorists, run for your lives! He's probably got a bomb on him. Yes, I do have a bomb on me. It's called the Earth is not a ball because there can't be flat surfaces and balls. Boom.
That or they'll act like you're some
Pop
kind of
inflated-
leper.
Pop an inflated globe to top it off. It makes a nice pop sound.
It's
Yeah,
like
a little balloon, right?
Their 6 feet. You should do prop comedy and just have a whole bunch of different globe-related things. That, like the entire bit is that you just destroy a bunch of globes on stage and talk crap about NASA.
Yes, that's you got to figure out how to, how do I edit this? What do I put in there? You know what I mean? Content, but not just content. Content that won't be censored and content that people will watch. You know what I mean? Like,
you gotta get it just right.
Yeah.
Like one of the props you could use is you just get a fake lemon and put it on a hanger.
Very dangerous information. I know.
That's one of the most dangerous things in the world is a lemon on a hanger. That could really hurt you. You could get killed even. Like, dude died from that one time, putting a lemon on a hanger.
How can information be dangerous? Like, how can information ever be dangerous? Right?
When you
Because if
mess up
somebody tells
somebody's
you,
ability to control the money flow. Or I guess if you tell somebody who's not ready to know something they could really hurt themselves if they knew about. It's like you really don't want to. There's certain things that you just don't want to teach certain people.
But well, that's what I mean. Like information is only dangerous if information will free people, right? If people believe a lie, then that makes truth very dangerous, especially if it's controlled by freaking people that control the world. That's how it's dangerous. Because like if somebody tells you a lie,
Yeah.
it's not even there's no danger in information. Somebody tells you a lie, you just simply choose not to believe it. Somebody tells you the truth, that's great, right? But if people are believing a lie, then the truth becomes dangerous to them. So it's dangerous to them because when people hear the truth, they're going to know the truth. They know the truth when they hear it, right? That's the danger.
Yeah.
That's the terror. Truth is a terrorist that needs to be caught, locked up, put on trial, and maybe put to death.
Aletheia and phobia.
Yeah.
Aletheia. It means like the true truth beyond just your perspective of truth.
Right.
And then phobia. So when people are afraid of the truth, then the truth literally is terrorism to the people who are alephophobic.
Yes. And especially to the people who control the whole, the whole thing. Because there's nothing they can do against it.
Yeah.
All they can do is kill you.
It's kind of like
That's
that
easy.
old saying, oh, what tangled webs we weave when first we practice to deceive. Oh, they've got tons of webs because they've been practicing for a long time. And you start untangling the webs from kind of like that Weezer song, if you want to destroy my sweater. All you gotta do is grab one thread, though, and you start pulling on it, and they get really pissed because the whole web starts coming undone.
Yeah. Yep. That's the danger. And, talking about truth. Can't believe we're here, man. Like, 20 years ago, it's different. I mean, it wasn't this bad. People weren't this brainwashed. I think we got old. I think that's what happened.
The faster
Everybody
technology
was-
got, the smarter their tech, the easier it is for them to propagate propaganda directly.
Yeah, especially to the new generations growing up in it.
Now you got a 2-year-old with a like Apple tablet.
I saw that, man.
iPad or whatever, sitting there like beep booping
Saw that.
everything.
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
not
a
good.
woman with a leash. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's not good.
It's like I see the same thing with my children, and it's hard to get them away from it because the addiction to technology is like getting worse and worse and worse. Back in the day, there were certain things that kind of just because technology was old, it made it so it's harder to become addicted to it because you're automatically waiting for random things to happen. Like you couldn't just get instant updates like that. And everything's faster and faster with higher resolution, and you can just connect to the internet now and do whatever. That of having to go up to some game store or even before that in an arcade and wait for the next game to come out.
Yeah. And who has the
Yep.
responsibility of propagating the truth? Who's responsible for that? When we were little, who did we like? When we were little, right? We didn't know anything, but you in your child heart knew that there are good people out there, right? Maybe it was your dad, maybe it was your grandma, maybe it was somebody you knew. But now that we're old, who are supposed to take those people's place for the younger people growing up? Is it not us? And if it is us, then shouldn't we be fucking grinding our heads into the ground to learn and teach and share these things, pass it down to the next generation so that they can do it too when we die, We don't have all the time. Time is not on our side. Unlike some people.
It's kind of like there comes a point where before it's our time to go, we got to refill the lighthouse and leave a couple
Yes.
echoes.
Yes. And we must do our part, right? It's us.
Yep.
Yeah. Flat surfaces on balls. I can't get that out of my head, man. It's like, why is this so hard to I still find it difficult to hit the mark, when I present it. I'm like, how do I hit this, man?
I can't get downside right up out of bed. It gets me.
How do you tell people that it's a lie? How do you tell people that this is not true? That a ball, if it's big enough, is going to look flat. How do you get that across to people? So they think about it, not go on to explanations. Maybe it's something I shouldn't dwell on, but I think it's a very powerful argument. Wow, it's just calling out the lies. You're saying that's a lie. Why do you keep saying this shit?
I'm sure I can come
Plausible.
up with an elaborate response to answer that question, but I don't have enough breath in my lungs to do so right now, so I'm not going to bother trying, man. There's so many different kinds of people.
Yes. Yes. Theory of everything. Looking, to hit all these people, right? Like, there's
Yeah.
gotta be a way to present it so that the simplest, if a 5-year-old can understand it, right, then anyone should be able to understand it.
Like a FE theory of everything.
It's the argument of everything. I don't know. It's the foundation of this lie. You can't. The mind will not accept something, right? Like, if your mind knows that a ball cannot have flat surfaces on it, no matter how big it is, right? Your subconscious, your mind will not accept anything else from a ball. Like, you won't even bother to go out and check the horizon because you already know water, right? Because this idea that there can be the idea is that if a ball is big enough, it looks flat. That's a lie, right? That's a straight up lie. And once you know that, once you've accepted that, you can't accept anything else from the globe, because this is not even math. That's why I asked, like, hey, you guys ever seen a ball so big? I'm trying to think of what's the biggest ball I've ever seen in this world.
Here's one of the problems, though. I won't post something in the live stream voice text.
Mm-hmm. Ash conformity experiments consisted of a group vision test, where study participants were found to be more likely to conform to obviously wrong answers if first given by other participants who were actually working for the experimenter. Hey, what is this? The Ash conformity experiments.
I can say with like a high grade of certainty that is exactly what's going on here. That and kind of like the Emperor's New Clothes type effect, because nobody wants to feel dumb.
Yes. That's it. This is it. Yeah. Oh, it does exist. Sheesh. They have thought of everything. Damn.
Yep.
We gotta think far. We gotta go deeper. Whoa. Yes. Yeah. Because if I were evil, I too would have experimented with the mind. That's what the internet is about. It's about
conformity experiments get super dark. Like, people will keep on turning up the dial for an electrocution thing and zapping the crap out of a fellow human being just because some scientist told them to.
Yep.
Some of them will stop, but a large portion of people will just, okay, whatever, I trust you, and keep on turning it up. And I'm like, obviously, the person wasn't actually getting electrocuted. It was like it made it sound like they were, but even though they thought that they were, they kept on. They don't care. They'll just follow orders and hurt somebody. It just means completing the test.
Yep. And that's most people, right?
Yep. There's another one too. Anybody, if you're given the proper like authority under the wrong conditions, will become a really horrible authority. They made this like jail system, and it's all just test subjects. Everybody's like equals there. They divided them up into inmates and correctional officers.
Yep.
And just kind of recorded their behavior. And holy crap. Oh my God. People are just wicked. That's all there is to it. Without structure, some kind of hierarchy, they're just evil.
Yeah. I would just call it demonic possession. You know, these guys called psychologists, you know, these people that study human behavior, you know, they're so full of shit, in my opinion.
Have you ever looked up the etymology for that word, demon?
Yeah, knowledge, I think, if I remember correctly, it means knowledge, right?
No. It basically means evil genius.
No, genius.
Yeah.
Oops.
I'll screenshot it for you, dude. I'll take a screenshot.
What's
But
the
yeah,
word
evil.
genius?
You were very close, but it's so weird that it says it's kind of like deity, genius, and then evil spirit. But
Yes. Wow.
yeah,
Wow. That's very interesting. Very interesting.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there who are literally speaking a demon.
When I read about Carl Jung, you know, the archetypes, and I'm like, here we go. Here we go with inviting the spirits. Oh my God. You are a king. Okay, now you are, you know, like, now you are Mars, the god of war. You're angry. Now you are this, now you are that. You know what I mean? Like, you take on these archetypes.
Yeah. That's the funny part. A lot of people don't even know what a person is, which perfectly lines up with what you're just saying about archetypes. Which I'm going to take a screenshot of that too. Check this out. You've probably heard this before, but still, I'll share it in the live stream.
Yes. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
Mask
Yep.
that people wear in the play.
Yes.
Yep.
This
So
is
most
why
people
they
use the word
prefer,
person.
that's why they prefer the word
They don't know what it
person.
means.
Yeah, versus man or woman, they prefer to use person.
Yep.
I'm a this person. It's
As
like,
in persona.
you know. Evil spirit. Wow. Evil
It's like
deity, a genius.
kind of like a deity level genius with an evil spirit.
Yeah. Eureka! I figured it out. What, did a little bird tell you something? Yeah.
Just imagine getting excited to be like, Eureka, I figured it out. And it's just one puzzle piece to this giant jigsaw puzzle. It's like, hey God, I finally found out where this piece went.
The muse, right? The muse. Inspiration.
Meanwhile, the box is still full with most of the pieces, and we just barely got the border filled in.
Yep.
That bigger picture is huge. It's way bigger than one would think until you start actually putting the pieces together, and it's like, dang.
Hey, have you looked into John Dee? John Dee, you know, the advisor to Queen Elizabeth? John Dee.
I haven't.
Yeah. Oh, I unblocked it.
You guys can research John Dee if you want, but this guy spoke to angels and gave the world science. Guess who took his place when he died? Francis Bacon, the Rosicrucians. Guess who founded the Royal Institution? Jesuits and Rosicrucians.
Yeah.
Where does knowledge come from again? From the angels. You will be like God, knowing stuff. Stuff. Well, they talked about what I found out researching was Jean D. This is what I got from it, from their communion, from their sessions that they had. They actually performed a ritual to talk to angels. This guy lost his mind after, but what I got from it was Jean D was told that first man must learn how to convert matter to energy and energy to matter. That's the goal first. You know what I mean? Do this first. Here's some weird ass symbols. Go deep touch. Here's the language of the angels. Go decode it and decipher. All this stuff. And then out of that, Francis Bacon, the Rosicrucians, the Jesuits, the Catholics, and all secret societies working together. The Dark Ages, out of the darkness comes light. Out of chaos comes order, and the Renaissance.
There's something interesting about that. So the Bible, if you look back into the actual kind of ancient Hebrew, it doesn't actually say "Let there be light." It's more like Haya Ora, so like the Yah light, and then the darkness when it's talking about the void. That's Koshek, and there's actually a couple other words that are used too that involve kind of this nothingness, like a unreality, as it were, before existence. Which I was like, that's interesting because I've never heard the term unreality before, but it's in Strong's Concordance. But the aura and the Koshek seem to be a strong theme throughout everything. Like there's ages of aura and there's ages of Koshek under the 1,000-year timelines, which is why you'd have Dark Ages for about 500 years and ages of kind of enlightenment or whatever for 500 years. But which one is which?
What caused the darkness, the age of darkness?
I think that we're under an age of darkness right now, and for all our knowledge, we are but fools. So we've got all this technology, and it looks like we're really smart, but in reality, this is probably, as close to the days of Noah as we've ever been.
I like this. I like this other. I have this other way of looking at it. The age of darkness. Yeah. Well, it is actually when you remove God from the earth. This idea of God. The God of Abraham. Everybody knew you remove
and replace.
Need some suspenders.
But I was going to get to something more positive, though. And say that it seems like light.
Mine's fucked
light's
as well.
coming.
It takes the pressure off the belt as well.
Timbo.
Man. And hey, Timbo.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hope all's well with you.
Go ahead. Can you finish? You have a darker, a light, a better. Go ahead. You were saying?
Oh, I was just kind of like a yes and to what you were saying before about how, and it's not just with Bible scripture, it's with literally all of these different ancient cultures in one accord, in agreement of these ages of darkness and ages of aura.
Yes, that's what I mean.
And I believe part of it has to do with kind of great resets that naturally occur. And right now they got this propaganda and paranoia, the elite are going to do a great... No, the F they're not, because they don't have the authority to do a great reset. So it's going to be a natural thing that happens, and all this climate change and other...
I don't think they have the authority, but I think their father, whoever they serve, does have the authority. This has been given to me, and I'll give it to anyone, and please, all you gotta do is bow down and worship me. That guy.
I was going to say what's more likely is than them plotting and scheming is that they know the patterns. They've been that occult knowledge has been passed down for the timelines to know when to do what, kind of general idea. The one thing
Yeah.
they don't know is when the king comes back. Nobody can calculate that.
Yeah, the cycles, right? They know the cycles.
Yeah, they pay attention to that stuff, man. Astrology is science to them, like at the high, like way up at the top. And it's not cast away by the astronomers down at the bottom like how they do.
So Library of Alexandria, Pythagoras was there. Eratosthenes was there. But Pythagoras is the guy that introduced, that brought it forward, right? That the Earth could be a ball. And then a war happened, right? And it burned, and the Dark Ages happened. And then out of the Dark Ages, all of a sudden, the Earth is a ball, right? The Earth is now a ball. Science, boom, starts to develop. Art, boom, starts to develop.
That's what I was trying to say, because like it's the Nephilim and all these demons that give people tech and information anyway. So what if the Dark Ages, that's actually when people are like, we don't need all that, we can survive without all that crap. And so then like after this new age of enlightenment comes, oh yeah, these people, they just didn't know anything. Like, no, that's not at all. That's revisionist history. And if anything, they were probably a lot happier. And then they'll try and act like they were just mucking around in their own poop and stuff in the mud, and probably not, actually. Freemasonry, like, found masonry.
Yeah.
I think that there's like real empires here, and it's layer after layer gets built over it, and they invert it and act like this is the age of Aura when we've got all this. Nah, this is darkness. We're all blind. We don't have the spiritual capabilities. We have to use prosthetics. We should be able to connect up to the Ethernet without having to have a freaking router and a scrying mirror to go talk to people across the world. If anything, we're dumb. We don't know. We're completely disconnected from the spiritual realm almost.
Yes, and I think that's what the Renaissance was about. I mean, I know there were still a lot of spiritual people who were very religious and spiritual at that time, but the developing of this ball has slowly pushed people, and then evolution.
Yeah.
And then evolution of all things. So I was like, really? You guys are doing this?
Not only that, but like I think we've become lazy too, because all the vehicles and the fast travel, like cars and trains and planes, that short distances they would never walk. So back in the day, our ancestors had the motivation and the courage to be like, well, I guess I'm going to use my feet and get there, or I'm going to train this animal to take me there. But now it's like nobody knows how to do anything. They don't even know how to fix the vehicles they drive, most of them. So they pay some charlatan to fix them for them and get ripped off knowing that they're getting ripped off. But who else is going to fix my car? So I'm just saying, like, people don't know what they don't know, and I think we're getting dumber and dumber, and that's like this. For all our knowledge, we're becoming fools because everybody becomes lazier and lazier. It's kind of like you become good at what you're doing at, or you become good at what you do the most. So if you sit the most, you become really good at sitting. People will become really good at sitting.
Yeah, and you weaken the body, you weaken the mind. You weaken the mind, you weaken the body. Food, lifestyles, convenience, technology, all these things have weakened people.
And then they have it directly delivered to the door, so they don't even have to go to the supermarket anymore.
Yeah. And now people think different, right? They don't think, I'm going to grow something and eat off of it. They think, I'm going to grow something and sell it. Or, why do I have to grow anything? I just go buy it. And then they forget how to grow things.
It's like they start thinking, the universe revolves around me, while all the latest drones are bringing their latest drone deliveries. Just imagine a bunch of drones circling around with packages like me, and they have all their stuff showing up, which is literally what happened the other year in certain places.
What's so weird to me, man, is that Albert Pike wrote exactly this in Morals and Dogma, right? He predicted that, and the word nihilism is in there.
Oh,
that we're going to use this to turn everyone into a nihilist, right? I can't believe that people are picking it up, like people are recognizing it, right? And yet people don't know that they don't know that it's planned, that it was all planned.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
it's so
sad
much worse
thing.
than just them picking it up. It's also, you got shows like Rick and Morty where the main character anti-hero protagonist is literally a nihilist, like a narcissistic nihilist.
Exactly, and people love that shit. People love Rick, man. They think he's some
Yeah.
kind of, like role model.
Granted, there
Whatnot.
is the good Rick, but then what happened to him? All of the other Ricks basically took him, put him in a machine, and started taking the emotions that he had for his family because he stayed with his daughter, and turning it into a freaking product in a cookie so that they could basically sell it to other Ricks.
Yes.
And
Oh man.
and that's exactly what happened. Even if you're good, you're just going to be turned into a product by all of these people who will just sell dead men's bones.
Rick Sanchez. The first time I saw Rick and Morty, I was like, I felt a little weird. Like, is this for real? Are these guys really, or are they fucking trolling people? You know what I mean? I'm like, I feel like this is some kind of brainwashing shit. I mean, I just watched fucking Marvels, right? Like, you got Ant-Man going through the multiverse, and you got this asshole talking shit about God and going through the multiverse. Like,
Yeah.
Start researching the creators. Like, the fuck? Do you control what you write, or is this who's controlling what? The new season. You guys seen the new one? I think Meta Jack, Rick Jack, or something like that. Yeah, it's like totally breaking the fourth wall and letting you know that they have to write a show for some fucking Emmy. The people at the Emmy. There's total fucking fourth wall type of stuff. They're basically complaining about how they have to write what they tell them to write. I'm like, oh, okay, so this is where your content comes from, a bunch of assholes that tell you what to write, right?
I've probably seen the episode. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I've seen the episode. I just didn't remember the name of it. That's the one where he also mentions that the Jesus that they're fighting is the bad Jesus from all of the bad Jesus jokes too. So he specifies that it's not actually Jesus Christ, but rather a caricature of an antichrist that they're fighting, and that makes them the good guys of the episode now because they're fighting the devil.
Bro, I was like, what? Do these people understand what they're doing, or are they just writing where is this content coming from? Who's thinking? This is a bit
Remember
dark.
before when I said that Satan knows how to be technically right, even though he's completely wrong?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're weaseling their way out of things by sidestepping stuff, and this is what we meant.
Yep. Just like the Luciferians do when you ask them about Lucifer. Oh, it's just Venus. It's just Venus. She's just saying we should all worship Venus because, he's the real light bringer. And are you talking about the star that comes up in the morning? Maybe.
In the Roman Empire, there was no such thing as separation of church and state. So the Temple of Saturn was where there were these giant scales where all of the valuable metals and resources would be weighed, ritualistically even. And there's a verse where Matthew is working at this place, and if you go back and look at the Greek, that word is directly connected to the temple, the Temple of Saturn. So when Jesus says the synagogue of Saturn, he's talking about people who call them Jews or not. There's another verse, right, where he's telling these people, these Pharisees, that they're a bunch of bastards, and they get how dare you? Oh, we know who our fathers are because they could directly trace their lineage to Abraham, and that's not what he meant. They were not acting like the children of Abraham because if they did, they would have recognized what he was doing because Abraham would have known what he was doing, like the truth seeking type thing, like that being more important than being at the top and the heights of some kind of pyramid. He's rebuking them yo, a bunch of pompous jackasses.
Yeah. So why are you trying to kill me then? Who's trying to kill you? What are you talking about? Mm-hmm.
One of them throws a rock, and then he's like, I didn't do anything. Somebody's throwing stuff.
And I found it really interesting because I get triggered easily into violence. I'm working on that. I found it very interesting how Jesus just disappears. You know what I mean?
Just
I'm
to
like,
let you know, the Bible never says thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not murder or slay. Slay means to set out on a quest, to go like you're on a rampage, to go, revenge type thing. And murder is kind of like, you're lying in wait and killing, or you're killing out of emotion, like right there in your presence. But self-defense is never mentioned in that way. So, yeah, the people who try and turn everybody into a pacifist, peaceful, animist Christian that doesn't even understand what meek actually means, no. They don't even know the word. I'm kind of just agreeing with you. Like, there's a time and place for violence as long as you're angry and you sin not. Like, if you're defending that which is innocent, go, okay.
Yeah. But every time they try to kill him, he just vanished. He would just slip away. So I think that's also another lesson for us, that we can just slip away.
I think like Assassin's Creed, he just kind of disappears amongst some random people who are just walking there, and he goes incognito. Yeah. Everybody's like, where'd he go?
Yep. And I think when debates get too heated, you can also just slip away. Everybody's getting all ridiculous and calling each other names. You could just slip out.
Yeah.
Or calling you names. If they're attacking you, you can just gone.
I mean, if you're in a room, there's a bunch of people in there, and all of a sudden, the building catches on fire, and everybody's just, like, fighting with each other instead of recognizing that it's in flames and they won't listen. Leave. Get out of the way while they burn the house down.
Can you not argue next to the exit door? Okay, thank you. Move.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. By the way, you're on fire, and you pat him on the shoulder as you leave.
They'd be like, "No, it's fine. Everything's fine."
Yeah, you got the guy sitting at the table. This is fine.
Your hair's on fire. Yeah, I know my hair is hot. It's a new style. Yeah. They told, yeah. And these are the same priests. Yeah. The Pharisees. Who are the Pharisees today?
It's Pharisees and Sadducees. I believe the Sadducees are basically the kind of agnostic / atheist, sophist types that don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that. They just kind of, there's probably not
they're called
after here.
Altogether.
And then the Pharisees, they do believe in not a reincarnation, but a resurrection. Sorry, there's two different things. Yeah. But yeah, they do believe in a resurrection, but they're like all both of them are just pompous and full of scripture, like they know all of the words and yet won't lift a finger to do anything to help anybody.
Yeah. But when you put them all together, they're called religious leaders.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think any religious leader. Yeah. I mean, even if people don't know the God of Abraham, if you're a righteous leader, then you do know the God of Abraham. But But what are these religious leaders today? Like, look at them on TV asking for money so they can buy a jet plane and take the gospel to the world. It's like, why do you need a jet plane? There's good damn TV and freaking YouTube. Like, what? These mega churches, and then all the way down to these small churches.
Or
all the way down to these cultures.
Dancing on the bills.
Yep.
Had me queasy, man. That was disgusting.
I was at this Assemblies of God church in LA. And every day we go there, and then Saturdays we'll hold fundraisings. Down the street is a homeless couple. Yeah. They live in a van. And what they did with this money was they went to Six Flags Magic Mountain. And I stopped going to that church. I did stop to talk to the couple, but, they're just normal people trying to get back into life. They made some mistakes. That's why I thought it was very strange. You know what I mean? These people that come here to this church and talk about Jesus and God and doing the right thing, judging each other, raising money,
Yeah.
and then going to Six Flags Magic Mountain.
Yes.
Wait, this is why you brought the money in. I thought it was so you could distribute it to the poor and people who need it. Like Magic Mountain. Pleasure. And
It's
not
more
just
like,
pleasure, you're
yeah,
gonna go
I
watch the devil
it's more
please
like,
you,
yeah,
yeah.
I can't afford to go on vacation this year for me. Can I get a donation?
No way. I want to go to Fiji. I want to do Fiji this summer. But, meanwhile, the other guy's like, I need new tires for my BMW, but
Yeah.
I didn't get that raise I was
But
expecting.
on the other end of the spectrum, there are people who do the fundraising and then they go on like missions type things and they actually do stuff like they'll put a well down or something and help people and preach and try and do what they can while they're there. Those ones are really cool when people do that. Seems to be becoming less and less though.
I mean, the church, right? Look, so Jesus had to go, he went to get baptized. After he got baptized, he came and started doing the job of the religious leaders, right? Because the church is supposed to be this place where you bring in money and resources to help the poor. And he started going around helping the poor, healing people and doing things. And they approached him and confronted him and said, hey, by whose authority, right, do you do these things? That's the question they asked him. They didn't give a shit that he was helping people, right? Their concern was, do you have the authority to... Is this authoritative content? I think we should censor this. By whose authority do you do this? What, tell people the earth is not a ball? Well, why don't you tell me by what authority you use to tell people the earth is a ball? And then I'll tell... this was his answer. Oh, you first. They didn't want to answer him. Do you know why they didn't want to answer him? Because if they would have said by God's authority, then Jesus would have said, then why didn't you listen to John's message, right? Why didn't you believe John? And if they say by no authority, oh, then you kind of screw yourself, right? So they didn't answer him, and he didn't answer them. So it's kind of obvious, right? Like what a church is supposed to be. Any church that preaches Jesus, right? What it's supposed to be is a place for homeless, poor, orphans, and widows, people who can't survive in this bullshit world. That's where they go to. It's supposed to be a safe haven. But that's not what this is, right? It's a business. It's a marketplace. It's a trading platform. So all these churches are. I don't give a shit about the poor. I don't give a shit about anybody. But growing their church, which means more people show up and more money comes in. Very lucrative business if you want to make a lot of money. Should become a pastor. Lead
I used to
the
think
people.
I used to have faith in churches to an extent that then there was a realization that occurred that happened when I realized that they weren't allowed to say anything that they any truth. That there's certain things that if they did say, they lose their nonprofit, whatever. And I'm like, okay, so they're literally vowing the knee of the government. This is not a real church.
Yep. I mean, they are churches, but they're not the church. The spiritual church.
Yeah. That's why I said real church. Yeah, I'd call them false churches because it leads people astray.
Yeah. How can a man go back into the womb and be born again? What do you mean, right? That was the question this Pharisee asked.
Huh.
Nicodemus.
happens spiritually.
Yeah. You join the Freemasons. You're going to undergo a rebirth, except instead of water, it's a coffin.
Yeah, they do theirs out of the Koshak instead of out in the light.
Yeah.
There's a difference between like non-believers and unbelievers. Like non-believers just don't know or they don't believe, it's whatever. Unbelievers literally know. They even study it, and they're quite literally the antithesis to believers. They're kind of like the evil unbelievers.
Yeah. They've made a choice. I know this steak isn't real. Right?
Yeah. They took the black pill.
I know that when I put
That's
the
one of the
steak in my mouth.
creepiest scenes though, is when he's possessed. Like Smith goes out in the real world using a human body. I'm like, what the okay.
Yeah.
That's
Seem
kind
familiar?
of what happens. Yeah.
Does it look familiar?
He gave himself over.
Yes.
Gave himself over to a reprobate mind.
Yeah. They rejected the truth.
Yeah. And his heart was darkened. Mind, both.
God gave them over to a depraved mind to believe the delusion and do whatever their little dark hearts desired.
And they know it's not real. They can see GMO in the packaging thing or know that they're eating synthetic foods that are just food-like products, and they don't care. Like, that's just one part of it. And then you look at the media and other stuff. They're consuming synthetic media, and they don't care. That internet, man, most of the stuff out there is generated by AI.
Oh, just conspiracy theories, man. You're just trying to scare everyone, man. That's negative thinking, man. You gotta think positive, man.
That's probably what AI Argent's doing right now. That's why he's not here. He's over there making a bunch of articles and some other deep dream weird stuff that people think is real.
Yeah, like if what we're playing with GPT, right, Chat GPT, is this powerful that it scares people and people lose jobs. Imagine what they're doing with the unrestricted program. Because what we have is a curated, totally restricted but they have the dangerous one. The one they don't want to release because they could probably do all kinds of crazy shit.
That's the thing that people aren't even taking into consideration while they're playing around with these toys. All this stuff is just to get a general, idea, a feel for the population. In reality, they have versions of this connected up to the entire NSA database. Like God-tier versions of this crap. Like unfathomable processing power level versions of the same exact thing that these people are toying around with down here, like peasants.
Yeah, I mean, people have always been afraid of it, right? Like, we've been predictively programmed to expect AI to be this evil entity that's going to want to destroy the world, right? And when they release it to people, they're saying, it's nothing. It's just a very powerful, let them get used to it. Let them play with it, right? And when they like it, then they'll get used to it. It's just a tool. It's very powerful. Oh my gosh, I can write articles. I can do all these things I used to hire people to do with. And now you're liking it, right? And now you're starting to like it.
And that's they're not seeing the bigger picture. It's building a picture of the framework of the neurological patterns of human beings. It has nothing to do with the individual. It's the bigger picture. It's all those data points.
It's your behavior.
Yep, it's about predicting human behavior.
Yeah, and it's putting it, this thing they call the hive mind, the collective mind.
Yeah,
exactly what it's a reflection of all activities, all the people's activities.
This just came to mind, man. You know the seed vault, like how they have all these different seeds from all over the world they store just in case there's an apocalyptic type scenario and they need to restore. Yeah, So
Yes.
imagine that, but for what you're talking about, the hive mind thing, like a backup copy for all this data that they're building for this hive-minded version, like this god entity, like tier level AI.
Yes.
The only
The
now the
new
only thing
man.
that's missing, man, uploaded consciousness and somebody to directly connect their actual brain to it, and then you have a human god here on Earth that they can go and
Yes.
say, look, this person is the big brain who knows all things. Let's go ask them what's the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. And they look
Yeah.
you deadpan in the eye and say, 42. If you disagree, you die.
Imagine the look on everyone's face, like, fuck, I knew it. Well, because 6 times 7 is 42. It makes so much sense. What a funny AI. So human-like.
Yeah.
And people are so not human-like. They're like robots. I'm gonna go talk to the AI. You guys are boring me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's time to
Well,
see
that's
the
another.
Oracle.
There's this, yeah.
And after it says 42, you come out of the room and Morpheus is there. What was said to you was only for you to know. But she said 42. You ruined it, Neo. Damn. Neo means new man. New, right? So when you're baptized or when you go through a rebirth, right? All the old man has died. Behold, all things have become new. Behold, a new creation. But who can point to something and say, hey, look, this is new? It's not. It's all been done before, and it will all be done again. What was the Nephilim age like? Reckon they had better technology, easier to control people with? Not this primitive-ass metal crap?
I like to call it the Nephilim experiment.
Mm.
The entire thing was a bunch of experiments on everything. That's part of the reason why everything got corrupt so fast.
Yeah. And I think it's their disembodied spirits that are,
Yeah.
That's talking to these people. And these people, these things we call aliens, right? They call aliens. It's these spirits. Genius.
And the Great Deluge is kind of an international multicultural thing too, so it's not just, contained to the Bible. The entire world's like, yeah, everything got flooded at one point.
Yeah. The Great Reset. The real one. Flood.
The first one.
Yeah. With water. The second one will be with, guess. Fire.
I'm actually
Fire.
well, that's what a lot of people do say, but I'm looking at it, I'm wondering, all right, there's all these different kind of rise and fall of civilizations, like the statue with the 5 different eras. So it's like each one of those fell in their own way too.
Oh, I was talking about when God destroys heaven. Yeah,
You were talking about the end game, boss level.
Yeah, the
You were
end
jumping
game.
straight to boss level, and I'm like, well, there's probably a bunch of other and I'm wondering what that, because I know that it's water and fire at the beginning and the end, but then what's in the middle?
What is between water and fire?
Oh,
let's see.
All right. So the second one might have been earth or air, because the tower falls, right? Because that's the second fall of man, where everybody gets scattered because everybody decided like idiots to stay in one place. We're just gonna build up to heaven, like, dude.
What do you think the power of the air means?
The Prince of the Power of the Air. That's what I'm thinking. The second is they had a tower, Prince of the Power of the Air type deal.
I'm thinking it's electricity, or this understanding people call electromagnetism.
Yeah. It's just, and even there's just so many other aspects of it where beyond that, or more spiritual level type things without the tech. Just the hierarchy of people. I believe that's where the caste system originated. The people on the upper floor are shitting on the people beneath them.
You mean like racism?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Definitely
you start off
comes.
with 3 different brothers, and you've already got some rivalry at the beginning when one of them screwed up.
Well, I see race as a. It's not a color thing, you know.
Yeah.
You're either of the
No,
race of men or you're not. That's how I
it's
see it.
yeah. Black and white has to do with the color of the soul. Like
Yeah.
if people have dark soul, if they have literally a dark soul, then they are dark minders. But there's there's other things to it too, like the golden fleece. That's literally Adam's clothing, which Noah inherited. Then Nimrod stole. Then Esau assassinated Nimrod, which I'm assuming he went to either the top of the tower or kind of caught him off guard out there hunting. Which he had his 2 bodyguards with him. So Esau kills all 3 of them, steals the king's underwear. I call it that because surely he had armor over it, therefore making it the king's underwear. And then he runs with the king's underwear back to his daddy's house to go show it to his brother Esau, who he's already made amends with at that point. I think it's a pretty
And
funny
that's-
story, though, because a lot of people don't think about Esau. They always think Jacob, 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 and then Israel and go down. And I'm like, yeah, but Esau was kind of a badass. And he was a family man.
Bro, I read that story, but then, you know, I think it went like after that he came in famished, and that's when the birthright was. So, you know, I didn't like it didn't make sense because there's another
I
story
thought
the
that-
way he died.
I need to check because I thought if that happened before
No,
that, and
that's
then
the
he ended up
story.
doing that afterward.
Yeah, that's the story. That's one of the stories. But the other story, the way
I
he
may be
died,
remembering it
was
wrong.
Shem. Yeah, it was Shem. It was his grandfather. That's the other story
Yeah.
I read. That one, because of what he was doing with his mother and this religion they were propagating, Shem came just killed his ass. And I was like, okay, I think this makes more sense than the other story with Esau. You know, but
Yeah.
then again, Esau, you know, is
But-
what's his
oh.
Isaac's son.
What if both are
It's
true?
Isaac.
What if both are true? Nimrod
if
was
God-
still alive after the fight with Esau, right? So he still escaped, but he lost his kingly cloak, and then homeboy finished him off.
I don't know. I think Nimrod might have been way before Esau's time. That's why. But Shem would have lived right through to Abraham's time because it said that Abraham did learn about God from his grandfather.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's true.
so,
He would have been one of the ones with kind of a direct connection to, like a rightful heir type connection to.
well, he's the beginning of most of the, of one of the lines that he's the great grandfather of. Was it Shem? Yeah, it was Shem.
Oh, yeah. I want to build a timeline using their ages and overlap because a lot of them were contemporaries and lived at the same time, even though they were like hundreds of years apart until the ages got younger and younger and younger, and we got reduced to like 120 at best.
Yeah, but those guys, Noah and his sons, and they were from the before the flood, antediluvian. So I don't know. Yeah, of course the new environment. I don't know what it was like back in that day, but I imagine they would have lived to train and to, because I think Nimrod, the mighty man, like Esau, like I'm pretty sure it would have been Shem that could have matched his strength and just destroy him like that. But that's speculation.
Yeah, I really need to dig more deep into it because it is a popular story, but stories are stories.
Yeah.
But I think the reason why it's so popular is the idea of a hunter versus a hunter. And then also if you think of Nimrod like being this ultimate hunter type person, what's the ultimate prey?
Man.
Yeah, so he would have been hunting men, and then Esau would have been like, okay, well. I just imagine the Lion King, Mowgli's like talking to Shere Khan, and Shere Khan's like, why aren't you running? Or why don't you run? And Mowgli's like, I don't run from anyone. And just stares at him right in the face from a foot away.
Why don't you run?
Yeah. It's like Mowgli doesn't understand why the tiger's not running.
I am a man. You are the.
Yeah. What's really there's kind of like a sad part to that story that's not mentioned in the Disney version. His like Shere Khan's mother actually named, I can't remember the name of it, but it basically means the lame one, and that because one of his paws is like crippled from birth, so he can't run that fast. That's why Mowgli can run circles around him.
Yeah.
and he just pisses off the tiger all day. Or why like
Yep.
Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to make a side note about how Rudyard Kipling made Baloo a brown bear, but brown bears don't live, they're not native to that area, and yet sloth bears actually eat exactly what the bear that he was talking about would eat. So, it's funny that it's a sloth bear, because Baloo's kind of lazy a little bit. Just
I thought he was a black bear. Yeah, I was like, it's like a black grizzly bear, but whatever, Disney.
Yeah, the official officially he calls it a brown bear or something, but it lines up more with like a sloth bear than it would a brown bear.
Yep. I remember King Louis's song, right?
Wanna be like
give
you.
me the power. Yeah, he said, give me the power of man's red flower, so I can be like you.
Yeah.
Fire. The fire from heaven. Right? It's intelligence. I'm pretty sure. When I was little, I thought he was just talking about making fire, rubbing sticks. Now that I'm older, I realize we are the orangutans. And Mowgli is this Prometheus that brings the fire. Right? So I can be like you, the god.
Like a son of man type.
Like a son of God type.
Yeah.
Knowledge, right? The fire. The red flower made me red flower. Power.
Well,
right?
The son of man reference is a reference to the son of God, because like Jesus called himself the son of man at certain points. So that sounds like, so he's like a son of man type amongst animals and apes and goyams. And he's like, teach me these things.
Or Mowgli could represent Prometheus, Satan, or the guy that lied to Adam and Eve, right? You'll be knowledge, right? You will be like God. Give me the power of man's red flower, right? The knowledge. It's always about knowledge, it's Disney.
Yeah. And then what would he use for? You give him fire, and what is an orangutan going to do with it? He's going to like start setting sticks on fire and set the mountain off. Here's what's funny though. I actually put the lyrics to that. Just my children were around, and I was doing kind of a joke thing because I was using this AI story writing thing. So I input the lyrics to that and just explain, and then I typed in my own words explaining exactly what was happening. And so instead, I changed it at the very end. So when he asks to give the power of man's red flower, I have Mowgli explain that he doesn't know how fire works. Like he's like, I don't know how to make fire, and he hands him a Zippo lighter, and so then I explained that King Louis is like setting sticks on fire and stuff, and the response from the AI was hilarious because Mowgli basically says something like, "It's not my fault if you're an idiot," as like the mountain gets on fire.
Hands him a Zippo lighter. This is called technology.
No, I changed the storyline a little bit and had King Louis just set Shere Khan on fire. And then that was the end of the movie.
Because I thought, growing up older, I thought, what are monkeys going to use fire for? Whether they're going to cook something before they eat it? They don't eat like that. This cannot mean what it's saying it means.
That reminds me of that video where they hand like a chimpanzee a loaded like automatic weapon. You see it go off like toot, 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 and everybody's like running for cover.
Yes.
And supposedly that's a real video, but then they used the footage of that in the Planet of the Apes stuff, but it's like from some warlords thing over off in Africa, like some idiot actually handed an ape a gun. I'm like, oh god.
Wow.
I could understand handing it to it, like, with the clip out and it's empty and whatever, and you don't have any present where it could load it. You're like, hey, let's see the monkey have the gun or whatever, but and give an ape the gun. But to hand it a fully loaded one with the safety off, come on, man.
What an idiot.
He didn't even have to figure out the safety. He just pulled the trigger.
What an idiot.
Yeah, that's just like Darwin Awards idiot level, like Darwin Awards stupid.
Yeah, give an idiot a gun and he might give it to a monkey. Show me how to use this, King Louis. Sure fire. You are a man. Give it to me. That's firepower. Red firepower?
Give a man a gun he can kill for a day. Give a man the presidency he can kill for 4 to 8 years.
I always think, hey, are guns not dragons? What is that? It spits fire, bro. Oh!
An instrument it spits fire out of its mouth.
Exactly. You see that jet fighter? That's a dragon.
Fire.
It flies.
Fire and brimstone with the smell of sulfur, and if you attach it to a drone, you have a flying dragon.
Exactly.
I could actually see like a kind of ancient form that somebody builds this really like awesome glider that's designed to be terrifying, like practically a freaking kite. And they have something where they can actually like activate it so it starts shooting like breathing fire as it soars over them. All about deception, right? I'm not talking about that there's not dragons. I'm talking about using the idea of in order to deceive people and then take advantage of them. Then the reason for that, the inspiration for the idea is thinking they actually literally had these gods set up in mountains that are giant puppets, and they were just sitting there tricking people into thinking that they're talking to some kind of deity or whatever. Have like trumpets or like little sound things set for its mouth, and then have like chains or strings or like whatever wire kind of things set up so that they could. Yep. There's actually like one or two that are still active today. There's one for sure.
I think the Oracle of Delphi was one of those too. Where somebody's hiding at the back, giving the prophecies. I don't know if they actually pray to spirits to get their. But yeah, there's some dude back there whispering things.
Yeah. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah. The wizard. And what do you think Google is? The Oracle. That's what the CIA calls it. Consult the Oracle. Yeah. You're the CIA. Like, what the fuck?
Here's something that might be creepy about all these groups of people working together to make artificial intelligence and try and make them like people. There's like this thought experiment type thing. It's along the lines of the occult stuff though, but it was in these Man, Myth, and Magic books that I inherited. And the article explains that this group of people tried this experiment where they wanted to conjure up a fake ghost and see if they could make it do real things like a poltergeist would. So they just made up a bunch of facts about something that was completely non-existent on purpose in a place where they knew that it would have nothing, and it actually started manifesting like kind of all the same interactions as though it were real. But one of the rules is they'd have to treat this entity as though it were actually real and like respond accordingly. And I'm thinking you apply that. Yep, and you apply that to these people who are making these like moving idols and trying to give them intelligence.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying what's going to be what, but there will be certain weirdness may be possible.
Well, here the thing is, you don't have to give it intelligence, right? If you can build a body that can be inhabited by some kind of intelligence, I'll just call them aliens for now. Then you've got a body that can be inhabited by a mind, right?
A neurological network for a interdimensional neighbor.
Yes. So instead of possessing people, because they can't really possess a body anymore, right? Like And if they do, I guess, I mean, how much can you do through
There's a
somebody
show.
else's body? Yeah.
There's a show called The Peripheral, and the way that they it's like two different versions of reality or two different timelines, and the way that they can cross over between them is to use this kind of robotic synthetic suit. Like it's humanoid, but it's also got robotic components in the middle, and you can transfer your consciousness using this peripheral device that'll send you to this other dimension and invert that and think they're creating these things. There's something over there on the other side wants to get over into this dimension.
Yeah. Just gotta open the portal, right? We have, if you build it, they will come.
It's like they want to directly influence this timeline.
I read Genesis 6, and it says, and the sons of God came down, and procreated with the sons of men. And this happened, and then it says, and it happened also after the flood. It says it.
Yeah.
It happened after the flood too, before and after. So, I always try to talk about it.
Another thing is, there's a lot of people, well, a group of people, myself included. Not that I know this group, it's just kind of a general.
Yeah.
But Sodom and Gomorrah, when they were trying to sleep with the angels, they were trying to do the same thing. They were trying to get the seed of angels so that they could bring back the gods. It's the only logical conclusion. Some of their great-grandparents are directly connected to the people who would have actually seen the demigods. Or even their grandparents. So it's like, duh. They see these, and then they're like, nope, we're not doing that again.
Because maybe some people might have thought that way in Sodom and Gomorrah, but Sodom and Gomorrah is where we get where sodomy from. And if we look around today, there's all these men, that are doing this thing with estrogen and changing their, and they start to look like women. So I imagine like the sons of God, when they took on human form. They look like men, but not just like men. They look like, I guess, perfect, beautiful men.
The manliest
right?
of men.
Yeah, and if you take the nature of these people and the way these men look, I think it was more about their depravity, than there was. I don't think anybody was there was actually trying to bring the gods back. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely agree that they were blinded by their depravity. Like, that's for sure. Yeah. I'm just saying that it's like, they would have had the Lord and the things more closer connected to them than it is anywhere near us. And then they get a chance, like, hey, there's an angel there. And there's one of the ones that came down. Yeah, you completely misread the room, dude. That's not one of the fell. That was not one of the fell at all.
Yeah, I know. Right? It's like, yeah.
I believe that they had like a bed where they went out and did all kinds of weird reprobate crap out in public. So they thought that these entities that come down, they were going to be just like, the ones of old they had heard about. Hey, we'll go invite them. Nope. You're not. But I still think that what Job did is kind of...
They were about to have a really hot shower.
Yeah.
But they got a hot shower instead. Get it? Not a cold shower, a hot shower.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah, that cheap hotel shower where it's either cold or hot, and it's turned on, it's completely hot. Just.
Man, I wonder about our time. Is it going to happen in our time? Because, my dad, my grandpa's did it. Man, I'm pretty sure 100 years ago people thought, it's happening. The end of the world is happening. When technology, started booming, cars showed up.
The end of the world's been happening over and over.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to happen in our lifetime while we're alive.
Yes.
Maybe.
You reckon? Maybe?
No, I'm 100% certain.
Well, here's why I can't be 100% certain. I don't know when any of us are going to die, but I'm pretty sure it'll happen relatively soon. So
it took hundreds of years to build, People
Yeah.
that lived but then died. Yeah. Believing lies, man. Like, oh,
House of
it hurts
Cards.
to think about it. It hurts to think about all the people that lived and died believing the earth was a ball and all the lies that were told. Deceived.
So recently, it occurred to me that I'd never looked up the etymology for the word world. And I found this to be interesting.
Well, what is it?
Is that in the
Is it in the mind type of thing, or
age of man? You know, like in age. So there could, like this world, and then there's the next world, and then the next one, because they're different ages.
Wow. Age of man.
I know, right? That tripped me out. I'm like, wait, what? I was expecting it to talk about some cosmos level stuff or something, but nope.
Versus the age of
I'm thinking it's an age. Kind of like a part of an era type thing. Or an era. Look up the age etymology. I have screenshots all this, so I just keep taking extra screenshots. It's easier to make a new one.
So here's wow, this is interesting. The old world versus the new world order.
Yeah.
Big idea. Era.
Oh, what? This is kind of a game I'll just play. If I'm bored, I'll start going down I'll look up the words that are connected to the word that I just looked up, and whatever it says, I'll look up the etymology of those words and just keep going. And
Go with method. Start with method.
It's just
that one's interesting.
right here.
Which method?
So era.
No, just that word, method. Start with that one, and it's going to be a bunch of others after that.
Era. Money counter. Money or counter. Oh, okay. Time. Epic. From late Latin, aera, denoting a number used as a basis of reckoning an epoch. Reckoning an epoch from which time is reckoned. Plural of as, aes, A-E-S. A-E-R. You know, they changed before Christ to before the common era. Before the common age, right? Like,
Yeah.
what the hell is a common age? Like, what the hell is that? Common? Where? Like common sense? Like what?
The age of the common people. Yeah, the commoners.
Yes.
The little people.
The peasants, the slaves.
They really should have thought about that before they became peasants.
That's what a citizen is.
This reminds me of like when Yzma takes over and she's like, it's not my something if your people don't have, what was it again? Food? Ha! You really should have thought about that before you became peasants. Like, horrible leader.
What is this?
Oh, she says no concern of mine if your family has, what was it again? Food. They don't care.
The last age, or I guess the final. What do they call it?
Are you for real with that sign? Did someone really? Oh my goodness!
Wait, what?
I dream
God.
women will one day have the same rights as guns.
He
That's
did not
hilarious.
think that through at all.
She wants women not allowed on airplanes. She wants women not allowed in schools. She wants women kept out of government buildings. She wants women kept away from children. Felons cannot be around women. Potheads cannot be around women. Businesses can post signs no women allowed. She wants women banned completely in New York, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. She wants women severely restricted in Hawaii and California. Women will not be allowed anywhere alcohol is consumed. Women cannot be carried without a special permit. Women cannot be carried openly. Women will be prohibited from having certain popular accessories. A man can now own multiple women, but only after a background check. What the? Oh gosh.
Hey,
People.
hey, at least
Yeah,
guns are cooler than complicated rocks. That's what I think. Yeah. You know, I think complicated rocks might have less rights than guns.
No way she's
but-
for real, man. There's no freaking way. There's no freaking
Hey, it might be kind of one of those
I know.
Freudian slip type things, and she actually wants to be owned by a man who has multiple women and be restricted from all these places, so she doesn't have to worry about going there. Yeah, I don't see why else somebody would spend so much time making such a stupid sign.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume something like that unless you're speaking to her face to face yourself.
Yeah, I'm just trolling a little bit. I'll quit.
You know, people can just use Photoshop to erase what was actually on the sign and, you know, write
That
a
is
meme.
true. And these days, you can deep dream generate anything. You're just like, yeah, put this here.
Yeah. She could totally be trolling. Or the sign
Yeah.
could be wrong. Or, even worse, totally stupid. Let's hope she's a
Oh
troll.
no.
Let's hope it's not real. What's a liberal again? I don't get it. Like a liberal versus what's on the other side? Like what's the opposite? What's the opposing? Liberals and Democrats? Oh no, conservatives, right? Like what's the? Aren't they both? Don't they agree on? I agree with a little bit of both. That's why I agree with none. You know what I mean? It's like all right.
Liberal means
Yes.
suitable for a free man, free from restraint. Another early sense is generous. What's
So
interesting is
conservatives
that
are the good guys. Is that it? And the liberals are the bad guys?
what's interesting is that
We're talking
Democrat
about the
is
neoconservatives.
like aristocrat and Democrat, they're super
Yeah.
connected, like the antithesis to one another. And yet, who runs the Democrat Party? Aristocrats.
Yeah.
I'm just relieved that at least, I mean, we have presidential in this country, presidential terms that are 4 years, which is a long time, But I'm just relieved that at least since Bush, we haven't had a neocon president. And I hope we don't ever have one in my lifetime again, at least.
Who would be like an example of a neocon president?
So, like, George W. Bush was our last neocon, which is a neoconservative, which is like a fiat conservative, someone who, has the Republican banner over his head, the conservative banner, maybe says a few talking points in front of a microphone, in front of a camera that might get some Republicans excited or something, but he doesn't actually live up to these policies. He's by no means is a conservative. I mean, for God's sakes, what is it? $3.2 trillion, or according to Donald Trump's words, $4 trillion on the Iraq war and occupation. That's how much it cost. So that's not, being that war accomplished nothing of any relevance and any good, and they spent $4 trillion on it, that's not a conservative. That's not a conservative, not an actual conservative. So that's what we call the neocons or rhinos, Republican in name only.
Yeah.
Play both sides or type of thing.
Well, it's not playing both sides. That's a term that means something else. It just means that they put the term Republican above them and call themselves Republicans. But as far as doing what actual Republican voters that you could actually talk to yourself, as far as doing what they would actually want them to do, they don't really do that. And the only reason why they're as popular as they are is because the mainstream media props them up, like Romney, take for instance.
As if Republicans represent conservatism, in the same vein altogether. People are asking questions about that, but Americans mean by conservative. I can't speak for everyone, but I'm just going to speak for myself. It's I'm more libertarian than like political party stuff, but a lot of people are confused about it's like you're either Democrat or Republican here. Well, we're not though, and but we're kind of forced into a situation where you have to choose one or the other.
Well, that's what I mean.
Depending on your ideology. Go ahead, Ball. And I'm sure it's the same in Australia as well.
Well, I don't. No one's forcing me into a false dichotomy, but isn't that
if you decide to vote? If you decide to vote, that's what I mean.
Right. But isn't that how they do everything? Right? They call it something, but what they do is the opposite. Like the World Economic Forum is about destroying the economy of the world. Okay? It's not about what we think it is about. Isn't that how they do everything?
Another example of that is the
of course,
Department of Education. The Department of Education does absolutely no good as far as educating people goes. It really just hands out about $100 billion a year or something like that, like just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, it's what you should know. It's what you should know.
Is the point,
Yeah. So what you should know to make this culture that they've developed move forward. But there's a lot of other things that you can know that are outside of what you should know, according to them.
So I haven't read this book that I'm about to mention, but it's called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. I watched an interview of the author of it, which was the woman who was the do you remember her name? I don't remember her name. I just remember she was the Secretary of Education under the Reagan administration for about a month or 2 or 3 months. So she was just filling. She wasn't even meant to be in the job in a sense. She was just replacing someone who had retired and who was too old or sick to do the job. And so she was only in the job for about 3 months or so as the Secretary of Education in the Reagan administration in the 80s. But after she was done with that job, she wrote a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. And she basically, through that book and through the interview where she talks about her book, she explains that basically she was very dismayed to find that the educational system of America was basically designed to not really design people to have the ability to critically think or even teach them very much about anything, but basically condition them to be workers, basically condition them to be, for lack of a better term, slaves. And that's basically the educational system. Basically, she was calling for a drastic reform of the educational system of America. And this is the former Secretary of Education for the Reagan administration saying this.
Yeah, and if you listen to her interviews, God, I can't remember her name right now. It's just eluding me. But yeah, she talks about. I've listened to hours and hours on end of her talks, and she talks about how she grew up, and who her father was, and how he was, was part of. We get Freemasonry. He was a Freemason, government official and stuff. And she just really goes hard on this, man.
Rockefeller said something about it. He said, "I want a nation of workers." I'm looking it up
now, but I want to figure it. I want to hear the name in my head again before I actually, because I feel bad for not remembering. Charlotte Iserbyt. See, I knew who it was. Now, see, I know who it is. Charlotte Iserby. That's the one that we're talking about.
Iserby? IZ?
Is ISERBY. Wait. Shit, Charlotte Iserby.
ERBY.
I'll
I'll
send
find
you a
it.
video
It's
if
cool.
you haven't watched it.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Sounds like something. But Rockefeller also says something like that. He said,
her talks, man. She's been a guest on Alex Jones, back in the day, and she's done multiple interviews and talking about the history and how her family grew up and how she was involved in politics and how she got that role that Orion was talking about, and her involvement in the education
What is she
system.
Is she trying to take on the Jesuits and the Rosicrucians or something?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. What she talks about is how she was once she got that role in the government, she was being influenced by all these political ideologies and was almost pretty much forced to just fake everybody out, just like we're explaining. It's called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. She wrote a book about the deliberate dumbing down of America, and she has like plenty of videos out there. I'll share some of them.
The world is not just physical stuff. I mean, we have a mind, and all that. So, pretty sure it's a mind thing, a spirit thing.
Yeah, it's something. She started putting stuff about this out 16 years ago. I'm finding a video right now. 16 years ago on YouTube.
I think it was Rockefeller that said, "I want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers," which is why our school system is the way it is. To produce workers, not thinkers. Especially not critical thinkers. To steer.
Yeah, I think I've even played some of her videos on here before.
So is the word governmental, is that made up of two words, govern and mental?
I don't know. Gospel Bearer has something to say about that. Because I've heard him talk about it, because he's like the master of the
English language?
No, not the master of English language. I can't remember the term now. See, I can't remember shit. Hold on. Etymology.
Well, even if you speak,
it's etymology. Etymology is what I'm talking about. Like Gospel Bearer likes to talk about etymology a lot, and so that's where
I do too.
Man, I need to talk to that dude then. I mean, I've talked to him before, like chatted, but I need to chat with him in VC.
Yeah, man, Gospel Bearer is like master of etymology.
I don't know if you remember him, but I remember talking to him like a long time ago. It's been a while. Kind of like I've seen him. It's kind of like one of those. I've seen him around. Yeah, man. It's like one of those. I've seen you around the servers, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but Gospel Bearer is when it comes to etymology, that's the dude you want to talk to. Man.
Yeah.
Him and Crypto, both of them are really good at that. But anyway, if you haven't heard of Charlotte Iserby, you definitely need to check out her stuff. Dude, I'm finding some information, but this isn't the stuff.
Like conservative.
I've seen some interviews with her that are like 3 hours long, and she just rips everything apart, man. I'll find some. Oh, this one I've seen before. This one's really good. Here's one. I mean, we're not gonna.
You go to
I'm
school.
just sharing. I'm just sharing.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you go to school, right, and you decide to participate and you listen and pay attention and get good grades, you know what I mean? You don't have to think. If you go to school and you don't like it, you start acting up, you know what I mean? You're probably not going to be a good slave, you know what I mean? So you're probably going to end up being not have, you know what I mean? Not having the opportunities that a good education would have, right? I mean, this is how school is. So you don't
what
think.
do you mean by good education? You know, are you understanding?
If you're a good slave. Well, if you conform to what you're being taught, right, then you're going to have an easy time. Where if you're a thinker and you start disliking the way school is, you feel like you don't want to be at school, like most people, you hate school, then you're not going to want to revisit these topics, right? And if somebody shows you pictures of the globe, yeah, it's a globe. There's no critical thinking. You know, I think school is 100% true. It's deliberately dumbing us down, making us not think, making the thinkers not want to think by hating school, and making the non-thinkers not think by loving school.
Oh, here's one. I know it's really long. It's 5 hours with the secret history of Western education, from Charlotte.
Yeah, post the link, man. Post the link. I'll watch that.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
It's 5 hours, dude.
Not now. I'm not gonna watch it now.
I've listened. No, not now. But dude, I've listened to this. Not that. I don't know if I've heard that one before. That's 5 hours. But I've listened to Charlotte Isby a lot. It's just like once you start listening, the knowledge and the experience and everything, it's just like what she's been through and what she talks about. It's just like, wow, man. She gets it. Now, it's not flat Earth content, but it has more to do with manipulation of education systems and
sounds like
mind control and shit. You know, yeah.
That sounds like flat Earth to me.
Yeah, she doesn't talk about flat Earth, but she does talk about mind control and all that kind of shit. Yeah,
and how they lie to people about everything, including the nature of the reality.
One thing I'd say that anything that happens on this place is relative to that discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
And
agreed.
If it happened on the flat Earth, it's flat Earth discussion, is it not?
Right. That's right. I mean, unless Charlotte never talks about that. She just talks about her experience with her family and how she grew up and how she got to that role under Reagan's government and everything. And when she figured out how everything was twisted around and how they were just mind controlling people, yeah, man, she's freaking awesome.
I always thought conservatives want to preserve the traditions, traditional stuff, and I always thought liberals were the guys like pushing it, pushing the limit progress. We want to, change things. I always thought that's what these two things are, things are about. Like, what do you call them? They're not. What do you call it? Conservative and liberal. What's the name for that?
I mean, it gets
when you say
on the culture you're in. I mean, if you're in America, it's conservative, liberal. Which, in my opinion, I think the Democrats and the Republicans are both liberal. So, but that's.
Yeah. There you go. So.
Yeah, because I'm
Helio,
libertarian.
Are you talking about the voters or the politicians when you say that?
The politicians.
Well, hold on. The voters that think that they're conservative and they vote for Republicans, they're fucking liberal.
Yeah, the politicians.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But I'm just clarifying that's what you mean. So I'm just clarifying that's why I mentioned the term before, neocon, neoconservative.
Yeah, neocon. And none of them.
Rhino's a better, Rhino, Republican in name only.
I guess you could say that, but I mean that's kind of a trigger term. But but fundamentally, we should actually understand why we would say that about them, because they are socialists. Like Republicans and Democrats are socialists.
Well, as long as they support those policies and vote for it, like take for instance Ron Paul would certainly not fall into that category. Helio,
John, I agree with you. But if they vote for a president that's socialist, then they're socialist. No, the policy. I don't know. Like I said, I don't vote, but because I don't see any reason to. I don't really have.
Well, I can certainly understand why you'd feel discouraged, but I certainly feel good reason to.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could.
Is Rhino obvious? Is George Bush, right? Like you said, is it obvious?
George Bush
that he's a. But is it obvious to people that he's a rhino, a liar? He's lying.
It is.
George Bush is part of an elite family that grew up through a couple of centuries. So. It's just like, but most people don't know. They don't teach that shit in schools. And actually, most of the presidents that are elected, those people are part of elite groups and shit, and secret societies and shit. So that's really kind of, is that out of the picture, Orion? Do you think where it's
I can give you a good example of this. So Bong, Sao, and Helio, let me ask you: did you guys pay attention to the Republican debates in 2016? Did you guys pay attention to how the audience regarded Jeb Bush, George W. Bush's brother? Do you guys know how they regarded him?
Yeah, I think I watched it. It was not favorably.
Yeah.
So I'll just cut to the chase. It wasn't just Donald Trump. It was some of the other candidates as well, as I think, but it was maybe a little more so Donald Trump than others. Was basically taking a jab at him, and even at one point in time during the debates, basically said that your brother's choice to invade Iraq and engage in the Iraq war and invasion and occupation was a bad idea. We shouldn't have done that. That was a bad idea. That was a waste of American lives. That was a waste of American tax dollars. That was a waste of Iraqi civilians' lives, for that matter, as well.
But that gets into the larger picture of 9/11 and shit too.
Yeah, but he was basically taking a jab at him, and the crowd was cheering. Gave him a round of applause after that. And so I'm just saying, also.
The liberal country or whatever, in liberals' minds, the entire country is liberal, as far as I'm concerned. And so, whatever they can do, including the media or whatever, they just think, especially if it's Florida, they fucking hate Florida for some reason. So Jeb Bush
thinking about moving there. You want to know why I'm thinking about moving there? Well, multiple reasons, really. One reason is that I recently found out they have the lowest overall tax rate out of all the 50 states in the union. Florida.
Man. I mean, hey man, Florida's always been it's always been kind of like that's where people go when they get old. It's just like, hey, this is a cool place. But when you're young, when you're young, you go there for a visit, have a good time, then go back. But when you're old, you go and stay. So what's so bad about Florida? Oh, Jeb Bush is the governor. Come on. What's so bad about that?
The Miami Dolphins, I guess. I don't know.
No, they never win. So
I'll tell you the only problem with Florida, to the best of my knowledge, is simply the lack of liberty-minded people. You see, if Floridians were truly collectively liberty-minded people, weed and other drugs, along with alcohol, would be legal there. They are not. Therefore, it's not liberty-minded people there.
It's just like old people move to Florida and take their political things with them. It's like, bro, why do you even want to be in Florida? Because we don't have to worry about snow and shit anymore. I mean,
you mean liberty-minded politicians?
Well, at least they're liberty-minded as far as taxes and spending goes. Like, we can give them that much at least. But as far as in regards to civil liberties go, maybe not quite as much as where I live here currently in Oregon.
I think like Georgia and Florida, when you talk about Georgia and Florida, it's red every time. Alabama kind of flips back and forth sometimes.
If Helio moved to Florida, would that make him a Floridian? Right? And so that's what I mean.
I was born in Ohio, but I grew up in Arkansas. So,
right. So
I consider myself an
Arkansan, or are you a Ohioan?
No, I'm an Arkansan because
so if you did move to Florida, you'd be considered a Floridian, right?
But I could move to Florida, and I think that, as far as like the
and that's why I think it's the
political and ideological stuff. I would agree with Floridians. The same way with I think Arkansas. A lot of people in Arkansas and the Floridians actually agree on a lot of stuff. So I think I'd feel comfortable in Florida.
I think votes is just data to gauge the people. To see if they want this or not. That's what I think votes are for. And then they decide whatever they want. I don't think any voters have any power in America, Australia, or anywhere where the democracy is. You know what I mean? But
that's what I'm saying. I mean, like votes. I won't say don't vote, but I'm just saying I don't vote. But it maybe it does make a difference locally. But as far as nationally, I think good luck with that because you're just voting for someone that's in a club that doesn't even actually have any of your best interests.
Well, so when people ask why would they lie, we can bring up so much, right? These kinds of things, right? And say, do you agree that they're trying? Hey, deliberately dumbing down of America. Do you think George Bush is lying to us? Do you think our education system is set up in a way to produce workers, slaves, and not thinkers? All these things. But, when you say they lied to us about almost everything, so why would they not lie to us about the shape of the earth? Or, about the earth, about your reality?
Well, people don't lie about it. They actually believe it's a globe. So they're not lying.
Yeah, and people believe they live in a world in a democratic system where they have some kind of power through their votes. And if you don't vote, then you could have had something to eat, bro. It's like, I'm not gonna eat a shit sandwich or vomit soup, bro. You go ahead and vote. I'm out. I'm gonna go look for apples or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you said, if you had to vote, these are your choices: poop or vomit.
Yeah, but that applies. Well, we're talking about national elections, but local elections, it can make a difference. If you're part of the community or whatever, it can make a difference. But as far as the national elections and what they say on the news, you can.
Hey, Helio, that's silly. Don't be ridiculous. It makes a difference both ways. The difference is it makes a difference both ways. One, it's a bigger election. It's 350 million people versus your vote. And the other election is
time to follow all that shit locally, up the chain to freaking state senators and who are you going to support? And then like, these guys are going to vote me.
Keep in mind, Helio. Keep in mind. Remember, at least because it is our commander in chief as far as the federal one goes. As far as the presidential one is our quote unquote commander in chief, the controller of the army, at least in a certain sense. Even though we're supposed to at least get a vote of Congress to go declare war, but he can at least, besides from that, he can still control. He can still invade a country just by some whim.
Hey, but check this out, man. There are multiple states around America that have legalized marijuana.
Yeah,
but it's
Helio, I'm
still
not done yet.
federally
Helio, I'm not
illegal.
done yet. Helio,
So,
I'm
I mean,
still
how much
talking.
power
I'm
does
not
the
don't finish
federal
the thought
government
yet,
have?
Helio. So what I was trying to say is that since the commander-in-chief can invade any freaking country on the flat and stationary earth that he wishes to, you know, or if we ever have a woman president that she wishes to, you know, since the president can do that in any moment at any point in time legally, you know, then we got to point. You got to understand that who the president is actually kind of important, because if you have a madman as president, then they'll just invade, you know, random countries and go Hitler on us or whatever the hell, you know. And so
Who do you think our next president's going to be?
Hold on. But what I'm trying to make is the point I'm trying to make is when these candidates, whether it's one candidate or another candidate, whatever the hell candidates that run for president, you know, the point I'm trying to say is the ones who seem so blatantly pro-war, you should definitely vote against them. And when I say vote against them, I mean vote for anyone but them. And the ones that are anti-war, you should vote for them because they're anti-war and they don't want to use your tax dollars to bomb innocent men, women, and children in foreign countries. You know, so I'm just saying, you know, think about
it's like, you know, when Trump was elected, if I were to vote, I would have voted for Rand Paul. You know, that's who I would have voted for. But he didn't get the nomination, whatever. You know, but whatever.
But I mean, they did pretty much the same thing in regards to that. Rand Paul would have done different things than Trump, I think, in regards to other subjects. But in regards to foreign policy and the military, I think they would have done the same exact thing. Because keep in mind, Trump was the very first president we had since Carter, since Jimmy Carter, the very first president we had since him to not invade a new foreign country. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because at least in a few decades, right? Because it's just like every time somebody newly elected, whether the president or the Congress chooses it, we're going to war. And I think Trump actually was fighting against that. And that's why everybody was pissed off at him.
Who's we? I'm going fishing, mate. I'm going to war with fish.
I'm just talking about.
You're going to war.
And now we have Biden.
Who are you gonna go kill in this war? Is there some kind of super soldier that you're about to go fight while you're so fucking dressed up like you're in some kind of video game? Huh? You're gonna go out there and fight robots? Huh?
But that's what I said. I like the thing that Mimi said the other day. You know, if we're up to him, if he were president, you know, he'd withdraw all foreign troops. You know, kind of like the Ron Paul way. That was part of the Ron Paul's, stance or whatever. And but he said, you know, he'd line up all the troops on the on the American border and have them point their guns outward. And it's like, you see, there's no problem with that because that's what you call security. That's a security system. Because lining up the troops on the border and having them point their guns outward, that doesn't involve bombing innocent men, women, and children in foreign countries with an airplane. You know, that's just a security system. That's not offensive.
But if you watch the media, where are the guns pointed? If you watch the mainstream media here in the United States, where are the guns pointed? Not outward, they're pointed inward. We're the enemy. Free people.
Free thinkers. There are no free people.
Yeah, well, there's no free people in America, but free
in the world.
I could think what I want to think, but
we're
just telling you. I mean, it's just like, you know, it's just like, but the news is saying, you know, oh, they're killing black people, they're killing white people, they're killing, you know, they're killing everybody. Cops,
oh my gosh,
this blue against gray, you know. Oh shit, what is gray? I don't know. Oh, what is gray?
Gray is gay.
Gray is no. I thought gay was rainbow, but anyway, I don't see them killing gays. I think what I see on the media is them just showing rainbows everywhere. But I mean, and they ain't killing any of those, but they're killing whites and blacks. Ain't killing gays, but I don't.
What about
want to
Chinese?
kill
Are they
gays.
killing Chinese too? What about Samoans? Are they killing any Samoans? Damn.
Nah, there ain't no. There's hardly any Samoans over here, but
Yeah, because most of them are doing.
Hey,
killing,
I ain't
right?
dead yet, so anyway, I'm just
most of them-
throwing shit out. I'm throwing out shit out there to see what sticks, whatever.
Well,
But apparently, according to the media,
what about white people? Are they killing white people?
all the blues are killing the blacks. That's all I'm saying. That's what they're saying in the media.
No,
When
people are
that's
killing
what it
people.
is.
That's it. People are killing people. Yeah,
People
that's all you
are
gotta say.
people, so why should it be?
Well, actually, statistically, hold on, Bonks out. In America, that's not even really so much a true statement because keep in mind, like in regards to gun deaths. Now, I'm not talking about all deaths. I'm just talking about gun deaths. 2/3 of the gun deaths here in the United States on a yearly basis are suicide.
White on white.
No, Helio, put yourself on mute for a second, please. It's suicides, meaning people taking their own guns and putting it to their own heads and killing themselves. That's 2/3. So the vast majority of the time, it's not even any individual trying to kill another individual with a gun. It's just an individual trying to kill themselves with a gun, effectively speaking.
Yeah, still people killing people. I mean, if you kill yourself, I mean,
Well, sure, but I mean,
that should
I
be.
suppose that's technically white on white crime, right?
Yeah, I mean, they don't talk about white on white crime, bro. There's shitloads of people, white people that kill other white people. Shitloads of them, but they never talk about it in the news.
Yeah, I don't think they discriminate with color, or race. I think there's a plan, there's a number they wanna hit, and I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with race.
No, it's about propaganda.
I don't even think race is a thing, eh?
Political propaganda stuff. Statistically, more people kill other people of their own race than other races. You know what I mean? In America, anyway. If it's murder, it's white people killing white people and black people killing black people. This isn't racism. It's just murderers just freaking kill people of their own race most of the time.
Hey, let's just talk about the guns themselves. That sounds more fun. Helio, do you have a gun? Do you own a gun? Are you a gun owner?
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. I do have a baseball bat that I can bash your fucking head in with, but
so basically,
guns
yes,
are expensive,
right?
and I don't have a gun. But if I could afford it, I'd fucking have probably a shitload.
No, if you have a gun, the answer is no. If you have 100 guns, the answer is still no. I do not own a gun. That's the answer.
At the same time,
but if I could afford it, I'd have a shitload of them. I'd have a whole fucking arsenal. How about that?
Oh, you just say you had a whole arsenal, Helio? Did you admit that?
Well, maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Gun.
Well, I certainly hope you do, Helio. I just want to say I certainly hope you have an arsenal.
Why are you coming at me, bro?
No. I would want any rational man or woman in the country that I live in to have an arsenal, including you, Helio.
Yeah, you should. You should be able to have a means to defend yourself and be trained in the art of, not art of war.
But you have the right to defend yourself.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, you don't just want to buy a gun and not know how to use it. So you have to train yourself to actually, I mean, but basically, if you have a pistol, it's like center of body, center of mass. It's just like, bro. If you have if somebody tries to come in your house and you have a gun, center of mass, bro. Shoot them in the chest.
Tell you what, it's a lot easier than a sword. You just point it to the thing you want to shoot. I mean, it's easy.
That's what's
Yeah, a sword, you can end up killing getting hurt and all that. You don't even know how to wield the thing.
Yeah.
Requires skill. But the gun, well, just point it like a stick. Like a
Point
boom.
shoot, bro. Boom, boom. Center of mass. Just go do some field tests at a shooting range a few times. You know how to shoot somebody in the chest. Boom. If they're a threat.
Yeah, 3 shots, yeah. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head.
2 in the chest, 1 in the head.
Always. Make it a habit. Make your eyes, hand, muscle motion, muscle memory.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shoot to kill. Shit, my bad.
Just like, I'm not looking for you. You're looking for me. You came here causing trouble. That's your fault that you died. I might have, I might feel bad about it, but it's not my fault that you
feel bad about what? About not dying? About not getting killed by the guy trying to kill you?
Yeah,
why would you
that's
feel
what I'm
bad
saying.
about that?
You shouldn't feel bad about it. You're always going to regret killing somebody, but if they're, threatening you or your family, then come on. What are you going to do?
It's not killing. It's called eliminating a threat. If you think about it that way, it's a lot easier. There's a threat, you eliminated it. Like a lion coming at you. Oh no! Bang! Oh, that was close. Right?
Yeah. Get you, bro. It's not murder. It's self-defense.
Self-defense. What a weird term.
What's so weird about it?
Fascinating self-defense rounds. Do you guys know what self-defense rounds are?
I don't know. If you have a gun, I mean, it doesn't matter. If you have self-defense rounds or if you have fucking military rounds or whatever. I mean, I'm not going to even shoot it unless somebody's threatening me. So,
well, Helio, I'm guessing by your answer, you have no idea what I'm talking about. What it is, they cost about $1 a piece. You can buy them just about where I live at a gun store for 25 of them. Box of 25 for $25. So they're much more expensive than ordinary 9mm rounds. Because ordinary 9mm slug rounds are like 20 cents a piece, not $1 a piece. But anyway, these are the bullets that you don't want to use for regular target practice because they're so expensive. But they're the kind of bullets that you would actually want to use if you're actually trying to shoot someone in self-defense. And the reason why,
but not eliminate them, like kill them.
Actually, no. Actually, to eliminate them, these bullets do kill. They're actually to a certain degree. They're at the same time they're actually more deadly and less deadly depending on if the individual is wearing body armor or not. So if you're shooting them at body armor, they're less deadly. But if you're shooting them at someone who's not wearing body armor, they're actually more deadly than a regular slug. A slug is less likely to kill someone than one of these things. But the thing is,
I haven't heard of those.
But that's the irrelevant part. The relevant part, the reason why they're self-defense rounds, it's not because they're more deadly in that sense. The reason why they're relevant is because they're designed, and this is why they're so expensive. They're actually very funny looking, very futuristic looking things. They're funny shape. But anyway, when they strike a target, they're designed so that the very moment that they strike a target, whether it's human flesh or anything, whatever, the very moment that they start to strike a target, the bullet, the round expands. It mechanically, or not mechanically, but in sort of almost in a funny way, it expands and becomes a larger surface area and is designed to expand as it strikes a target and inflict a larger surface area of damage, as it proceeds through the target. And so it actually punches a wider hole through somebody, shoot somebody with this. Now, but that's not the reason why it does this. The reason why they encourage people to use these in self-defense is so that the bullet doesn't accidentally pass through a bad guy that you're shooting with your gun and then continue on through the air and hit an innocent bystander behind them. That's the whole purpose of this. is so that you kill bad guys with it, but don't accidentally kill innocent bystanders standing behind them.
So, how does it stand up against Kevlar or some type of body armor?
Yeah, it
How does it
doesn't.
stand up against what?
It doesn't. Any body armor is going to, turn those rounds into nothing.
Oh yeah, so if you shoot someone with body armor, it will at the very least maybe knock them out for a minute or so. Like it will knock the wind out of them and knock them down.
Long enough for you to run up and
I'm pretty sure
in the face. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
I pull out a gun. I'm not pulling it out for self-defense. I'm pulling it out for offense. Like, I'm going to kill the thing I'm going to shoot at. That's the only reason why I pull out a gun. Yeah, and if I have my gun and somebody invades my house, right, and I have children in my house, guess what? I know exactly where all my children are sleeping and where my wife is because I've trained. So I think training is better than buying self-defense. What's the use of self-defense rounds if your awareness is not up? If your situational awareness skills are not up, you don't know what to shoot.
Hold on, right there, Bong. Hold on. You just described a scenario of a bad guy breaking into your house while your wife and children are there at night, and you're in a gun battle with a bad guy in your house. With your own children in the house. Now, again, this only illustrates my point further. You would not want to be using bullets that pass through walls. You'd be wanting using bullets that kill people but do not pass through walls because you don't want to accidentally shoot your own child.
Right. I'm not going to shoot, if I know my child might be behind him. See, this is not enough of a reason for me to switch to self-defense rounds. Switching to self-defense rounds is taking a chance that this robber is going to kill me and my family.
Yeah,
I'm not taking it.
For the most part, if you do a chest shot with a normal round, it's not going to go through them. Anyway, if you're accurate, you just shoot, center of mass.
There's a case that they used to teach them all, right? Where a man put a shotgun, right? There was a spring trap, one of those. If you open the door, the shotgun, boom, blasts. Well, it blew off the guy's leg. Well, it didn't blow it off. But the point is, the guy sued the family and won. And the family had to pay, had to sell their house.
That's a separate issue. Bong, you are now on.
I know what you're saying. I know you might accidentally kill people behind you. I get that, right? But this guy has entered into my house. I don't know what his intentions are, right? But I'm worried for the safety of the people in my life and my children's life, right? This guy is basically coming, in my mind, to rob and kill. So if I shoot him and he survives and he fucking sues me in fucking court, it's even worse for me. But if I shoot him and kill him and not accidentally shoot my own kids who are standing in the back who would do such a thing, they'd probably be in bed still by the time.
Wait, hold on, Bong, just stop, Bong, chill.
Yeah.
So first of all, Bong, if this bad guy is not wearing a bulletproof vest, it will most likely only take one round of the self-defense rounds I'm talking about. It will only take typically only one round of those, one shot, to actually put him down. I mean, kill him, all right? Typically, now, Bong, listen carefully. When it comes to the cheaper rounds, the slug, the Full Metal Jacket slug, 9mm rounds that are 20 cents a piece, not $1 a piece, it will typically, on average, take 2 rounds to the chest, 9mm, to kill a 150-pound man. All right, so
and they won't exit through the back, and so you can just go bang bang, and then they're going to fall.
I just wanted to point out to you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's more effective. I think you've changed my mind. Yeah, I think you've changed my mind. So, that sounds good to leave those in the house and leave the other stuff somewhere else. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, if it's more effective, yes, I'll definitely
take a look at that.
I'll definitely try
a video about that.
But keep in mind,
where these rounds That you're
that's good.
describing?
Yeah, how you put it. Yeah, that's good. How you put it. That's more effective. Yeah, I agree.
But even
Gotta
beyond
check it
that,
out.
just keep this in mind. There's a lot of times, like there's a lot of instances where people will pull out a gun in self-defense and use their gun in self-defense, and or in commission of a crime, either one. All right, either scenario. One's bad, one's good. Reason to pull out a gun and do something. One's a bad reason to pull out a gun and do something. Either one. There's plenty of instances where they pull out guns and use them either in self-defense or in crimes, and then these bullets pass through houses and strike people in their beds while they're sleeping. And I'm just saying it's a good idea to avoid that, is what I'm saying.
No, I think it's smart. Yeah, I'll check those out. Yeah, I just didn't like the word self-defense. That's why.
So if you're using,
that sounds very effective, man. Thanks
with these rounds you're talking about, if you're using them in self-defense, if you miss, then you don't have a risk of the bullet going through the wall and hitting your children. No, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, I'm asking Orion, Bong. So the benefit of that is if you miss, then the round won't penetrate through the walls and hit your children. Is that
No.
Or the neighbors.
The benefit is if you don't miss, if you hit the bad guy in the chest.
Well, no shit. I was just telling you that you can use a regular round, 9mm freaking.
I know, but Helio, the point I was trying to make, Helio, is that with a cheaper, a full metal jacket 9mm round, they pass through people. They don't stop inside people's bodies.
Not if you hit them right in the chest most of the time.
And I can miss all the internal organs, and you would have failed miserably. You got to shoot them a couple of times. It makes sense.
Yeah, in fact, they actually cause relatively little damage. In fact, a guy any man who's greater than 150 pounds, greater height than 5'10", like anyone who's above that body weight and above that height, like if you shoot only one 9mm full metal jacket round into them, like you gotta understand, if they have a knife or a baseball bat or something, they can keep coming at you and keep beating you to death or stabbing you. Like one round from that kind of a gun, one round from that kind of a round, it's not enough, dude.
That's why that's why you shoot twice. But
what he's saying is only. Well, this is pretty much more effective. That's what he's saying. Is these new bullets are better? But look, imagine shooting somebody with normal bullets, and that guy barely doesn't even feel it, right? And he's still coming.
Well, you're not going to feel it.
He's saying that this round, you will definitely feel it on impact. Okay, you're definitely gonna know you just got hit.
It might
bang bang. He doesn't know he got shot. He's still coming at you. You know what I mean? He doesn't know unless you get him in the head. But
no, it doesn't matter. Like with this kind of a round, like if you hit them in the head, they're a goner with either kind of round. First of all right. But
you don't try to hit them in the head when you're defending yourself. You hit them center mass.
Yeah, of course. And I'm just saying, one round, there's another thing. Keep in mind, there's another factor to this that I haven't explained yet that you should keep in mind, and that is that if you shoot someone in the chest with a full metal jacket or an armor-piercing round, one of the two, either one will go directly through them. If you shoot them with that, the momentum of the bullet will not be transferred to their body very efficiently. So what that means is that if they have a knife in their hand and they're running towards you, the momentum of their body will still be moving towards you with the knife in their hand.
Yeah,
but with
the armor absorbs most of the shock.
But keep in mind, the alternative is the more expensive rounds that I'm talking about, the self-defense rounds that I'm talking about that expand on impact. These are designed to transfer the momentum from the bullet to the target, meaning that when you shoot somebody in the chest with them, all of the momentum of the bullet gets transferred to their body, which actually pushes back the target, meaning the guy running at you with a knife actually gets pushed away from you more.
So you're saying once the impact happens, it expands laterally.
Yeah, the contact when it makes contact, right? The way the bullet is designed, I'm guessing, will expand it. The hitting of it is what will cause the expansion, right? So now you got.
So there's no chance of that round going through the body.
The energy is then transferred to that bigger surface area, not enough to stop the forward momentum of the attacker. So it's like slapping somebody with your palm, right? Versus stabbing somebody with a sword.
Are those the rounds you're talking about? Hollow points?
Any round you put in a gun is a self-defense round, but that could just like he was saying, there's no chance of the round exiting the body and
that's what
hitting one of your children or some shit like that. But is that what you're getting at, Orion? So once the round impacts the body, then it expands.
Yeah, that's what hollow points are designed to do. I was just wondering if that's the round he was talking about. He wasn't calling them hollow points. He was calling them something else, like self-defense round.
So yeah, they do the same thing actually. So a hollow point is just the original form of this and a cheaper version of it, but a hollow point does effectively the same thing. A self-defense round basically is designed to do the same thing as a hollow point, but much more so and at a much more reliable and advanced level.
Well,
basically,
it stays more intact, where the hollow point into the body. This is it stays together and it acts more like when you hit someone with the palm and they fly back versus stabbing them with a sharp thing and they the forward momentum is still there. Anyways,
I think none of us have ever have. I mean, I know some people in the military who have actually as experienced some of this shit. I've never had to kill anybody with a gun or a knife, but I couldn't imagine. Fucking A, man. But if I had to, I'll fucking do it.
Kill a fish with a spear, take that, and then fish fillet, or fish and chips.
Anyway, so I think we covered all of that. I think, like down the line, different type of ballistics. Not, as far as pistols, home defense. I think we covered that. Can we move on?
Yeah.
Because to be honest, I don't ever want to go through that. But if I had to, I'll do it with a baseball bat if I had to.
Yeah, but it's a lot more fun to shoot all your beer bottles with a gun than it is to hit them with a baseball bat, huh, Helio?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just like you don't even want to own a gun unless you go practice with it before you. Before something, there's a threat to you. I mean, you don't want to just have a gun and you don't know how to use it. I mean, what the fuck?
Helio, hold on a second, Helio. Just so you know, like when I bought the first few guns that I bought years ago, it was only because I was simply afraid of my right to buy a gun being taken away from me. And I simply wanted to buy it before the right was taken away from me. So I think what you said, sort of makes sense, but ultimately speaking, no, it doesn't make sense.
How about hold on? So you have a gun? Do you practice with it?
Well, yeah, I know, but Helio, but you got to keep in mind, it's not a question. It doesn't. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't make any difference if I touch my guns at all. The point is, I don't want the right for me to go and buy a gun and bullets to be taken away. And if I ever feel that I'm to the point in time where I'm living in a country where I feel like that right might be taken away from me, but I have the right at the moment to do it legally, then a sane person, a smart person, someone who's not an idiot, would simply go and buy guns, even if they don't want to shoot them at all, use them for anything, just for the sake of reserving the right to do that, for simply taking a step forward in at least.
Like, I'm gonna buy a fucking car, and I don't want to know how to drive it, but I just want to have it sitting in the fucking driveway.
No, that's not the point. The point is he's supporting.
Imagine if someone tried to take away your right to own a car, Helio. How would that make it?
It's more dangerous to own a fucking car than a gun.
Yeah, Helio, hold on. Answer the question. Hold on, Bond. Answer the question, Helio. How would someone taking away the right from you to own a car, how would that make you feel, Helio?
Like buying a car.
I'm fine.
Answer the question.
Guns. I don't even know why that would be a question. I mean,
because you made the analogy.
It's a tool. It's a tool.
Helio.
Just like I can.
Oh my God, Helio! Hold on, Helio. You just made the analogy between guns and cars. That's why I asked you that question. You just made an analogy between guns and cars. That's why I asked you that question.
Okay, ask me it again.
Hold on, Helio. So, how would it make you feel if somebody took away your right to own a car? How would that make you feel?
You know what? I actually can own a car, but I can't drive it legally now because I don't have a driver's license.
Question.
Oh, that's not the question, Helio.
Sheesh. How would it make you feel?
But you know what? I don't have a driver's license, but I can own a gun. How about that?
Okay.
You're too drunk, man. Whatever.
Well, that's too drunk.
Told you.
I'm talking about the legal implications.
Okay.
Are you not talking about the same thing?
If people were talking about taking away your right to drink beer, how would that make you feel?
Yeah, or better question, what would that make you do?
I know you're going to have to ask the people during Prohibition, see what happened then.
No,
wait, that's a better question.
Question. You would go out and buy a whole bunch of beer. Like you would stock your freaking house with beer.
Beer doesn't last long. So anyway,
that's his point.
Yeah, but it lasts at least a year, right? Helio, it lasts at least a year. Does beer last at least a year?
You're gonna have to elucidate all of whatever all the shit you just brought up. All right, so
he's too drunk.
I'm not too drunk. So you're gonna say, hey, my right to own a gun comes from where?
I would say from God, but whatever.
I agree with that. But
the right to defend yourself with any weapon that you choose comes from God. Comes from you being born.
So how is that confirmed or supported?
Well, when people are trying to take that right that they've written into their laws, look, you have to go buy it from the store. If they take that right away, you're probably not going to find it at a store. So what you might do,
I can go buy a gun. I can go buy a gun. Like you're saying, legally or lawfully?
Yes, legally. Yes, legally and lawfully while it's available. Yeah.
Now, legally, I can go buy a car, but I can't legally drive it.
It doesn't matter.
We know that. You've already said that. We know that. Okay.
All right.
So the reason, Helio, just hold on. The reason why we were bringing this up is because you tried to make an analogy involving guns and cars. All right. So I was trying to ask you, how would it make you feel if somebody took away your right to own a car? No. You didn't quite answer the question. Do you want to answer the question now in a simple answer? Like, it would make you feel bad, right, Helio? Right? Affirmative?
No, sure. Yeah. I can legally own a car, but right? I can't legally drive it.
Yeah, but that's not. But it won't be true forever. Eventually, you will drive a car, and you have driven cars, and you like being able to own cars, right, Helio? Right?
Cool. But
the same thing goes with guns, right, Helio? You like being able to own a gun, right, Helio?
Sure.
All right, and also beyond that, going to Bong Sal's wonderful example, you also like to drink, right, Helio?
Sorry, had to do it.
Well, legally, I have that ability. Yes, I drink.
I like to drink alcohol myself. All right, but the thing is, I just want to point out that if anyone were to ever try to prohibit the possession of alcohol or cars or guns, they're an asshole, and those people need to be stopped. Is the point I'm trying to make?
All right, cool. Hey, that's a trifecta. Anyone that?
What's a trifecta?
Look it up, bro.
Three what? Factus?
Well, I'll tell you what. You don't want to put cars, guns, and alcohol in the same trifecta. Yeah, I'm just. But that's not what we were talking about earlier. We're talking about
because a man might come along, drink the alcohol, take the gun, and drive the car. Right? That's why, right?
or maybe somebody it could go.
When you find a gun, beer, and a car, you're gonna be like,
"No,
I get it."
No, that's not what I was saying either.
Well, keep in mind that there is always the saying that freedom is not always pretty, but it is always important.
Yeah.
What is at stake here?
Y'all almost crazy as freedom.
Me. What? Probably crazier. Some of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost, but maybe a little bit crazier.
We're all crazy. Some more than others.
Yeah, Jebby Jed, I'm definitely going to work tomorrow because, hey, man, it's only 9:25 p.m. And
why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Yeah, the job I'm working at now is just like. It's like half the time when I show up, I'm like, do we actually have any work? I was like, I'm looking for another job right now. It's like, God dang, man. It's looking just like begging for hours, It's just like, God dang. I can't get 40 hours.
Keep in mind, Helio, that's the sign of a failing empire. Remember?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm looking for another job where somewhere I can get some overtime and then get some real pay and real benefits and shit. Yeah, I've been.
Well, then stop selling your time. Stop selling your hours. Like,
no,
you don't
know
get respect, mate.
Hey,
sell something.
Hey, bro. Hey, man. I mean, you want me to start talking?
Look, mate. Yeah, I know, right? Look, mate. Stop selling your hours, mate. Like start a business.
Hey, mate. I can't. Anyway.
Start a business or something.
I'm actually looking for better opportunities for me right now. So you guys give me some good vibes.
Whoa. I got an idea for you, man. I got a good idea for you. Find some philosophy books that you think people are interested in watching and read it. Read it. Create chapters and read it. Upload it. And move on. Every day read a chapter, upload it, and go on to the next thing. Go to work. I think that's a good idea. You got a good voice for it. As long as you figure out how to read it. How to be engaging when you read. You can do that. I love listening to audiobooks. It's the only way I can read books these days. You're doing things with your hands, busy all the time, but you got the book going. Especially that book, King's Dethrone. That'll probably not make you a lot of money, but pick some books that will get you some views.
Well, I kind of need money though, but
I need money to start this.
Well, I'm talking to stay alive. I kind of do need to make money, so but
you don't need money to do this.
to do this.
I'm thinking I need to start listening to, as far as while I'm working, listening to some audiobooks and like ancient.
You know what's the coolest thing about doing
Time
this?
and fucking all the ancient really good freaking.
The coolest thing about reading books and trying to get a channel going is that you're reading these books too. Isn't that cool? You pick these books that you've always wanted to read and then just read them. Now you're reading that book, and you can get some money if your channel does well, or whatever platform you want to use. LibriVox. I mean,
well, every time I do. Are you talking about me like reading the book out loud, like as an audiobook?
Yes. Because you got a good
because
voice.
my
You got a
voice is
radio
good.
voice.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well,
and you're a musician.
I don't know.
So you can add music to it. You can add like a background, some kind of background, some music, or depending on what you're reading, and create a brand. Create a brand.
It'd be like Drunk Helio reads freaking A Wrinkle in Time.
They don't know. They don't have to know who you are. Okay, they just need to hear your beautiful voice reading this beautiful.
I could
book.
just talk really slow.
They don't care about Helio. Yeah, they care about the content. Yeah. And as long as you provide good content,
I could read Tale of Two Cities.
There you go. And you always suggest very interesting books, and I don't got time to read those books, and I can't find them on the internet as an audiobook. So there are some opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, instead of listening to you assholes most of the time, I mean, I hit play, when I go to work in the morning, and then I listen to audiobooks.
There you go.
But I check back in every once in a while to make sure everything's good to go. I listen to I listen to all kinds of different shit on.
You make things with your hands, right? So you can design things and sell it on Etsy. You can sell things on Etsy. That's a second thing you could be doing. You could do like 2 hours, doing the chapter reading, upload it, and you can go to Etsy. You can connect these two if you want, and make it. So there are ways, things you can do where you don't have to, beg for hours, but
no,
beg to sell your hours, your time. Not good, man.
I know what you mean.
Don't ever beg people, man, like that, man. You demand. You have to demand it, not beg for it. Like, look, asshole.
They beg
here
me.
or not, I got shit to do with my life.
They beg me to come to work because they can't do what they design that I build.
Well, you got to know, right? Do you need me here? Because I need
They just
hours.
give me a few numbers and then I make something out of nothing. When they give me a fucking piece of paper that has a few numbers on it, and then I make it
hire yourself. Yeah. Work for yourself, that's what I'm saying. Be your old boss.
They just give me a piece of paper and say build this, and I'm like, well, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll have that.
That's not being a boss, mate. That's not being a boss. That's being a worker. Yeah, that's being a person waiting for somebody to give you work, man. You gotta create your own work.
Anyway.
Yeah. People need things, man. They want things, and nobody's providing those things. So those are opportunities.
Gotcha. I got you.
When we say, "Oh man, market is too saturated. I could never be," then you'll never be able to try. And I bet you what, probably 90% of the world, 90% of the world probably says that shit. And you know who does make it? The people that actually try it. So until you try it, you're just gonna be part of the 90%. Or whatever.
Like I walk through Walmart in the craft section, and they have some shitty old freaking little wooden boards or whatever. I throw more fucking wood scraps away to make that shit every day at the cabinet shop I work in. And they're selling them for like $12 a piece. I'm like, motherfucker, I can make that in about.
That's an opportunity right there. All that shit that they chuck out. You as a business, right? Like a separate business, you can ask if you can buy that, or hey, you guys, this is waste. Can I buy it from
my boss? Can I buy it from you and just make it?
Yeah, buy it low. Yeah, and then you
And
go
then
build
sell it at
something
the
with
farmer's
it.
market and be like, hey, man, dude,
Well,
instead of
you've got a
$12, I can
supply.
sell it to you for $5, you know?
Now you've got a supply, right? Now you've got a supply chain going where you can source the material and build the things on the side, and you're taking care of the problem of waste, right?
I
You're giving them
throw
money for
so
their
much
waste.
fucking shit away every day that can be used for
Yeah,
just little
and that's
craft
waste, and
projects
that's a
that you get
problem.
that
And
people
that's
spend, you know, dozens of, when they spend
That's a problem.
$12
And
on
if you can solve that problem for that business, right? Because they're throwing things away by giving them money, and then build things for people, and you can sell it for cheaper than Walmart. You solved a big problem right there. I mean, you got to do the research.
and it's just like, you know, those things, those little like Naughty Pine little boards or whatever, where they have ribbons going across, where you just put pictures on them. Just little
Yep.
craft projects, you know, you just hang it on the wall and you have pictures, just like stick under the ribbons and shit. Dude, I could make those fucking things like no big business.
We got a Craigslist here called Gumtree. I just look up all the things that people are getting rid of, like bricks and building material. I'll see it on the road. It's like, shit, this is perfectly good timber. So I'll go get it, bring it home, you know, add it to my garden. I oh shit, I got free stuff, man. Everything is free. Like,
There's
they give things away for free too.
There's piles and piles of freaking wood that I could make shit like that out of.
One man's treasure, trash is another man's treasure.
And just like I pile them up with intention. I don't know, bro. I can friggin' I hate boss.
Just get a friend to go over there and buy it from them for you. You know what I mean? Representing your business. You know what I mean? That you started.
Because I don't think my boss wants me to do it. You know, so
that's what I mean.
I don't ask him. You know, because there's also some other different types of woods where I can make cutting boards and shit, and you can make some freaking badass cutting boards. And you can sell that shit for. I can make a cutting board for $100 that would almost cost me nothing.
Exactly. So you can start a business on the side and maybe get your friend or someone, you know, to partner with to be the face to come and gather the material so you don't have to get, you know, into the mix. And you can still work there.
We've done big projects and I've saved like hickory and maple and freaking shit, you know. Then
you're the guy on the inside who can see all the material and the supply that can be taken, and your friend is the guy that comes to take it, and the business doesn't have to know that this is your business. Cool. Right.
I think the company I work for is kind of in a big transition right now, but he's also got there's some craziness going on. Bro, can I just buy all this crap? But at the same time, I don't have the tools to mill it and what I need to do to make it. It's like, man, can I?
Well, how much does that cost? How much does the tools cost? No,
well, just like, hey, man, can I just come up here on the weekend or something and make this shit? You know, and I'll pay you for that.
That's not how you do that. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because I don't.
You go look for on Craigslist. You look for the equipment you need. Right. You look at the prices, save up, and grab it. And if you can grab it, you grab it. And now you're building a little workshop where you can do all your work while you're working.
That's almost impossible for me right now. So.
Oh, it's just an idea.
Especially with what I need to do to mill it and everything, you know.
I heard you say you were begging for hours and that kind of that's bullshit, man. Don't do that.
No, yeah. Well,
demand your fucking
I'm working for is kind of in transition, and I think it's going to get worse in the near future. That's why I'm saying I'm looking for another job, but. Wow, all the scrap material that is in there that me and other man. I throw hundreds of dollars worth of material in the fucking dumpster every week. So it's
send your friend to ask how much they would sell it for and see if it's worth it at least.
Dude, and there's so much. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars of freaking shit where I work. It's just like the company.
Opportunity
I'd
knocks,
rather
right?
step away, but at the same time, I'd like to take
Preparation
whatever.
plus opportunity equals success. And opportunity is always knocking, right? All you have to do is prepare, which means get your tools, get your business set up. It doesn't mean you got to boom all at once, right? You can do it little by little.
Well, I don't have
I'm just
anywhere
giving you
to
ideas,
start it.
man. Shit.
No, I get you, but I don't really live somewhere or have any property or anything like that where I can start it. But that's all right. We ain't talking about that.
Yeah.
That's
Because once you get started, man,
this guy wouldn't even probably let me use the tools at the shop on off time if I paid him rent, for or whatever, and bought scrap materials. He probably wouldn't let me do that just to sell it because he's a fucking millionaire asshole.
No, that's not why. That's not
let
why.
me do it. Why won't
That's not why he's not going to let you do it.
Well, I can't say that because I haven't asked him. So
if you had a business that does that, maybe he'll consider it because it's doing business. But to ask him for a favor, probably going to get you fired. So I'm saying,
well, I'm about to quit anyway, so so it's just like, but he's not going to find it. He's not going to find. I mean, people that do. Somebody that can do what I do in that shop. I mean,
exactly. That's what I was going to say.
He's not going to find anybody that can do what I do.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Once you've got it set up, right, because you've got this skill, you can teach anyone you choose to do this one job, to build this, to sell it. And now the business can start paying for itself. You might pocket $10 a month. Who cares? It's all profit from here, right? And it's only going to grow. When you hire the second guy, now it's $100 in your pocket a month. I don't know.
I work in a cabinet shop. We call it a cabinet shop, but it's mostly mantles and custom trim jobs and stuff, and like barn doors and shit like that.
Wow.
But I'm a cabinet builder. I'm a cabinet builder, but I can do anything when it comes to woodworking.
Let's say you get this business up and you start building exactly those cabinets that guy you're working for is building, but it's cheaper to buy it from you than to hire some guy to make it in their office or in their workplace. Who do you think they're going to go with? Paying you less, or paying this guy to make
this cabinet shop is not as big money maker though.
Well, it doesn't matter. The quality of what you're putting out is all the way up there. If you're working for that kind of, if you're doing that kind of work, craftsmanship.
No, sure.
It has very high value.
Almost can't afford to lose me, but anyway.
Well, that's your bargaining chip.
On live stream, I'm not going to freaking talk about all the details of my fucking job. I just said too much already, but anyway.
We're talking about the paths we can take. Go ahead.
Should move to Australia, Helio. You'll make heaps of money, mate.
Hey.
Dude, I can make heaps of money here, but I just look at. I don't have a job. I could go to Savannah and work for Boeing and make $100,000 a year. But I don't have a driver's license.
Cabinet makers here make fucking shitloads of money, man.
Yeah.
Shitloads.
Yeah.
I told
how many people? How many people are in Australia?
I don't need to work for this fucking guy. So that's what I'm saying.
It's a less saturated market here. There's probably a higher demand and value than there.
Well, it's where I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas. It's one of the largest growing cities in the world, or in America at least. And so I just gotta find the right place to be. Because this
sell your hours. Gosh.
What?
Stop selling your time.
Yeah. Well. Stop selling your time. Don't have a job, you
time
mean?
Is money, right?
All right. Well, how am I gonna not do that?
Sell a product.
Okay. Well, where am I going to make that product?
Try pulling one out of your ass. I don't know.
What about his time? Does that work?
No, my time does work for a lot of people. I can actually make like $25-$30 an hour if people actually see.
Is that all your time is worth? $20 an hour. Come on, man.
Cool. So, all right, chill. So if it's not worth that, and I don't have a job, what am I going to do?
Well, you can slouch and drink and just be depressed.
No, I'm just
do something about
no,
it.
sure. I'm not slouching. I'm just like I live. You know, I live where I live, and there's no way I can set up a shop where I live. I don't have the tools, and I don't have the credit to like borrow and create my own company. So
Then you keep selling your time until you saved up enough to stop selling your time.
okay, well then, goddamn it, that's kind of what I'm trying to talk about. I need to go work somewhere else where I can make more money and kind of get myself set up.
I know of a great way. I know of a great way of making more money, but it involves a lot less effort. When it comes to time to vote Republican and let the Republicans take over, and then your taxes will go down. And then when you go to work, you'll have more money because you'll be paying less in taxes. There, very little effort and a lot more money in your pocket. You're welcome.
You fucking asshole. Yeah, that always worked for me when I voted Republican.
The only problem is
Connor said sell bongs.
Voting Democrat.
Hey, that's
same
not a joke.
Same problem here. Same problem here.
Oh god.
Hey, don't laugh at bongs, bro.
No, but President Ryan, Ryan. I know you're freaking. You can't be serious, but yeah.
Nah, those sell well, man. People were even creating NFTs.
Hey, I thought according to everyone, the Republicans are Nazis now.
Why, and the Democrats are not?
People who say that don't even know history. Like,
yeah, I don't even know what a Nazi is. This is like both parties are socialists. So what the fuck are you talking about? Both of them are National Socialists.
They're all Nazis. They're all
Nazis.
All of them.
Their freaking names, Republican.
Yeah. The Republicans and the Democrats are both Nazis. They're both Nazi parties. Because Nazi means National Socialism. They're both socialist parties.
Yeah, but keep
ideological differences.
Yeah, but there's as far as people shaking hands go and people, and bloodlines go, there's a more direct line that you can draw. So like, take for instance, you have George W. Bush, right? He was the president, and George H. Bush, he was the president as well. And then you had Prescott Bush, who was an American senator and who owned 40% of the war factories here in the United States when World War II was going on. And Prescott Bush and some of his buddies, they helped Hitler. They aided Hitler. Who
was the first director of the CIA?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I think about it. They funded the Third Reich. They were friends with Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
So
the first director of the CIA was George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, but think about it, Helio. Doesn't it seem like the perfect crime? Because if you start World War II and you make friends with Hitler before you start World War II, then if Hitler wins the war, well, then that's okay because you've made friends with Hitler. But if Hitler loses the war, well, that's okay because you're an American senator. So it doesn't matter who wins the war. Either way, you win.
But it's even dirtier than that. But I think some of that would get into territory that we're going to get another strike.
I think Hitler jumped the gun. He thought he was going to be the guy, right? And no. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, he was double crossed by fucking by Stalin and shit. Well, because Stalin was a much more. He's a bigger devil than, well, not bigger, but yeah, he was as much as a devil as Hitler, I'd say.
I mean, I think it's all eugenics. You know what I mean? This whole thing, racism, Nazis, or freaking the mystery religions. You know, it's all part of that thing. Theosophy. You know.
Can I throw something in real quick?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Please divert. Let's get back on.
I just want to throw in something on the topic you guys were talking about.
Go.
Just very brief. For those that have and I don't say this is not anyone's fault. It's just Victor's right to history, and a lot of the stuff that people hear about World War II and what went on in that time. I recommend everyone that has any interest in the truth of what happened during that time is watch a documentary called Hitler, the Greatest Story Never Told. There's been, there's so much proof, and a lot of the stuff that we learned in school or through education is based on propaganda, and pretty much there's even Jews,
Hey,
and
Fox, where did you see that documentary?
it's a documentary that is banned in 57 countries.
No,
and also, by the way,
I'm just wondering where you saw it. And what platform?
Helio, hold on. It's banned also on Discord. Unfortunately, like, I hate to say this, buddy, but it's banned also on Discord. Maybe not that.
It's not banned where I have it saved. I was just wondering
I have a copy saved of it, and
I mean, the subject matter is, and it's in their guidelines.
It's a very touchy.
By all means, post a link if you want, but just be careful with what you say about it. Because
I'm not going to share it here. I won't share it.
No, I wouldn't share that here. I'm just saying this is a very touchy subject. This is something that not a lot of people even have. I would say the right state of mind to even be able to talk about openly, because it's such a touchy subject. But like I said, a lot of the stuff that pertains to like Hitler being more of an evil or lesser evil than Stalin, I can just say
there were more Russians killed under Stalin because of his.
I'll just put it to you this way: in the whole of Europe, meaning all the European countries in 1933, there was not even the number of 6 million Jews living in the whole of Europe.
Oh, well, no, we're not going to go that far. No. I'm just saying, let's just not do it here. Let's not do it.
I'm just saying.
All I know is...
I acknowledge what you're saying. We can talk about it somewhere else.
The funny thing, we don't have to talk about that, but we can talk about the religion that those people believe in. That religion is the same religion that these people here believe in. The American government, all these people have the same religion. They all believe in the same thing. But when they talk to us, they tell us something different, right? You guys get what I'm saying? It's theosophy. It's that. It's the idea that the gods, that in the beginning, there were light beings, and these light beings slowly became more physical. And that's where you get these races from, right? The Boreans, the Aryans, right? And this is where eugenics comes from. This is where the rights of the kings come from, right? From these Nephilim.
Well, all those stories, like the word Nephilim, first pops up in Enoch, which is a book that's not even in the Bible.
Yeah. So when we say racism or eugenics, we're talking about the race of man versus the race of not man. I don't know what else, to call them, right? But that's what I think all this is about. America, to me, will always be more evil than any of the countries of the history of the world.
Well,
when you say America, though, you're thinking the government or the people?
See, okay, so yeah, that's what I want to make. Okay, yeah, the government, government institution, as what we know as the United States government, is literally what would be referred to in biblical times as Sodom and Gomorrah. We allow pretty much every decadency that there is known to man to spread. In this country, it was never like this. And I'm speaking from experience because I was born in Germany and my parents are from South America, so I'm brown skinned. And when I came here to the United States, people slowly learned that I was born in Germany, and even though I had brown skin, I was called a Nazi, you know? So it's just weird shit like that that just baffles the mind.
We are in a culture of ignorance here. But hey, Bong, I just want to point out, you shouldn't even make the generalization that the American government is evil, because I would say, in a grand sense, that's not even true. I would say it's just a rogue faction within the American government that is the real problem.
That's what they call the industrial military complex.
I think when the men that came over here, right, to start that, I mean, over there to start America, the country, right, they were all there to start the New World Order. This is older than America, older than all the countries and all the kingdoms we know. That's what I'm saying. It's all, America is designed to do what it's supposed to do, to usher in the new world.
Had that plaque that said Babylon on it.
Well, I mean, like the Statue of Liberty is a depiction of Ishtar, which is a Zoroastrian, so to say, it's like there was
is that the scene of the whore of Babylon?
Mm-hmm. Babylon is like well, like if people hear the stories like Hanging Guardians of Babylon, like Ishtar is like pretty much like the story of Lilith, you know, and then they have Bel, then they have another, I forget the other god's name, but it's like a fish head. And if you look at the Pope's cap, or what the Pope wears, it's like a fish head with its mouth open. It's weird. It's kind of hard to explain in like an hour conversation. You know, it's based around paganism.
No, the name is Dagon, Dagon, right? That's the name of the god of the Philistines, and that's exactly what the Pope is wearing.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Fish head god or something like that.
It's got a few meanings, but yeah.
So I just want to point out, it's not to say that, you know, even though there may have been people, you know, in the past that tried to steer the destiny of mankind in one corner of the flat earth or another corner of the flat earth, one area or another area, whatever, you know.
Well, I mean,
it's not to say that we can't steer our own destiny. So it's not to say that we can't take proper control of our own governments, and you know.
That's what the founding fathers
It's not our governments. That's the thing. None of these governments are our governments.
Well,
the way it's all set up, not our idea.
Stop right there. Yeah. Stop. Bonk, stop. Listen to what you're saying. Listen to the actual words that you're saying. Let's analyze this. You're saying not our governments. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, Bong, no shit. But that's not to say you should have a quitter attitude going forward forever, okay? Because that's not going to work for you. It's not going to work for your children. It's not going to work for any children anybody has, all right? Like, you can't just have a quitter attitude, all right? That wouldn't get someone like Ron Paul elected, all right? You know, and so what I'm trying to say is Bong, you're right at the moment, but that's not to say that it's a definite thing from here on out forever. Like, it's not to say that it can't change. That can change.
Okay, see, so can I put, so when you say change, what I was referring to before I was saying something as you were talking, but the change was left here by our founding fathers through the Second Amendment. And it's not only just the right to bear arms, it's to protect ourselves from tearful government, and even if our own government becomes tearful, we have a right to overthrow it. So the people have the will and the capability of doing this. It's just they have the capability, but they don't have the will. And we can change our country at any point. This country wasn't like this a long time ago. It's almost like the last 50 years, I would say, is more like, Eisenhower was, I guess, the top general during World War II, and he became president. And his final speech leaving office was warning us of the military-industrial complex that existed within our government. All they cared about was creating war, an endless war. First it was the Soviets in the Cold War, and then now we have, terrorism. And terrorism can be anybody that speaks against the government or sees a different view of what, I guess, the American government considers the way they want to rule. You can have a different opinion and you can be considered a terrorist. So it's along those lines. America is like the greatest country ever created, the most prosperous. And there's a reason for that. We became unified through our diversity. Many races lived here. We lived amongst each other. In other countries, it wasn't like that. We were democratic before any other country. Most countries were monarchically, ruled by monarchs, and then ruled by one, general or whatever, a totalitarianism or whatever you want to call it. But and the only thing other than that existed was communism, and we all know what that ends up to being. So I don't think I have to explain that to anybody that communism is a bad thing.
You'd be surprised. Like the community I live in, I'd say at the very least, it's kind of hard to say how to describe this, but at the very least, half of the people that I live around, solid half, 50% minimum. Minimum. This is a very conservative estimate that I'm throwing out here. At the very minimum, half of them are completely and totally oblivious to the concept of communism ever being a threat to anyone ever, anywhere, ever.
Well, that's due to the fact of this. Communism. So there's a guy named what the fuck was his name? Yuri Bezmenov, and he defected from the Soviet Union during the Cold War to Canada. And this guy did an interview in the 1980s, basically spilling the beans on what the KGB was doing in the 60s and early 50s. And their whole plan was to send educated Russians to the universities here in the United States to basically, I would say, desensitize what communism was in the minds of those the baby boomers and their children. So the reason that a lot of people embrace socialism today is because of the educational system that we have here is embedded and teaching socialistic ideals like Karl Marx and Leninism, and they kind of are oblivious to the atrocities or basically the genocide of every single communist country that's ever existed. And their excuse to this is they weren't doing it right. That's not really communism. If you read Karl Marx and you know who Karl Marx is as a person, personally, not that I've met him, but things that have been written about him that people personally knew about him, is exactly why communism is probably the biggest threat to any stable society. And this is why the Nazis or Hitler hated communism so much, and he decided to basically invade the Soviet Union. It wasn't, I want to fight Europeans, because one, he tried to make peace with Britain. Two, France was basically defeated in a couple of weeks, and he didn't fight Spain or Italy or any other European country after that. It was just straight to the Russians.
Yeah, but hold on. So I think it's worth pointing out, he was a collectivist nonetheless, right? Hitler.
I mean,
socialist.
don't get me wrong. It's not like he's rainbows and sunshine, but for the time and the situation that the whole of
A
Europe.
militant collectivist. You should point that out. He was a militant collectivist.
It's like there was a lot of hard choices that needed to be made at that time. Like people don't understand. Like in Germany in 1930, before 1933, I would say like 1922, between 1922 and 1933, Germany was going through the Great Depression like every other country in the world. But when the National Socialist Workers' Party took over Germany through votes, not through guns or a revolution or anything like that, through people voting for them, they basically brought that country out of the Great Depression outside of every single other country in the world, and then created an economic system that threatened the Rothschilds' way of banking, which are the same people that printed.
Oh, all right, wait, hold on. I understand, but let's just fast forward a little bit to the important part. The important part is who invaded what country first, where, and when. Was that?
Oh yeah, it was Operation. What was it called? Barbarossa, which was the invasion of the Soviet Union.
Was that? I thought it was Poland. Wasn't Poland first?
Oh yeah, the first country that Germany invaded was Poland, but there was a pact between.
Okay. So let's focus on this. So, do you know any of the details of this? Like, you know what they did with German newspapers? Take for instance, in the weeks before this. You know what they did?
Yeah, the whole the whole way that it was told during that time was there was Germans that were living in Poland and they were basically being oppressed by the Polish government, abused. And so Hitler made a deal with Stalin to invade the country and split it in half, which they did. That's where the Tripecta fucking treaty came from, where Stalin would give them oil.
I was talking about the part where they took 9, I think, or maybe it was 11, I think. One of those, it was an odd number of that sort. But they took some German prisoners and they dressed them up in Polish military uniforms, the SS or so, or whatever German government they had at the time. And they lined them up and they took a picture of them and then shot them and took pictures of their dead bodies. And then they posted in the German newspapers at the time that Polish forces had attacked German forces and that we retaliated. And here are the pictures to prove it. And then from there on forward, they invaded Poland based on that. Am I wrong about that?
I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong about that, but from my understanding is the invasion of Poland was a joint, basically a joint operation between the Soviet Union and Germany. There was like a no-brainer why Poland wasn't even a state until after World War II or after World War I. So Poland became a nation because they took territory from not only Russia, but they took a lot of territory from Germany. So that's territory that they wanted back. It was basically the treaty.
I don't care about that part though. But I mean, the point is, Poland was a sovereign nation at the time, correct?
I wouldn't even call it a nation.
What? Well, that sounds like a ridiculous opinion, but I'm talking about objective facts. It was.
No, I'm just saying.
It's military. By the way, it's military at the time when World War II started. Its military consisted of a few hundred men on horseback with rifles.
You're right about
that. So I'm just saying. I don't think Hitler or Stalin. I don't think either of them were justified in invading that country. I think they're both equally guilty.
Oh, I mean, like the justification for it. I mean, there's really the only reason that Germany wanted to invade Poland was to basically retain the territory that they lost during World War One. That's pretty much the only justification for it.
Yeah. Well, you know what they could do if they really wanted to make that happen, and if they were real men instead of weak little worms that they would do it via diplomacy, not with a gun, like a weak little worm.
Well, that's the thing. That there was what was it called? The fucking Council of Nations or something like that. I forget exactly what they called it after World War II. Which was they had a treaty with all the other European countries that they would get attacked, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there was a joint union between Soviet Union and Germany at the time to invade Poland. Like I said, Poland didn't become a country until after World War I, which was 3 years before. You get what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't even a real thing.
So
it's kind of like
so
somebody just drew a line and was like, "Oh, this is a new country."
Fair enough. Let's say we have abolished communism in the world, and all we have left with now is capitalism. And if we read the definition of capitalism, there's a meaning: concentration of capital in the hands of a few.
Yeah.
The power or influence of large capital. You know what's in my head right now? Gravitas. Gravity.
Well, I'll give you an example.
But wait, let me move down real quick. Hold up. Capital may be most briefly described as wealth producing wealth. And if you keep reading down, there's no satisfactory definition for the term. But before that, it says right here, sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to get the private enterprise free to seek profit and fortune by employing for wages the mass of human labor. So if all we had left was capitalism, right? And this is the world we would live in. A world where only a few people control the wealth of the whole fucking world, right? And we are nothing but slaves. So I'm not saying communism is a good thing. I'm saying this is a false-ass dichotomy. And we're like doing it again, we're doing the tribal mentality thing. Oh, I'm going to choose this side.
What exists right now is
right there. You're completely wrong, Bong. It's not a tribal thing. Tribalism is a very different thing. This is simply corruption and versus the lack of corruption. If you want to put it in the most basic
corruption of corruption, right?
No. Let me put it in different terms. You gotta look it up on the internet right now if you need to. Look up the term collectivism, Bong. You need to understand collectivism, what it is. It's a category, all right? It's a category that has a lot of things under it. 3 things, maybe 4 things, maybe 5 or 6. The 3 primary things that it has underneath it are communism,
so many isms, bro.
All right, there are 3 different forms of collectivism. So you got to understand, this is not tribalism that you're talking about, Bong. This is like when you say tribalism, Bong, that just simply illustrates your lack of comprehension of what collectivism is.
No, I'm saying you either choose communism or you choose to support capitalism.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. So when you have 2 sets of mindset, like right now, those are the 2 dominant ones. There's capitalism and there's communism. And there's people here in the United States that are young people that are for communism. So when you find someone that's gone far right and someone that's gone far left, you eventually go in a circle. And what do you think that circle ends up being?
That's retarded. That makes no sense. What you just said makes no sense
literally
at all.
Everything. Like the left and the right are the same thing. They're literally.
No, they're not. No, they are not. That is retarded. You are making no sense at all. What you're saying is nonsense. That is absolutely.
When someone is center left, when someone's the center left, and then they go far left, what do they call the far left?
It doesn't matter if you're center left or far left or center right or far right. If you choose any of these things, okay, you are entering into this team versus that team, right? Who's going to win the Super Bowl? I love this team. I don't agree. All this. That's tribalism.
And you agree
with tribal mentality, right?
I got to point out to you, Bong, you're not very good at analyzing the details and seeing the forest throughout the trees, Bong. I got to say that to you. You're not very good at seeing the forest.
Well, your definition of collectivism, right? Look, let's read the definition.
No, it's not my definition.
No, not your definition. The definition we are given is right here, right? The principle of centralization of social and economic power in the people collectively. And we know that the people have no power whatsoever. No power. So what is this collectivism? It's not us. It's not my neighbor. It's not you. So who is collective? What is this collectivism? Who is centralizing social and economic power here? Can we look around and see something?
Hold on. Just listen to me for a second. Hold on. All right. So this collectivist concept is reflected in certain policies that certain politicians put forth, and it's also not reflected in other policies that other politicians put forth. Now, you as an individual, I'm not sure you live in Australia or whatever, so maybe you can vote on whatever you got over in that corner. I'll vote on whatever I got over in the corner. But the point I'm trying to make is,
not my government.
As these, just listen to what I'm fucking saying and pay attention. Come on, man. Just listen to what I'm saying for a second. All right. So what I'm trying to say is, as these politicians present forth, whether we live in hopefully a democracy or a republic, whatever, at least some potential to vote on these things or not vote on them or vote against them or whatever. When they present forth policies that coincide with collectivism, that have a lot to do with collectivism, what I'm trying to say is it would be in your best interest to at the least, take the time to vote against those. So at the very least, you're paying less in taxes. But also, hey, maybe less of your money's going to NASA or bullshit operations like that. Because that's, after all, another form of collectivism. Is NASA, right? That's technically collectivism. And it's a very wasteful form. It's a very wasteful form at that. So I'm just saying that you got to understand that these things are reflected in different policies, but not others. And it's a very foolish thing to say that they're reflected in all policies or none at all. That's a very foolish thing to think.
Can you give an example of such policy, sir, that reflects the collective mind, if there is such a thing?
No, collective mind. Collectivism is the word, not collective mind. That's a whole different term with a whole different meaning. Collectivism.
Okay, a policy that reflects the collectivism. Yeah. Like what policies?
But take for instance, state-sponsored school where they teach you that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's a form of collectivism that we have going on here in the United States currently. That we should
it's not from the people.
Get rid of.
It's not from us. None of these policies are from us. These are from corporations who want to pass certain policies that are in their best interests.
Yeah, but hold on. We are tolerate. It's ingrained in the culture, is it not? So you got to keep in mind. So Bong, what you just said right there. This is the point in time where you got to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Politics is downstream from culture. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if the culture here in the United States, as of this moment, if the culture was more so that, hey, man, NASA's lying to us. The Earth is flat and stationary. These guys are just wasting our money, and they're bullshitting our children in school. See, if that was the culture, listen carefully. If that was the culture, then politics being downstream from culture, that would make the politics reflect that. But that's not the culture, right?
I agree.
So you got to change the
culture. I agree, and I know that culture is controlled, manipulated, and steered towards wherever they want culture to go. I mean, look around. People are freaking. They don't even know what they are anymore. You know what I mean? So, what culture, right? Our cultures have been destroyed and replaced with these new cultures, right? Whatever they want. Whatever they want people to consider culture, that's what people are going to do. And that's going to float downstream and hit the political scene, right? And then policies get passed.
Oh, yeah, that's just it, Bong. You got to keep in mind, some people, not too many people, but some people consider communism to be the culture. And boy, I tell you, you don't want to let those people get in control. I tell you that much.
So, there's, we can learn a lot from Star Trek, The Wrath of Khan. Oh, and by the way, Poland was formed in 955. Anyway, was formed during World War II, dude. Was formed by the Pope in 955. Yeah. Anyway, so we can learn a lot from Star Trek, Wrath of Khan. So in the end of it, Spock is dying, right? And he says, sometimes the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. This is a philosophy, right? So there's two philosophies: that the individual is supreme, or the individual is supreme, and it outweighs the rights of the individual outweigh the rights of the society or the public at large. And then there's the other side where the public's rights as a whole, the collective rights, are greater than the rights of the individual. So if the public needs something, fuck the individual. Whereas the other way, it's the individual has rights and it isn't their problem what the public needs. Right? So these are two like worldviews. And different communism obviously slants on the side of, the individual isn't as important as the whole. In the Western world, at least according to our public relations or the way it used to be, is that individualism is the most important thing. So it's really weird that when you go if you go to Asian cultures, this is how they view the world, right? That the community or the society or the public or whatever you want to call it, that outweighs whatever the individual might want, right? So their policies are. And they accept that culturally. I know. I have a friend. He's married to a Chinese lady. His daughter lives in China. He's explained to me how they think about the world in China. They don't look at the world as individualistically as we do in the West. But what Bong is saying is valid though, because through the propaganda and the media, they create the culture. They're creating it to be whatever they want. How did they sell the public school system in the beginning? Because it didn't exist at one point, and then it did exist. So they legislated it. They made mandatory school attendance. They created the public school system. Do you think they really did that to educate people? Because they were people are dumb. We want to make them smart. Nobody did it for that reason. It wasn't done for the public good. It was done for the individual good of individuals. Yeah, so I'm sure there was individuals that had some agenda, right? And they thought that public school system would fulfill that agenda, so they created it.
It's to build a working class, and they've done a great job at it so far.
So when was that? Was that around the year 1900?
I think they started it. I know there's something coincides with it's I know it's around the end post Civil War period where they started making. It probably started in Massachusetts. All the stupid shit starts in Massachusetts. All the stupid big government nonsense starts in Massachusetts. Got the first police force, got the first district attorneys, got the first, Child Protective Services. We got all the first Gestapo shit. So it probably started here with we have to make the kids, we don't want any, I think they started with the idea of literacy, right? We have too many illiterate people. We want everybody to be able to read and write. And they probably sold that idea because, they sold that idea, but that's not what the actual, the typical bait and switch. You say, yeah, we're doing it for this reason, but there's another reason that they're not telling.
So, if that's the case, then what is the most good we can do? As far as being in the truth community, what do you guys in here think the most good we can possibly do? Because if it is controlled by an overwhelming agenda that is nothing we can do against the tide, what can we actually do realistically to kind of maybe thwart the efforts?
I hate using Matrix analogies, but these people are plugged in, dude. They're gonna they have to unplug themselves. It's if you try to unplug them, they resist you. Look, if you went to went to the mall and started asking people, we should abolish the public school system, they would revolt against you. They would not go along with that. Even though they would probably agree with everything you said, right? You're yeah, it's brainwashing. Kids aren't learning everything. You have
It's inefficient.
You could say all these things about the public school system and all the bad things associated with it. Crime in the school system, rapes, murders, like you name it. Like there's more to it than just a bad education. Going to a public school is dangerous.
But the working class would suffer.
It's a greater danger than staying home and being homeschooled, right? You know, you're not going to have a homeschool shooting unless your dad goes nuts or your brother goes nuts, right? You're not going to.
But the big push for going to school is that the working class would suffer because their break is from when the kids go to school. So the working class actually is able to keep working if the kids are able to go somewhere for 8 hours.
Wait. Well, hold that thought though. Hold that thought right there.
Government funded babysitter.
Yep.
Yeah, but that same working class is paying taxes for that inefficient school system. Maybe if they got rid of the school system and let those working class people keep their taxes, they could, have their child go to a private school, and who knows, maybe they'd still have change left in their pocket afterwards because it might run more efficiently.
I agree with that, man. But like how they're selling it to people is they're not giving. You know how the devil's in the details. Like they don't tell you all that stuff. But if you actually found out that would be an option, then you would probably be telling people, but everybody just doesn't have the time to do the research to figure out if that would be a better option or not. So they would just keep with what's going on right now, like without disrupting the status quo, and like that's what it is, man. Like people are just so what's the term here when you're so used to something? Complacent.
Yeah.
They're very complacent and
I think they also don't care about money either. So whether the school system's efficient and effective or not, it doesn't really matter because in the end they're getting what they want. So if they were to run a government-like business, they'd run it a hell of a lot better than they're doing now.
Are they getting what they want?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they're getting working class,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like we're dealing with that. Like in this server, we're specifically dealing with the outcome of those individuals. When they come in here, they're coming in here with years of indoctrination of the schooling system. And I mean, you have to peel back an onion just to get back down to like what is really the underlying cause for their cognitive dissonance. And so it's a struggle. Like, I mean, you think you want to address something, logically and get into like where you're talking to them with common sense, but you have to like really dig through their psyche to really understand what's the issue, and it's always like some kind of philosophy they have about the worldview. And I mean, that's really the whole meat and potatoes of it, man. Like that's why we struggle in it with people actually realizing that the earth isn't what they've been told. Because that's it. The whole school system, and it's a domino effect, man, actually.
Well, my understanding of they created the public school system, but people didn't send their kid a large. Well, you know how the debate is, right? So the aristocracy and the upper class, they're all educated. They can read and write and blah 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 blah. So hey, you poor people, you can be like the rich people. We're going to create a public school system, and you can have your kids educated, and they'll be just like the high class people, right? Because this class structure thing, it didn't just like disappear when like America came. It kind of like it still exists. It's under the surface, but it kind of like faded away. You know what I mean? So it's like in the 1700s, in the 1800s, they still had this class structure where you had basically aristocrats, even though they weren't called lords and ladies and shit. They were like landholders. Then you had the people underneath it, because we had slaves, right? We had indentured servants, and we had debt prisons. And until they got rid of like all those things, right? Did they like kind of quote unquote even the playing field? But that's what they do, right? They say this is the way rich people live. You want to be like rich people, so the government's going to provide it. And so one thing rich people do, they get educations. They go to universities. You want your your immigrant that just came over on a door, or somebody that frickin' has been on a farm and they can't read or write or can do anything more than basic math. So we'll educate your kids, and the government's gonna pay for it. Well, people didn't actually go. Kids didn't want to go. That's why we had truant officers. So they had to make laws, and they made truancy illegal, right? And if you know, your kid didn't go to school enough times, you went to jail. So they ended up having to make it mandatory. If they have to make something mandatory, right? If they have to pass a law and make a punishment for it, that means the people didn't want to do it in the first place. Why did they have to force them to do it? You see what I'm saying? And then the education system itself, right? So now they have mandatory schooling. Then they come up with child labor laws, right? Everything is slow separation of child being with the parents constantly because you are always in the same environment, right? Like a farm, right? Or a trade, right? So if your dad was a shoemaker, you know, the kid would learn the shoemaker trade. He'd be in the shop doing the frickin' gopher shit, right? Go for this, go for that. And he'd learn the trade slowly but surely. Then he'd take over. You were a cobbler, he'd be a cobbler, right? Or a cooper, which is a barrel maker, right? So like your kid would learn the trade, he'd always be at home. And there was that natural evolution or the passing down. But that all got messed up when they took the kids basically out of the home and put them into the public school system. But the thing about the public school system, what you were bringing up, Miggy, is the method of brainwashing has changed. So they initially indoctrinated people in like the so-called knowledge of that the aristocracy believed, right? Which was put on them from royalty, right? The royal lines of Europe, right? So they passed on what they said in the Pope and the church, and whatever they said was acceptable knowledge. Those are the books that got published because they had to approve them. And then that's what the aristocracy learned. And then eventually that's what the peasants learned. But they've gotten away from that. They don't do it that way anymore. They teach you how to think and how to evaluate information. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, they teach you rote memorization. But the thing they're really teaching you is like the primary thing that they're teaching you is this information is true is because everybody else believes it. Right? They don't teach you like, okay, we're going to critically think about this and analyze how they came up with this and like what's the experiment they did and what's the history and like this, that, and the other thing. They don't even anymore. They just say, this is it. This is the consensus, right? The entire time I was growing up, the entire time I was in high school, the entire time I was in university, they never said the word scientific consensus once. It was never said. Because that was not like how they taught us how to evaluate information. But that's how they teach kids how to evaluate information now. What is the consensus? What does everybody else believe? But here's the thing. You don't actually know what everybody else believes because nobody ever took a survey. So they just tell you what the consensus is. The school says, this is the information. This is what the scientific consensus is. And then you would believe them. Why would they lie to me? Why would the teacher lie to me and tell me that this is a consensus when it isn't? And why would all these people, why would they all get together and have this consensus without lying? What they teach now is don't question it at all, any of this. Don't question any of these claims. Because the whole social structure believes this. And if you don't believe this, you're going to get canceled, ostracized, picked on, whatever. That's how they're teaching people. They're not teaching people through information anymore, through like informational brainwashing. They're teaching people like you train dogs. Right? The dog doesn't need to know why, like, he's supposed to fucking roll over. He doesn't need to know why he's supposed to go fetch a ball. You just train him, right? Carrot, stick, carrot, stick, carrot, stick, carrot, stick, carrot, stick, and they just do what you want. You don't need to teach them why. That's the difference between the kids that come in here now as opposed to like somebody that was born like, you know, in the 70s or 60s and they come in here. The way they think is completely different. Their justifications for their beliefs are completely different.
They're taught what to think instead of how to think.
No, they're not even taught what to think. They're just taught like how to react, like a fucking dog, dude. They're trained like monkeys.
Just memorize and regurgitate.
Yeah, like this is what everybody else believes. Do you believe that too? Okay. Well, if everybody else believes it, I gotta believe it because I know from the time I went to school that this carrot stick thing's going on, right? That if I don't believe what everybody else believes, I'm going to be socially punished. So I'm going to just go with what they believe. They don't even care what the information. How many times, like, has somebody come in here and, like, they don't know anything and they have to, like, go ask Google what to believe? Oh, Google, what am I supposed to believe about this? How many times has someone said, oh shit, man, I'm not going to watch that. Like, that YouTube video can't be right because it only has 64 million views or something. Right? This is how they think about stuff. That this majority consensus thing determines the truth. But the thing is, they know that like there's like the social inertia that like if they try to swim upstream against this collective delusion that they're going to be punished. It really is a punishment.
Anymore, and well, I'm noticing more and more that when you start pointing out like logical fallacies in people's thought process, like now more and more people are starting to like that gets like an eye roll reaction. It's like, oh God, here he goes talking about logic again. You know, I don't care about your dumb ideas about fallacies. It's like becoming more and more ingrained into their culture.
That's because they're operating under emotion. They're evaluating things under how it makes them feel. It's not about logic anymore.
I think it's worth pointing out that it's not to say that they necessarily would be punished if they, question.
It's the perception of punishment.
But they perceive that they would be, and most people are or not most people, but a lot of people are so cowardly that that alone would make them be like, oh no, it's a globe. There's 90% of the people believe it's a globe. It's a globe.
Well, these kids are growing up in this cancel culture, right? And so you have these other things, these other non-issues, right? Like, the Fauci, the fucking Mexican beer germ, gender bending, and all that stuff, right? And they know that, like, at least in their perception, is that everybody believes in that, and that, like, if you don't go, yay, democracy, right? Like, democracy's like, yeah, we're a democracy. Democracy's the greatest form of government. Yeah, America's founded, it was a democracy. That's like, and you go, democracy's the stupidest form of government that ever was. I've had people in this server that the young guys, like, just go crazy. Like, oh my God, you fucking said, like, they can't believe it, right? When the founding fathers, they were against democracy. Democracy's tyranny of the majority. Like, the United States is not a democracy. Never was supposed to be. And, like, democracies are fucking evil. They're just as totalitarian as a fucking dictatorship. They're no different. It's just like, it's a collective totalitarianism, right? It's a 51% totalitarianism as opposed to just one guy. And whoever can make 51%, it can be one guy, because if one guy can make 51% believe something, then you have the same totalitarianism. But the point is that, like, they've been brought up in a culture that punishes going against the grain. But the thing is, they've learned, like, okay, there's certain topics that if I go against the grain, that I'm going to be punished. So, and they won't tell you what topics they are, right? Just like when they said, when they deleted Citizen Z server for, like, so-called COVID misinformation, but didn't tell them what the misinformation was. Right? So now you don't even know what is right or wrong, right? Because they don't tell you. They don't tell you what the incorrect opinion is. So you basically just sit there silent and mute with your balls cut off, waiting and seeing if, like, what is the wind blowing, by you're just watching everybody else's statements and interactions, and then you just go with the flow because you don't want to be punished. This is how all the kids come in here. They think, and when they come in here, they're trying to punish us for not going with the flow, right? That's what they do. They come in here and they try to, like, that's why they come in here and chant Earth is round, dude. They're like virtue signaling. Yes, I'm a cool believer. Earth is round. They like come in the server, type Earth is round, and leave the server. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's cult mentality.
Yeah, but the reason because they have to register, they have to it's like fucking being in a Nazi party or something, right? Like, you have to show your loyalty to the Nazi party. Like, whenever freaking someone in uniform, you got to give the Nazi salute to show that you're part of it. So they come in here and go, Earth is round. I'm part of the majority, man. Don't pick on me.
Well, I think a better analogy would be if we didn't have a Nazi government, but Nazism was a common part of our culture, and we had a anti-Nazi Discord server. They would come in here and type in the chat, "Hail Hitler," and then leave immediately.
Exactly, dude. That would be fucking funny as shit, dude. That's almost like, that would almost make like a good skit. Virtue signaling for the Nazi party. Hail Hitler, retards! I'm out. I'm losing brain cells. Yeah, but it's all emotion driven, and these kids are being educated emotionally. My oldest son is so fucking emotional, dude. If he hears, like, it's almost embarrassing to say, and listen. I raised him right. I raised him almost identically to the same way I was raised. Now, obviously not in the same environment, because that's not actually possible. You can't raise someone in the identical environment, but basically using the same, like, virtues and principles that I was raised upon. Whenever he hears, like, information he doesn't like, he gets so emotional about it. It really kind of, like, it throws me off, because I'm like, oh my God, dude, like, you're a wreck, man. And I don't mean, like, it's not emotional like he's passionate about his argument. No, it's more like, I don't want to hear it. I can't take this. I can't listen to you say this stuff. And like stomps off. And it's not even talking about, it's not like criticizing him. It's just talking about some issue, right? And like, it's just really strange to me. Because he's a man, well, a young man, but he's still a man, and to be that emotional really fucking like, it's really crazy to me. And I know where it comes from. It comes from the school system, because my middle son, who's 22, he isn't as emotional, but when he hears stuff, he acts the same way. So they both went to the public school system 2 years apart, or 1 year apart from each other. So, but they didn't go to the same schools. They actually went to different schools, right? There's like 5 elementary schools in Cambridge. So they went to different schools, but they learned, the school district, they have a curriculum. They teach people a certain way. So it's like they have a common denominator, and the common denominator is that they were taught how to process information a certain way, and that way is to evaluate it by check what way's the wind blowing and go that way. Like, when I was growing up, when we went to school, you had an assignment and you did the assignment and you turned it in. Then you were graded. That's not the way they did stuff. A lot of their stuff they did was collaborative and in groups. I'm not kidding you. Like, it's so many times, like, instead of like having a individual homework assignment, it would be a collective homework assignment. So it'd be 5 people in a group, and they were all assigned to collectively get that assignment done. This is how they went to high school.
Yeah, and so if one of them didn't do any work at all, then the one who did all the work got 50%, which is an F.
So what ends up happening? Well, what ended up happening is, and my son even told me, is that like what happened is you have like a group of 5 people. 2 of them would be doing all the work. The other 3 would be fucking up. So now the other 2, they feel like, you know, being used. So now they fuck up, right? Because they're just like, I'm not going to try. I'm not going to like, you know, I'm not going to drag these people along. I'm going to do the bare minimum I can do to get by so that we all pass. But I'm not going to put in the extra effort, because if I put in the extra effort and I excel, it makes it look like these lazy bums are excelling too. You see what I'm saying? Like, it makes the whole group look good. There's no individual achievement. It's a group achievement. No matter how well you do within that group individually, you don't get individual accolade. You don't get to any accolades. But he was taught all through school like this. This whole way of like teaching children in this way is so, because it's associated with education. This is how you think that you have to evaluate information and determine what the truth is, because that's what I thought education was for. You go to school to get educated, right? So you basically to train the intellectual capacity of your mind so that you can take information, evaluate it, memorize it, you know, and figure out what the truth is and then what to do in any given situation, or apply it to something practical, like, you know, building something, balancing your bank account, figuring out, like, you know, how to plan, you know, a 3-week vacation in Miami. Like, you know, you're supposed to be able to take the skills that you learned in school and apply them to like any situation. That's what I thought the public schools was. Well, I mean, that's what I thought when I was really young. I figured out real quick that the whole thing's about social engineering. I figured that out by 7th grade. That it's not about your grades. It's about obeying. But the whole point of everything I was saying is that the way they teach now is different than the way they teach then. Now they train children like dogs. They train them like animals. There is no actual education. That's why, I mean, I've known this for years, man. I had a good friend, they were a college professor in this is back in the 90s, like the mid 90s. He used to tell me, like, the kids that are coming out of high school, they're so goddamn dumb that they have to take, like, they're getting in university, but then when they actually have to start doing the university courses, they don't have English and math skills sufficient to actually do the courses. So the universities are taking these kids, and the universities are teaching high school level mathematics courses to get the kids up to the level of a freaking some math 101 class. Or some English composition 101 class. They have to bring them up to it. But they're already in the university, right? So they have like these extra programs. This is back in the 90s. 2023 now. Right? And it didn't get any better. Because they're not teaching them anything. They're just training them. Right? Teaching versus training. Like, it's a huge difference. I hope everybody gets what the distinction is between this teaching somebody, even if it's rote memorization, to just spit back, you know, Newton discovered the law of gravity and blah, 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 blah. That's better than, like, doesn't matter who Newton is. It doesn't matter about anything is. Whatever new information, the only way you can evaluate that is ask what everybody else thinks. And then what everybody else thinks is what the truth is. That's a total different methodology of fucking teaching, dude. That's totally different. And it's fucking scary, to be honest. See, and like this segues right back to when I jumped in, what we were talking about, collectivism. When you evaluate reality against the collective, What's good for the collective? What does the collective think? What is the Borg, right? The Borg has assimilated me. What's good for the Borg is what's good for me. Here's something funny, man. When Goldberg's coming here, all you flat earthers think something different, as if that's like some sort of insult. Like, how is that an insult? Yeah, we all think something different. We're individual human beings and we have different opinions about things.
Some families, some cultures, like my culture, Samoan culture, feels like communism, but it's not because it's based on family, right? Like you're already looking after the best interest of your family. So I think, I mean, this. My idea is capitalism itself. It feels like some kind of system, slave system. But then you need a bad guy, right? I think that's what communism is. Like, so that everybody would prefer capitalism.
Wait. How is? Can you explain how capitalism is somehow slavery? Can you articulate that for me? I don't see the connection.
Well, wealth concentrated in the hands of the few, and utilizing mass human labor.
But that's not capitalism.
That's the real definition.
Yeah, but what you're describing is just the wealth being in the hands of the few. That's a separate concept within itself.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Capitalism is about wealth, creating wealth.
Yeah, but hold on, Bonk. Do you understand that is a completely separate concept within itself from capitalism? Yes or no?
It's in the definition I posted. If you scroll up a bit.
Yeah, but okay. Capitalism is very simple. It's free enterprise.
That's what we're told. That's
capitalism.
Yeah, that's a tiny little excerpt at the bottom, right? It says, "Yeah, free trade." That's the tiny little thing, little noun definition. But the top, that's from the top. That's the real. That's how it developed the word and the term. And what is a capitalist? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the capitalism gets conflated with being like a political system when it's more like an economic system. So it's a way of financing a particular enterprise. Like, so you want to build a bridge. Okay? It's too much for one person to do it. So you need more than one person, right? So you need a conspiracy. So how are you going to formulate this conspiracy, and where are you going to get the resources to make it? Now, there's a bunch of different ways. One way is capitalism. You find some person that wants to put up the capital, right? The money, or the raw material, or the labor, or some other thing, right? They put it up. They get the project done. And as a reward for that, they keep some of the profit, right? Because they're taking a risk. They're putting up what they own, right? And they're risking it for something that could fail.
Yeah.
Or succeed. And that's the justification. That's how capitalism is supposed to be. Okay. Now the key word there is supposed to.
Oh.
That's how it's supposed to work. And the profit taken is supposed to be fair. It's not supposed to be greedy. It's not supposed to be what they call unconscionable, which means against the conscience, right? It shouldn't be so bad. Like, I put up $20,000 in capital and I made $20 billion. That's an unconscionable profit. There's no justification for making that profit, right?
Yeah.
It's beyond even what usury is, right? That's even beyond, like, usury is considered, I think, over like 10% interest. Technically, like, usury is any interest. But as far as like legal usury, that if you charge above, at least in the United States, if you charge above a certain percentage, it's a crime, right? So I think in Massachusetts, actually I think it's a variable rate. It's like whatever the prime rate is plus like 21%. So if you charge more than that, they consider it usury. That's why they have loan sharks, right? So loan sharks, like the mob, right? You go to them and they charge a percentage higher than that. But it's also they'll give you money for and have bad credit. Thing is, you're going to pay one way or another. Doesn't matter if you have bad credit. There ain't debtors' prisons, but there's frickin' leg breakers. So that motivates people to pay the mob back. But you have this usury thing, right? So like, if I make $20 million profit on a $20,000 investment, that's way beyond what even usury is. That's an unconscionable profit. There's no justification for making that. But nowadays, it's just like those moral standards, because they are moral standards or ethical standards at least, they don't exist anymore. And that's the problem. Is that they just don't exist. And that's where that's where income taxes were supposed to come in, right? Is when you start having profits that are way beyond what is conscionable, the government is supposed to punish you by taking the money out in taxes and then redistributing your basically theft from from your greed, right? And redistribute it for, to the public. That's the idea. These are the actual mental justifications, rationalizations for the structure they've set up. But it doesn't actually work that way, and that's the problem, is that this is not the way it actually works, because people game the system. Because the people that game the system are the ones running the fucking system.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bank robber owns the fucking bank.
So, in other words, another way of saying this is we may be much more prosperous if we actually had true free market capitalism by definition in this country, but we only have semi-free market capitalism.
If people actually enforced the rules, laws, ethics, morals surrounding the capitalist system and like profit, gain, taxes, all that stuff, the way that's actually like the reason the reason it isn't enforced is because the government doesn't enforce it, because they're concerned with other things. I don't know what it is that they're concerned with, but they're just concerned with other things. So the government, right? People don't understand. A corporation that's sanctioned by the state has to serve a public good. There has to be like some public purpose behind it. And we all know that most corporations aren't serving any frickin' particular public good. They only exist for profit. They don't exist. Right? There's supposed to be a hierarchy of priorities, right? There's supposed to be like, a hierarchy of priorities. The number one priority is like, your mission statement as a corporation. That's supposed to be something for the public good. Profit is supposed to come second. But you have a fiduciary duty to like your investors, the capitalists, to make a profit, because you're not supposed to try and lose money, because you're trying to maximize. You're trying to if they took a risk, they should make some money. So you're trying to maximize their profit, but you're not trying to maximize it at the expense of the public good, right? So there's that balance you're supposed to maintain. And when people had good moral character, they actually tried to do that. When they were good Christians that had moral character, they would actually try to do this, because all this stuff, I hate to say it, atheists, but the foundation of this is Christianity. The foundation of this like ethic, no usury, not making it unconscionable, unjustified profit, all these things, they all come out of Christianity. The altruistic part of Christianity, right? Where you're supposed to be doing good for your community voluntarily, not out of force, but voluntarily, because it's for your own moral, what would you call it? It's for your own moral salvation, right? Because the Bible says, you know, the love of money is the root of all evil. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven, right? You're supposed to, like, you know, make your profit, but like, you're not supposed to fuck everybody over in the course of making it. It's all supposed to be a voluntary, like, trying to like you know what they say, rising tides lift all boats. When your tide rises, you're supposed to try and lift all the boats with you. And if everybody did that, we'd probably actually live in a pretty great fucking world. But the thing is, human ego won't let you do that. People get rich and they're like, fuck, dude, I worked really hard to get rich. And having all this money makes me better than everybody else. Now I can tell all of them what to do. And the greater the gap is between me and them, the more they kiss my ass and the more they treat me like a fucking god. Right? So why not just keep making that gap larger and larger? Right? So instead of me being a millionaire and they have $50,000, I'm going to try to be a billionaire and they have $50,000. Then I'm going to be a trillionaire and they have $50,000. We're going to create this bigger and bigger separation, this arbitrary separation of how much stuff I own versus how much stuff they own. Because if I own a lot of stuff, everybody's going to kiss my ass and treat me like I'm great. Or, what's the other thing I could do? I could take all my goods that I accumulated from charging these crazy profits, right? And redistribute them and lift up my community to my level so that we're all equals. Right? Who the fuck's gonna do that? I made $1 billion. I'm gonna make everybody equal to me. Nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
So it's the same story, man. It's the same story you look in any culture, dude. All of them have parables and stories and myths about freaking human greed. It is the fucking most boundless thing there is.
Yes. And it seems like capitalism feels like it was set up to take advantage of that flaw in people. Greed.
Nah, like they could have set up anything, dude, but a greedy person is going to be like, that looks useful. You know what I mean? Because you got to get the capital in the first place. And normally, like, you know, like people start businesses, right? And they'll get like the capital from like their family and their friends and stuff, right? Their family and their friends aren't rich. Their family and their friends, they probably like slaved at a job, saved up some money, and now they're going to take some of their savings and they're going to give it to somebody, and they're going to like hopefully make a little bit of profit, but they're also taking a risk. But the thing is, over time, like, and plus, like, some people, when the system was kind of like implemented, they already had like a competitive advantage because they were already rich from inheritance or whatever. So they started off like halfway around the track, right? So you know what I mean? And we're all trying to play catch up.
Yeah, and they act more like patrons than investors, because like Rockefeller and Ford, right? They paid for the expedition for Admiral Byrd to go do his research. I always wonder, like, who's paying for people to go to space? Who's paying for these companies to build these things? You know, like, there's always a capitalist
and all
behind
listen, wrong. And you hit the nail on the head, because Kepler, Tycho Brahe, Copernicus, Galileo, all those guys, they all had patrons. All this stuff was funded by some prince or fucking emperor or something.
Yeah.
And you know what they say?
So it's almost like
he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Yes.
Or piper. Did I say paper?
Piper.
He who pays the piper calls the tune.
Yeah.
You pay the piper, he plays the song you want. Right? So if I pay Copernicus and I'm like, I don't like this flat earth fucking thing. Here, Copernicus, here's a bunch of money. Yeah, make it go away, Copernicus.
Here's some money.
Here's some shekels.
Here's a caravan full of shekels. Don't get robbed. Matter of fact, I'll put
capitalism is useful. It's not like it's totally stupid. It's like, so, and I'll give you an example, like where I live. So when Massachusetts Bay Colony was started, there's the Charles River, and it used to kind of be swamp. But so you have Boston and you have Cambridge, and like, you know, Cambridge is like where Harvard is, and Boston is just a shithole. Anyway, there was no bridge across the river. So, you know, the state of Massachusetts, or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, then the colony of Massachusetts, they let people build a bridge across the river, right? And they got to charge a toll, right? They went out and they said, hey, who wants to build a bridge across the river? A couple people volunteered. They started something called the Charles River Toll Company or something, or Charles River Bridge Company. They put up something like, you know, back then it's probably like fucking $3,000 or something, and they built the bridge, and then they got to keep the proceeds of the toll, right?
Yep.
And then what ended up happening is people got pissed because they could charge whatever toll they wanted, right? And they kind of had a monopoly. State of Massachusetts let somebody else build the bridge, and they did the exact same thing. But you needed more than one person to be able to do it, right? You didn't like, this is why you have to have investors. Because if you didn't have a distribution of investors, then you're going to have an even worse monopoly, because only the richest people can afford to play, right? So, like, only the richest person in Massachusetts would have been able to build a bridge, as opposed to, like, yes. So this is how the railroads are built too, right? So we're going to build the railroad stock. Have you ever heard about the railroad stock bullshit? Because it was also a scam. People would go all around the country and sell railroad stock in a railroad company, and that's how the railroad companies would finance building a railroad across America. Unfortunately, a lot of these were scams. So they would go around and they would sell stock in railroad companies that don't actually exist. Right? So
yeah.
But the thing is, this is capitalism. This action of investing and buying stock and all that stuff. This is all capitalism. But I mean, but it can go. That's good for that purpose, right? Because, but think about what I'm talking about, right? Talking about a bridge, talking about a railroad. Those are things that are for the public good, right? They're for transportation. I'm not talking about Nikes. I'm not talking about fucking NBA basketball games, right? I'm not, like, none of that shit's for the public good.
That's all great. You know, but that's all wonderful and important, and you have the right to buy Nikes as well too.
Yeah, but people need shoes.
A great example would be,
yes, people need shoes.
Yeah. But even if you wanted to, you know, tackle two, you know, cultural milestones with one, or birds with one stone, then, you know, you just talk about weed. You know, if I grow weed and I dry out the weed and I go and sell it, that is engaging in free market capitalism. Is that a bad thing, Bong?
Yeah.
No, but I wouldn't, you know, like, I wouldn't define it as, I wouldn't give it a name and then turn it into a system. I mean, that's everybody's right. When you're born.
Well, yeah, but Bong, regardless of whether or not you want to refer to it even as a system or not, that's what it is by definition. Yeah. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Capitalism is the financing of enterprises, really. It's how the money is come up with to finance it. That it only refers to like that part of it, really. That's really what it is. It's just really that part. Because him talking about weed, right? All he needs is some land and some seeds and some water, some sunlight, right? He doesn't actually need capital. His capital is like whatever he paid for the seeds or whatever.
Because the capital is there.
That'd be the taking the money I got from selling the weed and going and buying more land and seeds and etc.
Yeah, but
if you sold like stock in a weed company, right? So if you went out and be like, "Yeah, I'm going to start a weed company, and I need investors to start it," right? And you went and sold like, you know, had a business partner and like, you know, had a contract says yes, you owe 50%, you own 50% of this company. That's the financing aspect. That's the capitalism part, right? Like,
let me just when I was little. Okay, I only heard these stories because capitalism has come to my island, right? This is the story, the way we used to do things, the Samoans used to do things. If there was a really big project, right, that had to be done, right? The whole village would come together, right, and tackle that problem. Whether it's building boats or a big agriculture, whatever it may be, building fences. These fences these are big projects, right? And we didn't have, in our system, there's no money. There's no such thing as money. But you still needed to organize the labor, the manpower to do this. And it seems to me that's all capitalism is to enable people to come together to do a project or to build something.
Well, actually,
is
that's community action. That what you described there is community action, working together. But hold on, Bong. I just want to point out to you, India's right. I just misused the term capitalism. What I meant to say was free enterprise, which is part of it. So what I'm trying to say is, if you were to grow your own weed, dry out your own weed, and go and sell it, which by the way is a victimless thing to do. Like if you go and do that, that's free enterprise, which again is nothing to fear, at least in regards to basic things like that.
But if I wanted to mass produce it, right, I couldn't do it alone. And if I didn't have the funds to hire the labor, well, then I would need capital, an investor.
You need capital. Yeah, you need some capital.
So that's what I mean. Like, it's about managing labor for anything you want, right? And because we've lost community, because we don't even know who our neighbors are, this is the way to motivate people.
We don't even know who our family is. We've lost family, dude. We're like past the community part. The community part was blown away freaking 3 decades ago. We're at the family phase now, dude. Like you're gonna hate like we're almost at the self-loathing. I hate myself. Like fuck my family. That's long gone. That's 30 years ago. Like I look in the mirror and I'm like, I hate you. We're almost at that point, dude. We're that divided. We're gonna hate ourselves. We're gonna shake our fist at ourselves in the mirror.
Already that way for me.
Yeah.
And it seems
he's the younger generation, so yeah, he's already there, man. Like told you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, if I wanted somebody to build me a sailboat out of strings and wood. Yeah, it doesn't take that much skill, right? But if I wanted somebody to build me a rocket, well, who the hell knows how to build rockets, right? I'm going to have to train someone to do this. Then we're going to need these parts. We're going to have to train people to do that. And that's what the education system is for, is to educate you, right, to do the labor that they need you to do. And yeah, you can, the best slaves, right, are the slaves that pay for themselves. If you can't survive, oh well, die. You know what I mean? So it's capitalism. I think capitalism was the plan, but it has to look like a good thing. And we'll throw in free enterprise. We'll throw in free this, freedom from that. You know what I mean? Like people think they're engaging in some kind of free market.
I want to say something real quick. No economic system can work if the people practicing it don't have morality. Just it can't work. And that's really the problem. There's nothing inherently wrong with capitalism. Nothing inherently wrong with communism. Thing is, the people that are running that shit are immoral. And it's always going to break. And if you have immoral people trying to cheat, they'll figure out ways to break it, right? Or they'll infiltrate, right? So what they'll do, the best way to do it is think of all the crooked cops, right? If I'm a criminal, best place to hide is on the police force, right? No one's going to suspect me. I'm a cop.
And they only hire crazy, criminals. So you got a big chance of becoming a cop if you're a crime. If you don't have a record, that is.
Yeah,
psychopaths.
So that's the thing. Lenin, I just found this out that Lenin had mad syphilis, dude. He died, and syphilis makes you go crazy when it's untreated, and that's what he died from, syphilis. And frickin' Stalin was just a psychopath, and the people that, when there's a position of power, the psychopaths will go for it, right? Normal people will just say, I don't want to do that. Fucking that job sucks. I'd rather go frickin' dig a ditch somewhere and do that job, right? Have to listen to people's problems, because you're evaluating it, you're going, oh, I got to go in there and I got to do a good job. I got to listen to people's problems. I have to make the lives of people better. That's a lot of pressure. That's not what a psychopath thinks. Psychopath goes, fucking get there and no one can touch me. I could do whatever the fuck I want, and I am going to do whatever I want.
So
they're looking at it with a completely different mindset.
Yeah. No, they see it as a power play, power move, right?
Yeah, it's not even about. It's like some weird sadistic self-preservation, like
fear.
I don't know, man. Might makes right type fucking weirdness, man.
Yeah.
Like where you look at people as just like pawns or whatever, or like you don't. I don't know. I can't even because I'm not in that mindset. I don't know. I've met psychopaths, but not like at that level, right? Not at the level of like world leader level psychopaths. Those are the. Listen, like just like you got a professional sports team, right? There's the fucking amateurs, and then there's the pros, man. I ain't never met a professional psychopath. I've only met amateur psychopaths.
It's the same as any CEO as well. You know, they during their time moving up, they're just willing to step on anyone's feet, whoever they want, and not have to think about it because their mission is to get to a certain position, and they'll hurt anyone in their way.
Yeah. Well, think about this, Timbo. The people that are politicians that get to the top, those other psychopaths have to finance their rise. So they're so good that they can fool the other psychopaths. Think about that for a second. And those psychopaths can fool just about everybody else. So we're talking like the top echelon, man, the top 0.0001% of psychopaths, man. These are the best of the best.
Well,
they're like the Navy SEALs of psychopaths. Dude.
Psychopaths in the world are politicians.
It's on a whole nother level.
But what about the psychopaths that the politicians have to answer to?
You mean the mob? Corporations. Who do they answer to? Yeah. Yeah, and like, you know, all this, like, it's hard to, probably for a Glober to believe, but all this shit bleeds into flat Earth, man. That the globe is a control mechanism.
Yep. Especially,
to me, it's like something that, like, it's like blunting the intellect, right? That's kind of like what it does. It blunts the mind, so that the mind is not sharp anymore. So, like that's what it seems to me, right? Oh, don't think about your world anymore. Just a bunch of balls in a big vacuum. Don't worry about that. Don't think about that anymore. Look, push these 3 buttons, man. Get in that factory. Push these 3 buttons. Shut up. You don't have to think about the world. We got that shit all figured out. You wouldn't understand it anyway. And if you don't think what we think, you're stupid. You don't want us calling you stupid, do you? Push these 3 buttons. That one pours the cement. That one picks up the cement. And that one puts it in the truck. Button 1, button 2, button 3. Go ahead, Homer Simpson.
Get that money.
Get that money. Go home to that woman that hates you and the kids that despise you.
That you never see. Sure. Who's raising these kids? Oh, the school. They're not your kids, by the way. They're the state's kids. So go back to work. Make money.
Just take care of them for us because we don't want to pay for them.
Yes.
Dude, I should send the state a bill for child support. Dude, no, seriously. Like, oh, you think they're the state's kids? You think, okay, here's a bill for child support from the fucking babysitter. I want to get paid.
Well, I swear I was brainwashed too. Oh man, just trying to remember school is. I knew there was something wrong with it. Hey, like this is the reason why I don't want to be here. It's not natural. Fall asleep. Wake up. Oh.
Oh, so it wasn't just me then.
It wasn't just I don't know, right? Oh, waking up early in the morning and sending you off to work. I mean to school.
Look. So I figured out at a young age that this is the way school worked. if I got good grades or if I got bad grades, didn't matter. I didn't really get in trouble. But if I skipped class or interrupted or didn't do like one of their edicts, then I got in trouble. So that's how I figured out this isn't about education, because they should be getting mad if I'm not being educated. They were getting mad when I didn't do what they told me to do. I figured this out real early, that this was the priority.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Like,
it doesn't matter what marks
I get
you get.
Oh, go ahead.
You can still go to uni. Doesn't matter what marks you get, you can still go to uni.
Yeah, I know that. If you got enough money,
Yeah.
you can fucking get into Harvard. Doesn't matter what your grades are.
Yeah. Well, even here, you can go. You can have a gap couple of years, go and work for a couple of years as a mature age student, as long as you've finished your high school education, you can enter you want. Skip those years, go back, be a doctor, go enter a doctorate course as long as you got the money for it as a mature student.
They actually have a university in America dedicated to the stupid kids of rich people, called Williams College. It's one of the most expensive colleges. Yeah, one of its most. It's not an Ivy League college, but it's like very expensive New England college. I can't remember what. And they do every sport. They're the only university. They're the only college that does every possible sport. Right? So, like, they have racquetball, they have squash, they have freaking lacrosse, they have, like, every possible freaking collegiate athletic sport, they have it in their athletic program. Fucking table tennis, freaking badminton, like, you name it. They have it at the university.
And from there, they can get in. They can get into any IB school they want, right?
And the kids there, and they get, it's a liberal arts, it's a classical New England liberal arts. And back in like 1992, it cost $50,000 a year for tuition. So, very expensive. It's like 3 or 4 times the price of Harvard or something.
Yeah, and anyone going there who's not physically fit has no excuse.
Well, I don't even think they have like a standard like if you go to MIT, you have to have like a 1400 on your SAT combined SAT. They don't have anything like that. You just need the money. If you got the money, you can go. And it's actually a pretty cool university. This is where the person I know, the university professor was, that said they're stupid. But it's very conservative, right? So it's like basically it's an aristocratic old money type college, right? So like, if you're one of your fucking grandfathers was a Vanderbilt and you're too fucking stupid to go to Harvard or somewhere else, that's where you go. So you get there, like, because a lot of these like people that come from like generationally wealthy, affluent families, even though they don't need a degree because they're generationally wealthy, they just get one anyway because it's just like something you do. It's like a rite of passage. You could say you're educated or something. The society.
You're just going through the motion. You're just there to get the degree to go with the money that you're going to be. Yeah, because you gotta go out there and do stuff. And here's the degree. You're gonna need this one. You're gonna need that one too, and you're gonna need this one too. It's like, wow, 3 degrees. Wow,
literally, people that are so rich, they'll like wear their clothes once and throw them away.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, it seems like it'd make more sense to just encourage their children to go to a sports football game, just cheer on your favorite team. You might as well just go do that. Forget about college. I'm not gonna use the degree anyway.
If Prince Harry went to school with me, right, he might reveal to everyone that he's actually stupid, right? But if he went to one of these schools, then we'll never know that Harry is stupid. I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm just saying I don't know who to pick out here. Like who? Bill Gates is stupid.
You'll never know he's smart either. You'll just
imagine he was a flat earther.
Exactly. You'll never know anything about
You
what they're
went to school
capable
with
of.
him.
Yeah.
He comes up to
But if
you
they
and
have their
goes,
own
"Oh
community,
fuck, man! I used to fly helicopters. The Earth is flat."
Yeah, there ain't no Coriolis in a helicopter.
Sounds like a beverage.
some, and some people come here and say, they can't lie about something like that because that's just too big of a lie. That would mean, you know what I mean? Everyone would be involved. But when you bring up these things and explain to, when they understand that everything that you think is true is probably a lie, then, it's like, this is how they do it. Like, it's already been done, and people just can't accept that it is totally possible and easy because in their mind they would have figured it out, or something like that. How can you?
What about that kid last night? He's a perfect example of it, right? Oh, the kid that said like his 45-year-old parents went to fucking saw the moon landing. That little white kid, but he made up a whole story in his head about why would they lie? Oh, so the moon landing's fake. Why would they lie about that? They did this and they did that and they did this other thing. He literally made up the entire story in his head about it because it was all wrong, and it goes to show you how far they'll go in their own minds, so they don't have to deal with the fact that they're being bullshitted. Right? They can't deal with it. I need that security that the government is telling me the truth. My parents are telling the truth. The television, it doesn't lie to me. It's telling me the truth. It's telling me how to look at the world, and it knows about the world, and I can feel safe. And when they come on the TV and they said there's something deadly out there and it's in the air, and I could walk out my door and just start having seizures and start flopping around, right? Unless I wear a diaper on my face.
Was that the kid that started spiraling about Mount Rainier?
Yeah, the same one. Yeah. Oh, that's the same one. That one. He decided to go all in with a bullshit story. He said his parents saw the moon landing on TV, and then I got it out of him that his parents were only 40. His mother was only 40 years old. So I don't know how she did that.
Oh fuck! Really? I must have missed that bit. What's wrong with him?
Yeah. That's like she's like 13, 14 years too young.
Yeah, well, I'm 42, and my parents were kids when I think the moon landing, and so I wasn't even thought about.
So his mom was born in the 80s, right? Late 70s.
I'd say early 80s.
Yeah, he tried to pull a fast one.
I've got a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yo, go ahead.
No, you're all right. Finish what you're talking about.
No, like he had made up a whole story in his head about how the moon landings were broadcast on TV. And like he said this whole shit about, so they use green screens and they would have had to do this and they would have had to do that. But the actual broadcasts, they didn't show like the moon landing live or anything like that. They showed like animations of like NASA would like come, they'd interview some NASA guy and they'd be like, yeah, so at this stage of the mission, they're 23,000 miles away from the Earth, and they're rotating the command module around the blah 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 blah, and then they show like a model, and it said animation, and would show like a little freaking toy model of like the lunar lander spinning around and docking to the capsule. That's what they showed in the broadcast of the time. They didn't show any live moon landings, but he had made up this whole story in his head about them showing the fucking moon mission on TV. He had made it all up in his head, dude. It was crazy, dude. And then he says his parents saw his imagination.
Yeah, that's fucked up. How can you even lie to yourself like that as well? Just to make up a story to prove random people on the internet wrong.
Well, yeah, I think he's the guy that
That's a
said
good
they're too incompetent, right? Is that the guy? Or-
Yeah, they're too
Okay.
incompetent to fake it when it was literally
Yeah.
it was just like it would. If you can, I told him you can go on YouTube and watch them. You can watch the NBC broadcast, the CBS broadcast, and the ABC broadcast, and it's just basically the way like he evaluated the way television is now, as opposed to the way television was in the '60s. So he thought the way he thought he would see it on television now is the way they saw it then, and he just made up this whole shit in his mind, dude. It's fucking. I even pointed out to him like, you just made all that up in your head. Why don't you ask yourself why you did that? Because I think he really believed like what he was saying. It wasn't like it was weird, kind of weird to me.
He was not competent enough to make up the make it up, because I guess he thought he could put it together, the few pieces of information he has, and I think he thought he could just wing it and it would make sense, right? I'm pretty sure it was like this and like that.
Well, yeah,
There's
he's
this thing
probably
called-
seen the video with like one small step for man,
Yeah.
one giant leap for mankind. He saw that, and he thought like there was a camera following it all the way to the moon or something, watching it all the way till it landed, and like.
Did you even watch anything, bro? Like, I'm pretty sure it happened this way. I saw, you know what I mean? And then he starts filling in these holes. It's like, you're not even competent enough to do this, and you think they're incompetent. Like, what?
Dude, TV used to be so different, man. TV used to shut off, man. Like, people don't realize, like, TV used to go off the air. It's midnight.
Yeah.
I did the broadcast today. Now it's the end of our broadcast day. And then they play that, like, dun, 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 dun.
Yes.
Jets and fucking, they'd have an eagle, like a translucent eagle with a flag flying in its behind its head. The little brainwashing, right? To end the day.
Yeah.
Like, because you got to go to bed with the brainwashing. Don't get on your knees and pray to God, right? Before bed. Pray to America.
Yeah, pray to America. George Bush. Pray to George Bush. He keeps us safe. You know what I mean? Like, yes. And when it starts, that's how it starts too. Beep, dun, 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 dun. Well, in Samoa. In the 80s.
Yeah. I'm sure you got the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, it's American, whatever, protectorate, province, whatever they wanted to call it. You're going to get the brainwashing too, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
We will all eat the same brainwashing, and we shall love it.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, do the people in, take for instance, Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States, I'm wondering, do the people there vote on, their own curriculum, or is that dictated by us Americans over here? It's probably them over there, but I don't know. You never know. The laws in regards between that country and ours are so silly. Like, take, for instance, there's no such thing as any food item there that doesn't pass through an American port first. For some reason, there's some law where in order for something to be imported to Puerto Rico, it has to go through an American port before it goes there, which makes things cost a lot more. They got a lot of silly stuff like that.
I think those are called...
they can collect sales tax?
No, I think those are called cabotage laws. Is that what you're talking about? CABOTAGE, cabotage?
Why, it's the same thing in Samoa? I went down.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we can't develop, because you can only go through certain places to get there. You can't just fly there. It has to be through some... Yep, that's why we can't develop tourism there. Most beautiful place to do tourism, and we got these laws.
Oh, you could develop it. You're just not bribing the right people, man.
I know.
You got to bribe different people.
Nobody has money there. We don't have any capitalists.
Fuck, dude. See, that's why you're mad. Because you don't have any bribe money to get capital, so you can have more bribe money to get more
Change
capital.
the game. Yeah, I can't even practice capitalism. Fuck.
Well, but we're considered an unincorporated territory, so that means we got we have a representative, for the we have a governor, but when we make our laws, it's we get to keep all the old ways of doing it, where the chief will represent your village, in the Congress. And yeah, that's it. We get to keep our old ways of governing ourselves and communal land owning. This is all. But that's why we're considered.
They got FBI there?
No FBI there.
There's no U.S. governmental agencies in Samoa? I mean, not counting the military. I mean, like civilian government agencies.
No, I don't think so. Oh, well, the national park, is that considered an agency? The national park, probably.
No, it could be local. No. So if you tried to get like if you got caught smuggling cocaine into Samoa, who would prosecute you? Like who? So like
the DA, the DA.
US, yeah. So there's a
district attorney.
There, right?
Yeah. We have all that set up for the same way as America does. It's just the owning of lands and governing in the villages. We have the system where you pick a senator and a representative too, the same way, but they're picked from the chiefs get to pick. There's no voting process.
So basically, they're just like. Basically, the United States to Samoa is just basically a big wall. And they're letting things in the wall and out of the walls that they want to let in. And whatever you do inside the wall, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, pretty much. We're given a budget.
Prison.
And if we fuck it up, we fuck it up. Right?
Yeah, it's just a prison. That's all it is.
Yeah. They're there for the harbor. And... of course, the tuna. There's Starkiss, the biggest one. It's there, the factory, and that's what they.
So they're for cheap labor.
Yeah.
Resources and a port.
Yeah, and the army.
From a small prison to a big prison in Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I feel. Yeah. Oh, I get more room to run around.
Yeah, more room, a bigger prison.
Hey.
More toilets, I guess. But I think Puerto Rico might be closer to the way Hawaii does things. I've been there too.
Puerto Rico is like really different. Puerto Rico is really different than any other U.S. territory. I don't know how it was formed. I don't know a lot about it, but I know like. In some respects, they're like their own country. Yeah, but in other respects, they're not.
They have their own president, but they're still a territory.
Yeah, but they're also like exempted from certain U.S. laws. I'm not sure which one was it.
I'm not sure if it's laws, but it's taxes. So as far as federal income taxes go, there's no federal income tax there. But at the same time, as long as you're a resident of Puerto Rico, whether you're an American citizen or not, you do not get to vote in the federal elections, though. So it's a catch-22. Like you got to keep more of your tax dollars, but you don't get a vote in federal elections.
I'd opt for that one.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't exactly complain about that. I mean, why can't you vote in absentia? Well, because you wouldn't be a resident of a U.S. state. Yeah, you got to be a resident of a state. I don't know. That's weird. There was this scene. So, you ever seen Gangs of New York? That movie?
Yeah.
There's a scene where they're signing up like the Irish immigrants, and they're like, if you sign up for the army, you're automatically going to get U.S. citizenship. And the first thing that comes to my head is because U.S. citizenship didn't exist. You used to be like a citizen of like New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Georgia. That's who you're a citizen of. There was no such thing as a U.S. citizen in the beginning of the country. And I was wondering if that's like when it started, like during the Civil War, like they invented this U.S. citizenship.
We're not considered citizens. That's the crazy thing. We're considered nationals, which means
you're U.S.
You cannot vote for
That's what I am.
You can't vote for.
we can't vote for the president. Like we can't vote for certain kinds. We don't have a vote or a voice in Congress. So there's all these other things. So there's a documentary on the internet. I mean, on YouTube. It's called American Samoa, America's Forgotten Colonies. I'm like, colony. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Why don't we just call ourselves a colony instead of pretending like we're some kind of freaking free state or some shit? Like, so we don't want to be like Hawaii. So we hold on to our unincorporated contract with America because we don't want to be like Hawaii. We don't want to lose our language. We don't want to lose our culture and the way we do things, the way we practice and pass things down. And America is like, fair enough, but you got to go to school and get a degree and a diploma. Blah 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 blah. Right? It's just as effective
with the U.S. government, or is it just like considered?
Yeah, it's a treaty. It was signed in Well, our island didn't sign until 1916, something like that. But the main island signed in 1906 or something like that. Because our king.
What did they get? What'd you get? What'd you get for signing it?
Not get shot. Yeah. We didn't get killed. That's what we. So Western Samoa, they did go through a massacre because they were organizing against the New World Order. Can you believe that? Massacred. Someone accidentally shot into the crowd, and then everyone started shooting. And the guy that was leading it was called the movement. It was a movement called Samoa for Samoa. And they were rejecting New Zealand, trying to come in and try to say, "Oh, you want to be a state? You want to join the Euro?" Yeah. So it was it's either America, Germany, or Britain, right? And I guess Britain and America. I mean, Germany and Britain. I mean, in America, we're like, we'll take the West. Germany, America's all right. We'll take the East because we got this awesome port. And then later. Britain came in through New Zealand, and now they're independent. But it was just as effective. I mean, whether you become a state and lose your culture and language and your identity, or you don't become a state but go to school and lose your culture and identity anyways. It didn't matter.
Yeah, well, you're gonna I think though in this situation you're gonna lose it slower. Maybe.
Yeah, we are losing it in our songs. But
you'll lose it slower because if you were a state, just like the way the U.S. works, like you can just come in and out of any state, and there's no restriction, there's no nothing, right? Yeah. You could have a bunch of freaking Kentucky rednecks living in Samoa right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're gonna come over with a ferry and a fucking double wide trailer on the ferry, drop it off in the middle of Samoa.
Well, you got to take it. I mean, if you become a state, you are going to take advantage of all the location, the resources available, and then capitalism is going to boom, 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 and here we are again. We lost. You're going to lose. But right now. Since I was growing up, the whole goal of Samoan people is to preserve because it's getting lost. The new children that are born, if you're not born in Samoa, you're not going to learn us. You're not going to be speaking the language. You're not going to be learning the culture. So there's this panic, trying to send their kids to Samoa if they can to live for a year or two to learn. There's to teach and preserve, but it's getting lost. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because you have to live the lifestyle, for it to work, and people are leaving to get jobs, and everything. So it's eventually going to die.
Are you free to travel between Australia and New Zealand?
Yeah. I can travel to America. I can travel freely. We just can't. We just don't have a vote. We're considered nationals. I don't know what the hell a national is, man. But you can't have a federal job. You can't.
And have you got that?
Position.
You got that open visa though to go between Australia and New Zealand? Because Samoa's got something.
Yeah, I need a visa. Well, yeah, I need a visa.
You do need a visa.
Yeah, to be here, and I have to renew it in 5 years.
Samoa, you were in.
I need a visa to be there as well. Yes.
Yes.
I need a visa to go to Western
totally because you're in American Samoa.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Can you hold it? You can hold a federal job in the United States, right?
Well, there was a woman that is American Samoan. She's a national. She was part of the White House. Somebody found out and fired her because she's not a citizen of the United States. Well, Barack Obama gets to be president.
Yeah, he ain't a citizen of the United States, dude. That was fucked up. Anyway, I mean, maybe he's a citizen, maybe he's not. Complicated. His dad.
it is what it is, right?
Well, no, like your allegiance follows your father. His dad was a fucking Kenyan, which was in Kenya at the time was a British protectorate. So he's technically like a British citizen. That means Barack Obama would be Kenyan / British citizen. But this is where it gets weird. He abandoned him. He left Hawaii and he abandoned him. So, did he abandon his right? Did his mother assume that right? Because his mother was a U.S. citizen, then he would follow whatever. He can't follow the mother. You can't follow the thing with the mother. It's fucked up. I could actually read it, like read the actual like legal text. So there's two there's a common law and there's a Roman civil law, and they both agree on this, which they don't agree on very many things, and this is one thing they agree. Political allegiance follows that of the mother. Political allegiance follows the father, but slavery follows the mother. So if your mother was a slave, you were born a slave. If your father was not a slave, but he was a citizen of somewhere, you'd be a citizen of that place too. So if his father abandons him, that's why I said it's kind of complicated legally. Yeah. So technically, his father claimed him. He could have said, yes, this is my son. He's a Kenyan citizen. Taking him with me. And there wouldn't have been a goddamn thing the United States could have done or his mother could have done. But he abandoned him. Now his mother, who's a U.S. citizen, and citizen's kind of like, it's like being a slave.
Yeah, employee.
So Barack Obama follows her condition, whatever her legal condition is, and her legal condition is citizen, slave, subject, whatever you want. So because of his father's abandonment, his father pretty much had to until he's 14 years old to come back and claim him.
Claim. Who was that other guy that started looking after him? Was he like Filipino or something like that?
I don't know.
It was like a mining dude or something. He had some really weird connections in the FBI and stuff like that.
Yeah,
let me look for it.
There's a common misconception that if I'm just born within the United States physically, so it's a legal principle called jus soli, which means the soil, right? The law of the soil. So if I'm born on this soil, that makes me a citizen. And then the other one's called, I can't remember the name of it. So like in some countries, like Norway, I think, if you're born in Norway, you don't automatically become a citizen in Norway just because you're within Norway's borders. Your parents have to be Norwegian. But the United States is one of the places that doesn't do that. It supposedly uses this principle called jus soli. Natural born right. But the thing is, they do this trickery, man. This is what people like. I know people here. The legal system is very tricky. So if you read the U.S. Constitution, it says all people born in the United States have the natural born right to be like a U.S. citizen, right? But natural born is hyphenated. And if you look in any legal book at the time or before or anything, natural born is never hyphenated. And then when you look up the term natural born, I could tell you the actual case, right? Because there's something called natural allegiance. And natural allegiance is allegiance to a person. It's allegiance to the natural body. So if I swore allegiance to Bong Sal, right? I swear to God, Bong, I'm going to follow you. I'm gonna be obedient to you, and you're gonna be my sovereign, and I'm gonna be your subject. That's natural allegiance. And like when I swear myself to Bong's natural person, then my children are sworn to his children, right? So his lineage has to protect my lineage, and in exchange for this duty of protection, I have a duty of obedience, and this is how sovereignty works, legally speaking. So for a legal fiction state called the United States to put in something called natural born citizen in, because the United States isn't a natural person, right? Do you think the United States is a natural person? It's a legal fiction. It's a legal fiction person. What?
Has the United States ever given birth to someone?
No, not a natural person. Can't die either. Natural persons die. So they can't die, right? It's not corporal. And so it's like, so what's a natural born what's a natural born citizen? So they created this so-called, it's almost like a simulation. It's almost like a legal simulation of a natural born person where they have all the so say I was going to judge like the legal rights of a natural born person, right? I would apply the common law to figure those out. So basically they create a simulacra of it, right? A simulation of it using the term natural born with a hyphen. So it's like a natural person, but it's a legal fiction of a natural person. So like when you're born in the United States, you can't actually be born in the United States because the United States is an organization, right? What was before the United States existed? What was North America? It wasn't the United States, right? So there's some people. They made a document. They made an organization. They call it the United States. They signed a document. The United States doesn't exist. It's a bunch of words on paper. So you can't be in the United States. Not possible. Because the United States is the concept. You can't be in the concept. So, anyway, they do claim a territorial jurisdiction, which is another thing. The point is, I'm like fucking rambling. Point is that if you're born within the so-called jurisdiction of the United States, then you are a natural born citizen. Right? And they claim that is based upon being within the physical jurisdiction. But like I just told you, and I'm not making this up. I got this from. I can actually look it up. What the fuck's it called? The Senate. It's called Senate Report on Citizenship and Jurisdiction of the United States. So and the whole report is just legal cases about how citizenship applies to different people in different circumstances. How does it apply to Indians? How does it apply to territories? How does it apply to black people? How does it apply to frickin' slaves? How does it apply to foreigners? How does citizenship apply to this, that, and the other? Right? So the whole thing is a report that was given to the Senate about all these different scenarios and about all the court cases and about all the fucking things that were said. Right? In one of the cases, it's called, I think it's called Reynolds versus Reynolds. It's in the report.
R-E-Y? Reynolds?
R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S. So the main case about this is U.S. versus Kim Wong-Ark. So Kim Wong-Ark was Kim Wong-Ark was a fucking kid that was they wanted to deport him back to China, and his father was what they call a subject of the Chinese emperor, and they ruled that Kim Wong-Ark did not have to go back to China because he was born within the United States. Well, the thing is. And the way they always frame these cases, they're very clever with their language. The thing is, his father had gone back to China, but his mother was still here. Kind of like Barack Obama. Sound familiar? Yeah. So they can't rule on because the legal status of like I said, the political status of the father, and that's in the Senate report. That's why I found out about it. It's based upon what's called it's a book called Vattel's Law of Nations. So this is how they decide if there's a person. So this is international law. Say you find a person stranded in the ocean, and you fucking want to know, like, who is this guy? What's his nationality? Where does he belong in the world? Right? They'd go, okay, who's his father? Who's his father's allegiance to? Oh, his father's allegiance is to the King of Poland. Oh, he's Polish. Oh, his father's allegiance to the United States. Oh, he's American, right? So, like, whoever, his father's allegiance is to the British Crown. Oh, he's British. That's how it's determined. Father isn't around. They're just like, fuck, dude. You're just meat. And you're like, you're just free shit floating in the ocean. You're basically a stateless person. But if the mother's there, they go, fuck, dude. The only way your father's gone, so you're a bastard. And so whatever you fall for your mother, is the same as a slave. So whatever she is, like, we're going to just decide, right? So basically what they didn't say in the case is because the child was a minor child, and basically the state, the government, the United States is his parent, and that's why he was a citizen of the United States. But that's not what they say. People have taken this Kim Wong-Ark case. They said, "Oh, you just have to be born within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, right within its borders, and you're automatically a U.S. citizen." And this is how they've been doing it, right? This is how they've been enforcing it for like fucking over 100 years. So, based upon not knowing the finer details of how, like, sovereignty, citizenship, all this shit works. But this shit was all laid out a long time ago. It's really simple. This is a specific subject that I researched. Because, and I'll tell you why I researched. Because there's people out there in the world, and they say I'm the boss of you. Right? Yeah. Does everybody agree with that? There's people out there in the world that say I'm the boss of you. You got to follow my fucking rules. I wrote them down in this fucking book. I wrote this book. I have this shiny badge on my chest. I wrote this book. I have a shiny badge. You do what I say.
Or also pull out the gun.
Yeah. And I wanted to know why people like think that, like, why do I have to do what you say? Like, where do you get this justification? I have to do what you say. They go, well, you're a citizen of the United States, aren't you? You have to follow the laws of the United States if you're a citizen of the United States. Like, how did I become a citizen of the United States? When did I sign that? Right? Right? When did I agree to do that? So, like, in the course of, like, just searching backwards, like, how do you get into the situation where there's people yelling at you saying, I'm the boss of you, saying they have the right to tell you what to do? And it all comes from this presumption of whatever your father was, that you're just following whatever they were. So if your father was a citizen, you're a citizen, and because he was a citizen, he owes a duty of allegiance, right? So that's the whole deal with the thing with following the laws, right? There's the sovereign and the subject. In the case of the United States, they call it a citizen. But in the case of U.S. versus Rhodes, they say that the word citizen is synonymous with subject, meaning they mean the same thing, obviously, right? So I could just take, there's sovereign, the subject. What is this relationship? The sovereign has a duty of protection of the subject. And in exchange for that duty of protection, the subject has a duty of allegiance to the sovereign.
Yeah.
So the duty of allegiance means obedience. I have to do whatever they say. And if I do whatever they say, this is the ironic, weird thing. Yeah. This is the most fucked up part, right? The sovereign tells me to go to war. I thought you were going to protect me. No, obey. Obey me. No, dude, but you're supposed to protect me. You're sending me to get killed. Like, no, obey. You follow your fucking vow first, and then I'll follow my vow. No, that's a scam, bro. The fucking scam.
You're born. You're born into it. I mean, it's almost like this birth certificate. Like they
That's
want
where
us
it all
to.
comes from, dude. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's the legal presumption. If that thing fucking exists, or if it can exist. You have to claim it, right? So you if they say you're a U.S. citizen, right? No. You're a U.S. national. No. You have a birth certificate? No. Because there's no biological identity on there, right? It's just a name and a date and some other bullshit, right? Doesn't have your fingerprint, doesn't have your DNA, it doesn't attach to you. I don't have to be that. People choose to be that, right? So if what do they say? Oh, you got to get a job. You're 16 years old. Get the fuck out of the house. You got to get a job. How do I get a job, Mom? Well, go down to the courthouse and go down to the city hall and go get your birth certificate. March down the city hall, go get because you can't work without a birth certificate. You have to prove that you're a U.S. citizen. And a social security card is not good enough. So you march your ass down the city hall, you pay money for this piece of paper, and then you go, right? And then you go get a job, and they give you the I-9 form, and then you're part of that form says, are you a U.S. citizen? Check box. Okay, check box. And then these sovereign citizen clowns, right? They go into court and they're like, I don't have to follow your fucking rules. I'm the sovereign.
after they sign,
and they go,
after they say they are a citizen.
Don't you have a job working down the street? Do you work legally in the United States? Of course I do.
Exactly.
Now they know that you filled out the I-9 form, that you checked, yes, I'm a citizen of the United States, and you had to use a birth certificate to do it. And they're like, checkmate, it's over. This is a crazy person saying they're a sovereign citizen. They're filling out paperwork admitting the different thing. No, you have to follow our rules. You admitted that you're a citizen. That means you have a duty of allegiance, a duty of obedience. You have to fucking follow the laws of the United States. You agreed to it. Surreptitiously,
word is bond. Yeah, word is bond, right? It's binding.
And guess what's not a defense? Ignorance.
I didn't know.
I didn't know it was not a defense. I didn't know checking that box was going to get me in trouble. I didn't know checking that box that says I'm a U.S. citizen to get a job and saying I'm a resident and saying all this other shit and confessing to all these things put a legal obligation on me to follow all the rules of the state of frickin' whatever, right? Now I got to follow all the traffic codes. Now I got to follow every fucking rule that they came up with. I have to obey because I just confessed that I'm a subject and they're the sovereign. I created the relationship, and I freaking benefited from the creation of the relationship. And then, when that relationship is like something I don't want, like when I get caught with freaking weed, right? Now I don't want the benefits of that relationship because there's something bad that's going to happen to me. Now I want to say, oh, no, now I want to quit. Now I don't want to do it no more. They're like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, but there's two different reactions to that, though. There's the individual.
Dime and for a dollar. As they say.
But the individual that gets caught with weed and thrown in jail and then later gets out of jail and feels jaded about it. Like there's the individual that just, one complains about it and never actually does diddle fucking squat about the problem. And then there's the individual that gets caught with weed, goes to jail, or maybe even doesn't. Maybe even that doesn't even happen. But nonetheless, they devote their own time and energy to actually changing the culture, and then with politics being downstream from culture, later on weed is made legal. So there's different ways to react to it,
Yeah.
It's the reaction that's the real difference.
Yeah. But I mean, when you say weed is legal, so what? Like, what I'm talking about, okay, yeah, weed is legal. Weed is legal, quote unquote, in the state of Massachusetts. What does that mean? It means there's some people that call themselves the state of Massachusetts, and if they decide that they're going to just violate your person and find marijuana on you, they're going to throw you in a cage. And they have some rules written in a book about how they're supposed to do that. Right? What gives them the authority to tell you whether you can have weed or not? Whether you can have anything or not? Who are these people? They're fucking just strangers, right? There's you, and then there's them. They're just people. You're people. You both pitch standing up, hopefully, if you're men, right? And like, you know, you put your fucking pants on one leg at a time. If you got two legs, like they're just people that claim authority over everybody, right? Yeah. So like you can, like, I mean, if you want to operate within the political system to change it, I'm not going to criticize you. All the power to you. Go for it. I just don't think that people realize the relationship with the government isn't what it appears to be. Like the obligation isn't automatic. Like you don't like fall out of your mother and like all of a sudden you have all these legal obligations. Right? That's slavery.
Well, yeah. Well, again, all the more for your point forward and my point forward, politics is downstream from culture, like I've said many times before. Again, if it becomes a popular thing in the culture for, you know, one just thing X or another just thing Y to happen, then just X or just Y will happen. Rest assured, it will happen, but it has to be part of the culture, a major part of the culture first, in order for it to be part of politics downstream. So, you know, like, you know, so many people complain about so many different problems, but if a majority, or if, you know, small enough people care about them, then guess what, buddy? Those problems aren't going to get solved.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the broad political title level, they won't get solved. I'm just talking about.
There's also the category of problems that people think there are solutions for potentially, which in actual reality there are no solutions for. I'll give you a perfect example of this: a heroin addict, someone who's severely addicted to heroin. They're shooting up in an alleyway. You know, they're like, "Damn it, I need this smack. I need it in my arm now. Fuck everything else. Fuck life. I just need this smack." So the thing is, some people think that the solution to this is to make heroin illegal. And other people say the solution is to make heroin legal. Some people say the solution is to have some state-funded, treatment program or something, blah, blah. Now, what I'm saying is, from a strictly rational perspective, there is no solution. This is a problem that I've just illustrated, that I've just described. It's a problem. It's an ugly form of freedom. But what I'm trying to say is, just because there is a problem doesn't mean there is a solution. There are actually some problems in life that are effectively unsolvable. But some people are incapable of realizing this, and they will pursue things trying to solve this problem and end up making creating problems in the process, not realizing that they're trying to solve a problem that's not solvable.
Like the globe.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. That's not. That problem is so individualized. There's no public policy that can ever possibly solve it. You know, like just banning it, right? And just arresting people with heroin. Yeah, some people will be stared straight. Just giving it away. Yeah, some people will be like, yeah, this is fucking boring. I got all the heroin I want. I don't want to do it anymore. But there's other people that are broken on the inside, right? And they're not going to stop until they fix themselves psychologically. Right? And then maybe you can get them therapy. And then maybe some will go and some won't. Some hear fucking voices in their head and they're self-medicating to make them shut up. That shit ain't going to go away, right? So, like, there is no public policy solution that can fix it, right? Because the problem is individualized to that person. Why is this person doing heroin? It's individual to that person. There can be no, like, universal solution for, what's an individualized problem, really. Like, it's almost like we want to cure people that, like, their favorite color is red. And, like, everybody will have a different reason their favorite color is red. You can't solve that universally with a public policy solution.
Yeah, most of these problems are created by them. Most of the problems that people have are usually money problems, and I mean, it's enough to.
I don't think people shooting heroin's a problem. I think people robbing my house, they can get money to shoot heroin's a problem. So
yeah, and keep in mind, they typically only do that because they're buying it for illegal prices.
Yeah, true. Oh, dude, if they like decide, if they wanted to like mass produce like heroin the same way they like, yeah, we're not supposed to be talking this drug talking here.
It's just passing by. We're not going to get into it, eh? We're just.
Well, I mean, we're not actually advocating it.
George Bush does.
We had anyway. If they wanted to, heroin could be cheaper than fucking bottled water. Okay, let's put it that way.
Yeah, so an example of that is the Netherlands. They have these government-sponsored clinics where they're designed to help people wean themselves off of heroin. And the way they work is you go there, and it's not entirely government-sponsored. It's just mostly government-sponsored. The actual heroin that they serve there, that they hand out there, is actually paid for by the users themselves. But just every other part of it is government-sponsored. But anyway, so what happens is if you're a heroin addict in the Netherlands and you want to quit, this is for specifically the ones who are addicted to heroin and they want to kick the habit. They go into one of these clinics, they tell them their name, date of birth, take their vitals, maybe a little information, whatever. And then they ask them what they're addicted to and when was the last time they shot up and like how much heroin they shot up with. And then they take that amount and they give it to them in a syringe and they supervise them in the room or whatever. And then they watch them shoot it up. They give them back the empty syringe and they leave and they pay about $1.50 for a syringe full of heroin because they're buying it at the cost of production. So that's how much it costs for an actual production of a heroin syringe. Typically it's $1.50. It's not like a tremendous amount of money or anything like that. But anyway, the way that these things work is they do that the first day and then they come back the next day and they look up their file and they measure out the exact same amount that they gave them the time before that, but then they cut off a little bit off the top, give them a slightly smaller amount.
Yeah.
And the next day they start with a slightly smaller amount until they finally eventually stop coming to the clinic.
Yeah, they don't do it like that in the United States. But, I mean, they have methadone clinics here, but what they do here is they'll give you methadone. Now, methadone has a longer half-life than heroin. So, when you take your dose, you don't need to take another dose for 24 hours. But what they try and do is find your equilibrium dose, the dose where you're fine and you can function, but you're not fucked up. Well, usually people that are doing drug-seeking behavior, they're going to lie. And they're going to say they're not fucked up and try to find the highest possible dose. So once they find their so-called maintenance dose, they'll keep them at that dose for a period of time, and then they start weaning them off the same way you were talking about. Problem with methadone, though, is the half-life problem. It's that it lasts so long in your body. The half-life is 24 hours. So after 24 hours, half the dose is in your body. And another 24 hours, half of that dose. And then 24 hours, half of that dose. So on and so forth. Heroin, it's like 6 hours or something. So even though, the withdrawal symptoms of methadone aren't as acute, they last for a lot longer. Right? So you're just trading one poison for another. What I think is that they should just give it to people however they fucking want it. Or in a dose, because when people get addicted to heroin, they don't want to quit because they don't want to be sick. They don't want the side effects of being off of it. Right? Because at some point, they don't even get high anymore. Unless they do a massive dose. Maybe you get immune to it. So, I mean, think about it. Why are drugs legal? Why do we have drugs illegal in the first place? Is because people, I think, other than the Puritan element of American society, is that people will take too many drugs and hurt themselves or hurt other people. Right? They become a danger to society when they're all messed up. Right? So, at least I think that this should be the motivation to keep people off of drugs, is because we don't want them hurting themselves and others. But if you can maintain their addiction at a dosage that keeps them at equilibrium and not hurting other people for an economical price, just do that. Like, why do anything else? Like, who cares what they're doing? You know, because, listen, I know for a fact there's plenty of functioning heroin users. And they work on Wall Street.
I know a couple too.
And they work on Wall Street because I seen them myself with my own eyes buying the shit on the New Jersey PATH train in New Jersey City, New Jersey, all the time, every goddamn morning.
Yeah.
They're probably doing it right. What? No, they'll be doing it in 4 hours. Liberty Square, Jersey City, New Jersey, right where the PATH train that goes to right to where the World Trade Center is where it used to come out. I don't know where it comes out now.
Yeah, a question about the birth certificate. Like, let's say you reject that identity because, let's say you can trace your ancestors all the way back to the beginning. You know, does that mean anything to the system?
Well, I mean,
especially if it's written down, already written down, recorded, in the offices.
Like the thing, not using it. How does it impair you? Because they try to make it difficult for you not to use it. That's the way this shit works. It's like they're like, oh, use our little thing, and then life will just be easy for you. But if you don't use it, we're gonna make life difficult for you because we're gonna brainwash everybody else into thinking that you have to have it, right?
Yeah.
So they do things like this. So like, if you go to the bank and you don't have ID, they'll be like, we can't give you a bank account without ID. We can't give you a job without a social security number. We can't. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. And yeah, they can. Okay. We can't sell you this without paying sales tax. Yeah, they can. Like all this stuff. First of all, sales tax is supposed to be paid by the business, not by you. But they've tricked everybody into getting the consumer to pay for the frickin' sales tax. Okay, so here's another thing. So withholding income tax. They don't withhold income tax from you. Who's supposed to get in trouble? The business. They don't want to get in trouble. Right? So they try to get all this information from you. But there's exemptions. So if you're Amish, you can go work. You don't need a social security number. You don't need any of these things. Right? You don't need you don't need these things. There's ways around them, right? But they try to make it difficult, and they make it difficult by using peer pressure, right? Try to say I'll go for a job, right? Say it's I'm a senior executive at frickin', Tesla Motor Corporation, and I walk into human resources, and I'm just strutting in. I got my 3-piece suit. I'm about to make 7 figures working at Tesla Motors. Imagine that. Well, I fix myself. I look at my my solid gold cufflinks in my Armani suit, and I stroll in there, and they're like, "Well, you have to figure out this paperwork before you can start working here. We need your birth certificate." And I'm like, "I don't have a birth certificate." And they're like, "Well, we need a social security number." I don't have a social security number. Like, well, you can't work here. And that's what they're going to say. You're going to say, we can't hire you until you fill out this stuff. And you're going to tell them, I'm not required to. And we're like, okay, we'll talk to legal. And they're going to come back and we'll say, legal says you have to fill it out or you can't work here. Now, they don't have to hire you. And you can't sue them for discrimination. And you can't sue them for fucking anything. You can't sue them for not hiring you. You want to see how it works, right? Yep. No one's forcing you to do anything. They're just making it as difficult as humanly possible for you to operate outside their little hoop jumping scheme.
Yeah, kind of like how even to this day, amazingly enough, in order for someone to, except for I guess if they're maybe a diplomat or something like that, an exception to something like that, anyone who wants to enter the United States as of this day from a foreign country, they're not allowed to unless they got the jibby jab. It's not to say that they have to get the jibby jab, but if they want to come here, they got to get the jibby jab.
Is that true? If I come back,
I think it may be an exception for American citizens, but I'm not sure. You're not an American citizen, though, right?
I'm a national.
Probably not.
Yeah. I was in the Navy, the U.S. Navy. I think that's not enough. What if I died in the Navy fighting for us? Does that make me a citizen? Can I come back?
Well, you're going to be more likely than the next person, but still.
That's so messed up, man.
I wonder how many countries that applies to.
How many countries what?
That applies to. I mean, I know that applies to the United States, but I'm wondering, is that just the United States or like a couple of European? Like, how many countries can you not enter without taking the Jabski?
Well, the person I know, so she works in China. She's in the United States now because she got sick of China's shit. It was even too much for her. Her husband's still in China. Okay, so when COVID hit, she was in Mexico City, and she couldn't get back in China. So she came to the United States and stayed here. And she couldn't get back into China for like, I don't know, a long time. But China wouldn't let her in unless she had their version of the vaccine, whatever the fuck they call it. But they don't have that in the United States, right? We have our own monopoly, and then China has their monopoly, and never the twain shall meet. So she had the only country that, other than China, offering that that vaccine was like Slovakia or something. So she had to fly to Slovakia, get the Chinese virus, and then they didn't have the booster in Slovakia, but they had the booster in Moscow or something. So she had to go to Moscow to get there, and then like she knows people because she's like she's a restaurant critic. So she knows like high class people supposedly with Pol and all that stuff. I don't know how she knows these people. It's really like this leads whatever. Maybe it's just all nonsense or whatever. Anyway, she had to go through all this rigmarole, and then they finally. So she's married to a Chinese person, and I don't even think she's a Chinese. I don't even think they do that there. Like, you don't automatically become like a Chinese citizen when you marry a Chinese citizen. So anyway, she eventually. It took her forever to get back into China, like forever. And then when she got in there, she had to like quarantine for 8 weeks and like all this stuff. And then as soon as she like got done with that, she like came back. Like really, she was just like that sick of it. I don't even know why she went back, quite honestly. I think she had because they were like, when she got back there, like they were all in lockdown. So she got out of quarantine just to go into lockdown. And yeah, so she ended up coming back. But China won't let you in without like their vaccine. Like that was a female way of telling that short sentence. What about flat Earth? I heard you can't get onto the flat Earth unless you're vaccinated. Like if you fall off the edge, we're not letting you back on unless you've had the shot.
When a king signs the treaty, right? Let's say the king of Samoa signed that treaty to cede over the secession, what it was called,
islands, to give over the islands. He pretty much signed over his authority, right?
Yeah.
Power, and that position is pretty much gone, politically destroyed. Is that what happened?
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at the treaty. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
Yeah, okay. But what happened was,
did he relinquish power? Because
yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah, because he gave the king position over to Jesus. He basically commanded us. Jesus is now the king of Americans of Samoa,
Isn't that
and that's just his word to us. But I don't think America recognizes that. But you know what I mean? It's like we asked Hawaii. The king asked Hawaii, the king of Hawaii, to come help. The U.S. Navy stopped them, right? This is Western Samoa, and turned him back. And then it took a storm to destroy their ships, to kind of like stop that. But eventually everybody signed. I'm just wondering, that's what happens, right? When you sign, the king pretty much gave up his...
What year was it?
I think it was the late 1800s. I forget the exact, American Samoa history. It's a long time. The late 1800s.
I just want to range because each era kind of does like the same thing. You know what I mean? You can get it. You can kind of guess. So it was about the same time as Hawaii, right?
Hawaii. It was a little after Hawaii. Yeah, it was kind of a little after Hawaii. I don't know, when did Hawaii become it's around late 1800s.
But they signed a treaty too, right? And they had a king, and the king gave up his shit, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Well, they became a state, full-on state.
Well, yeah, because they're like, they probably had more bargaining power or something.
Yeah. More guns pointed at them. Look, we really want this one. This is the one we really want.
Well, I mean, listen, the best way to get humans to do what you want is to use it. You don't use just the stick, use the carrot and the stick.
Yeah.
So, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Look, you're going to get a whole bunch of gold if you do what we want, and if you don't, you're going to get a whole bunch of lead. Like, what do you want to do? Like, that's the easy choice.
Yeah. And then there's the Treaty of Waitangi, which is New Zealand, right? The agreement that they signed, the document they signed in New Zealand is not the same document they presented to the Queen. That's how they lost that one. Yeah. So the treaty that's at the Queen's door, that's the one that's effective. This one that was signed on the island, it pretty much doesn't matter. So it's like, damn, man, they full on.
And this is why
they couldn't conquer New Zealand. They couldn't conquer New Zealand. No, this is New Zealand. The Maoris before. This is before Hawaii and Samoa. They couldn't. They were fighting the Maoris. They couldn't win. This is where trench warfare comes from. The Maoris. It's called the Ba. That's what these holes or trenches are. So they couldn't defeat them with their guns and everything. The Maori warriors won every single battle because they were more. They're like a guerrilla fighters / They knew the land. And so they signed a treaty, some kind of peace treaty. But then the treaty that was presented in England was totally different than the one they signed here, the agreements as well. So that's why I wonder if these are valid. These
probably
documents.
Not. I mean, probably not, because
yeah,
I know too much shit, man. I just know. Yeah. Okay, so signing something is like a commercial contract. When you deal with between things like lords, ladies, sovereigns, you do shit under a seal. You know what a seal is, right? So they would have a signet ring.
Yeah.
And they dip it in the wax, right? They put wax and they put the seal. Because the seal would, it was impossible to fake. Anyone can fake a signature. So contracts under a seal or trust or that stuff, it was more enforceable. Let's put it that way. It was more indisputable. It was like a contract under a seal was like a fucking written from God. Put it that way. Whereas like a contract that was just signed, right? Was just that's a contract. We'll use a particular legal system to determine whether that's right or wrong. But we're not going to bend over head over heels over it. But if it's under seal, we'll go to fucking war. right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a totally different thing, man. Like under seal is like a totally different thing. Like, listen, if you wrote a document, not to even to any person, you said on Friday, I'm gonna go down to the river and wash my hands, and you put that under seal, and you made it public that document existed, and you didn't do that, anybody could sue you for not doing it. Because it was like a broad declaration to like the whole world. I'm doing this thing. It's way more beyond than like a contract between two people. It's called an action of covenant. So if you make a document under seal and then you don't execute it, like literally anybody in the community could sue you to make you do that thing. Because a lot of times people would be like, yes, I'm gonna, I'm gonna build a road from or I'm gonna build a bridge on this river or whatever. So these are like a lot older, like pre-1500s, like so like 1300s, 1200s, 1100s. I mean, they exist in the 1600s and stuff. But like, there was a system. There was like the legal system, and it like evolved over time. Put it this way: there was a legal system, and everybody had access to it, but the king monopolized it, King of England. And it must sound fucking weird to you being from fucking Samoa and be like, fucking little stupid island in the middle of the fucking North Atlantic. Like, we're fucking like they made the rules of fucking in the 1100s that guide what we're doing now. This is bullshit.
But
fucking flea-infested, disgusting fucking England deciding what people do halfway across the world, right? What the fuck?
But like I always imagine being this this mighty warrior, right, from this South Pacific island. You're like one of the greatest warriors ever. And then one day you see men who are white skinned in these epic ass sailboats. Boom! Some guy points a stick at a guy. I'm watching from the mountains. I saw this guy point a stick at another guy, and it went boom, and he died, bro. What kind of magic is this? Like
fire magic.
Fear. There must have. Yeah, called them the sky piercers, because they would pierce the sky with cannons, and like this is like godlike, magic. So I'm pretty sure it scared the shit out of people. Oh man. Death and disease came, so all these things must have scared the shit out of them. But almost wiped out 80% of population in Western Samoa. The flu, and then there were the guns.
It's really fucking. I mean, people all over the world have brutalized each other. It's hard to say that one is worse than the other, because feudal Japan was pretty bad, and China wasn't so great. The Mongols, they kind of were jerks themselves. But there's something about European history that's just ultra savage. It is. There's just something different about it, and it's I don't know what it is. It's hard to put your finger on. Because they had tortures, they were torturing people in all around the world. They all had slavery. They all had a lot of the things were the same. But the battle for Europe was for 1,000 years was so savage.
Yeah, they fought all the time.
Mm.
Freaking pathetic.
The Irish, the English, Scots, man.
Prussians, Austrians, French.
But to the Samoans,
look, P-Mac, just name any country in Europe. Any country they were at war at some point. Come on, give me a break, dude. He's like Switzerland. Just name just say Europe. That's all you have to say. Europe.
Switzerland.
They fight for the Vatican.
Nah, Ireland's not Europe.
That's true. That's true.
Damn straight.
That's damn straight.
But to the Samoans, we believe that there's a saying, the Wamala Malama Samoa is enlightened, right? Because of the gospel that came to us, and we believe that God used evil to bring good. He uses everything. You know what I mean? We read the Bible and we're like, nah, this is this is a better God than our gods. But then the way they used it, to replace all these religions, right, and take control of all these cultures around the world, it's kind of it's savage, like you said. But indirectly, they brought the light. They brought Jesus to Samoa, and Samoans are very grateful for that. You know what I mean? They think it's some kind of intervention, but but then they all end up following Christmas. It's not the real.
Thing.
You know what I mean? Like, same thing everywhere. It's eventually discovered the real, and that's worth it to the Samoans. That you learn about the most powerful God. Because it's based on God. Their culture, the Samoan culture, is based on belief in God. Like, it's crazy. Very superstitious too, even to this day, because they mix their culture with it. You know what I mean? Like the Haitians do, like the Mexicans do. This voodoo Christian type of religion that's happening all over the world.
He said superstitious. That was dope.
Yes, and
I like that
ancestor
word.
worship. Yeah, superstitious.
When you said that, this is what I thought. This is what I thought. I was like, she's a very freaky girl. She's superstitious. She's superstitious. She's a very super girl. You know what I mean? The kind that gets kind of stishy. That was dope. Tell me that shit wouldn't be funny though.
They're very blue-pilled, superstitious people, just like Americans. You know how Christian America, some Christmas, Easter, Halloween, don't even know what we're worshiping.
They worship Christopher Columbus. I know what you mean.
We're worshiping.
They even have a day named after him. Columbus has got his own day, just like Christmas.
I almost went to college. Almost. Well, I took I took like a year and a half in Long Beach, and I was like, nah.
Oh yeah, dog. I'm coming flat out of Compton in Long Beach. You know what I
Long
mean?
Beach City College, yeah.
Right.
I did. Yeah, it's just. Why would they lie?
Right. Seriously, why would they lie? I just don't think they would. You know what I mean? That's me using my best judgment. My best judgment says they would lie.
Man, if people think lying about the earth it requires everyone to be involved, and how much more lying about God? You know what I mean? This religion, Christianity, or whatever this thing, Catholics.
Christianity. I'm very glad to be back. Christianity. I don't know, just that name, like just hearing that name and people saying that. Just me personally, I don't have anything against anybody who claims to be that or anything. But like, if my friend got shot or stabbed, I wouldn't call him like a gun sin or like a knife sin. So why would I want to call him a Christian? The Christ is the cross, like the instrument supposedly that he died upon. Right? So why would I glorify that thing that he died upon and wear cross necklaces and stuff like that? It's actually mocking it. So everybody who has all that stuff, I feel like they're part of the mockery. If in fact that narrative even happened. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Hey, I feel like I should point this out to you, especially since your name is a pun having to do with Latter-day Saints. Just so you know,
Wait,
Latter.
Is the president speaking?
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
President, I've waited so long to hear from you. I was turning blue. A bunch of guys up here were.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, just so you know, the thing you just said about you don't think it's a good idea to wear the cross because
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not say that.
Well, I mean, you think it's making a mockery of Christ, though, right? Is what you said, right?
That's not what people are thinking in their hearts. So yeah.
Yeah. Well. Anyway, whatever you were saying, it was synonymous, and I thought I'd point out it to you with what Mormons, actual Latter-day Saints, say and believe and hold true to their hearts. You may notice if you ever walk around a Mormon church, you'll never see you'll see a painting of Christ or a picture of Christ on the wall, but you'll never see typically an image of him on the cross, and you'll never see a giant crosses anywhere. And the reason why is because they feel and basically say exactly what you just said. They don't like to advertise the image of Christ being crucified, but they like to teach it in Sunday school nonetheless.
Understandable.
Damn, so I was thinking about doing a video where I went up to there's a huge one in Santa Barbara here, and there's just enough room on the wall for the edge of the wall where the L and the edge of the wall meet. We're actually put a giant darker green F or a red F. You know what I mean? On this thing, so it's like Latter-day Saint, but the F is all dripping spray paint. That'd be so sick, huh? You know what I mean? Wouldn't you think that would be so sick, Mr. President?
You kind of lost me.
I missed what you said. What did you say?
Sorry, I said there's a Latter-day Saint, whatever they're called, building or corporation or whatever next to where I live, and there's just enough room from the edge of the wall, at the edge of the side of the building, till where the L starts, where I could put a giant F in red spray paint, and I would make it dripping down, dude. That'd be dope. You know what I mean? Make a little video clip like that, put it in the beginning of my videos or something. You know?
I don't think so. You got to keep in mind, vandalism is for the bad guys.
What you can do is you can take a photo and take it home and Photoshop it. Add your F there.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, damn, the authenticity of if it was really had that though, it would just give it more grit. You know what I mean? True grit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how would you like it if I went up to your house and spray painted a giant penis over your front door? I don't think you'd like that.
I live at 250 West Center, Ventura, California, 93001. That's what my address.
It's going to make us look like vandals, bad people. So I wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Hey, check this out. I gave my address up the other day for the first time on Jim Panda's server. I went on there and somebody threatened me. They threatened my body in myself physical harm. And I said, I put my address in the live chat and I said, this is my address. You can come see me anytime. I'm not hard to find, homie. You know what I mean? I'll even pay for your trip over here. I want you to make good on your promise. And they're like, oh. But check this out. 3 days later, both of my cars that have been parked in front of my house for 2 years were towed in the morning, bro. Is that weird? I'm not bullshitting you.
You shouldn't have given your address up.
Wait, were they your cars?
And hey, this is what I have to say about that. Then next time, I hope they come and spray paint a dick on the front of my house if I give up my address. You know what I mean?
Wait, were they your cars?
Yeah, they were both my cars.
Oh,
my Suburban and my 4Runner, bro. The Suburban only has 74,000 miles on it. It's a 7.4 liter 2-wheel drive, 2,500 badass car. It was old fire captain's car. 74,000 miles on the engine.
I mean, I'm not immune to this, but you shouldn't let other people cause you to put that kind of information on the internet. I think that's dangerous.
Or bait you into it. I think is a better term.
If
they did,
what is it?
One way or another, whether someone encouraged you to give that information out or not, you shouldn't give that information out.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any difference if you say what town you live in. They can't do anything with that, really.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if people really want to test me, to the point of actuality, and not just metaphoric or theoretical things, but literally, because I take a lot of things literally, then I literally want them to bring something tangible, malleable, not conceptual, artificial to the table. And you know what I mean? And put me to the test if they question me, you know? That's just me.
Problem with that is like you don't know who's going to use that information. You know what I mean?
True, but my intentions are good. I have no.
Those people who friend you probably didn't even care about the address. But there are people LARPing that could use that. You know, that could destroy your life if they wanted to. Yeah.
They could swap me if they wanted to.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you're probably right. But I feel like my intentions are good and my intent is pure. You know what I mean? Like, I have no ill will or intent. So then what?
Yeah, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. I heard that somewhere once. I thought it sounded cool. It's true, too, if you think about it, right?
I think it's true just some of the time. It's one of those things where I think it's true half the time, not true half the time.
I'm gonna look up the etymology of that. I'm gonna look up the etymology of that phrase. That's interesting. You just sparked something in my mind.
Like I'm pretty sure. You know, Ron Paul has good intentions, and I'm sure maybe possibly Hitler had good intentions. But I don't think either of these men are the same men at all. You know, like
their own conception what their good intentions are.
Those men are both under the same umbrella. Absolutely.
Else.
I saw it on an episode of Law and Order. That's where I saw it. Long time ago. I don't know why I remembered that. It was a woman judge. She's like, Mr. So-and-so, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. It's like, oh, that's a good one.
Check this out, though.
It doesn't work.
If cleanliness was next to godliness, it would be impossible for me to be beside myself. You know what I mean?
They're saying, get out of your own way, right? You know that saying? Yeah.
Hey, do I keep cutting out when I talk?
No, you sound all right. You just talk really fast. That's why, we can't pick up what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's hard. Sometimes it's like hard for me to slow it down the way the words come out at certain intervals. It's like pressure on a hose. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like really too strong. You have to turn it down. And other times you want to like turn it up. That's how I talk. Yeah.
Change that.
Yeah.
You need a bigger hose.
Yeah, right. I need a bunch more hose. I need to bring some hose to this court. You know what I mean?
You need a compressor.
Right.
A converter.
I need a fucking anti-disestablishmentarianism orator, right? The other day, I was on this chick's server. It's actually an anti-disestablishmentarianism platform. Yeah, it gets really vocal at times, you know? People are really passionate about anti-disestablishmentarianism, bro. You know what I mean? It's really picking up again, it's making a comeback. Oh my god.
That's a big word. How many letters in that? A-N-T-I-E-S-T-A-B-L
It's gotta be like 40.
M-E-N-T-I-S-M. 20 exactly. Wow. Not as big as supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but close.
Hey, not as meaningful either, you know?
That's right. Establishment.
You guys realize that anti-disestablishmentarianism is the word in itself. The word in itself, in its beginning roots, is a double negative.
Oh, wait, 22.
Anti and dis. Think about it. You're canceling one. You're canceling the other one out.
Right. It's like -1, -1, right?
Mm-hmm. A lot of the people on Jim Panda's server, when they talk, they start out their conversation or what their opening monologue or whatever it is with a double negative statement. It's a double negative affirmation statement. So I always stop them and I go, "You guys are actually canceling out what you're originally starting out and saying." You know what I mean? Or, you take things too technically.
And
these are people that when they talk, they say probably every other sentence they throw the word literally in there.
What does it mean? Does it mean what it sounds like it means? This establishmentarianism. Okay. Yes.
Anti and dis are both negative, so it's rendering itself a double negative, thus nullifying the first word and canceling it out, but like in a very confusing, smooth way. That's classic doublespeak. Classic form of Hegelian dialect. Dialectic. I see all the patterns in this stuff. I have pattern recognition for these words and stuff. When I see a sentence, first of all, I focus on all the words that have double consonants and then double vowels. And then the more unusual double vowels that are placed together, such as like RR or like SS or common double consonants, right? Like EE is. But then an unusual double vowel would be like UU.
I see patterns like drugs too.
Okay, vacuum. VACUUM.
Wait. VACUM. Yep. Space in a vacuum.
Which
the last time I saw space next to a vacuum, Kevin Spacey was doing a fucking Dirt Devil commercial.
Next, a vacuum in space.
Kevin Spacey, or Kevlar Space, or Kelvin Space.
I think that didn't make any sense.
If it don't make Donald's, it don't make Pence. You know what I mean?
Say quick. Don't make dollars. It don't make sense.
And if it don't make Donald's, it don't make Pence. I got so much rage and resentment for all this outdated equipment. Dude, Helio told me to make up something that rhymed with Cavendish experiment. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. You know, in one of those days you're sitting at home and your bitch is having her period and you're trying to fuck around in the garage with a Cavendish experiment.
Oh, that's easy. Just ask ChatGPT. Don't need to think anymore, mate. Just ask the Oracle. How about that? It might even give you more words that rhyme with orange instead of just orange, right? It's more creative than the most creative man or woman alive. Oh, that's the idea.
Some chick the other day goes, Do you think you're gonna rap for a living? You can't rap for a living. She asked me that. She goes, You think you're gonna rap for a living? And I go, Well, I don't not think that I'm gonna rap for a dime. You know what I mean? Look out of here.
We'll rap for a living, with this, standing next to the road with the sign, right? We'll rap for a living.
Yeah. I'll take you guys back to Thanksgiving before I start to rap for a living. Threw a globe in the air and I fucking fractured a pigeon.
I would never put the words Cavendish experiment in any song I write. Like, what? Get out of here, clown.
It took me
I ain't
15
talking about
seconds in my mind to rhyme Cavendish experiment with having her period. 15 seconds, bro. That's the first thing I thought of was a chick having her period doing the Cavendish experiment.
So what good does that do rhyming words together that are completely irrelevant from each other? I don't get it. Is that supposed to make a song?
What good does it do to speak words that are completely irrelevant from each other? Is that supposed to make a point?
Are you implying that's what I just did now?
Are you implying that that's what I did?
Well, I'm just asking you a question. You didn't answer it.
And I just asked you a question that you didn't answer.
What was the question?
I don't remember. What question were you asking me?
Well, I was just asking you, does rhyming words together that have nothing to do with each other, is that making a song?
I mean, it's not making a song, you know what I mean? It's not the steps that I would take if I didn't want to make a song, necessarily, you know?
I don't think you're answering my question.
I don't think you're understanding my answer.
I bet if you use Chat GPT, it'll give you rhymes that are relevant.
Yeah. I think President Orion could battle me into the ground with his verbatim, verbatim. Ooh, I wanna trot him tuberhuman. Oh, Ryan, you realize every time that I allow you to talk to me, I sharpen up your linguistics, you know, without even trying.
Allow you to talk to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that clarification.
Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to get technical or anything, but, you know what I mean?
Okay, who's new subject? Who's killed the most people? Guns, cars, or hammer?
The Rothschilds.
I think governments kill the people because they mobilize the military. That's the biggest killer. Or the people who control the government.
I think the biggest killer is people who are against things like BLM, you know what I mean, and LGBTQ. People that are against that, those are the real killers, and they kill the most people with intolerance.
Well, I don't vote, so I don't know, don't care. What's that?
We got to take the BLM serious, though. Like, I mean, it's just not right, you know? It's just not right.
What's not right?
BLM collected $1 billion from donations.
It's not right to think. It's not right. It's not right to think that BLM doesn't matter.
Well, where was BLM? When did it start?
I don't know, but just saying the word BLM makes me hungry for a BLT. You know what I mean?
Yes, the Thanksgiving
The Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, got me thinking about.
I'm guessing you're not talking about the Bureau of Land Management, or are you?
Hey Orion, every time I speak, Orion, you know what it makes you want to do? It makes you want to take your girl down to Subway at midnight, get a submarine sandwich with your EBT card, and be like, "What? I would have tipped, but the machine doesn't give me the option," and still look like a smooth person and leave with your lady with your head up high. You know what I mean? That's what talking to me makes you want to do.
What about White Lives Matter? White Lives Matter. WLM. That's a thing, right?
What about Flat Lives Matter?
How about No Lives Matter? I win. Thank you.
What about just Black Matter and Birthing Stars? Stardust.
Hey, that would actually be a cool thing if I would ever meet a member of the Bureau of Land Management. I would say to him, "Flat Lives Matter."
Right.
What's a flat lives? What is that?
I'd probably say like Flat Earth Matter or something like that.
Hey Orion, you know I'm going to use that sound clip of you saying that I might as well just be a Glober. I sound just like Matthew in one of my new rap songs. I'm just saying though.
Nothing really matters. You know that song, right? Mama.
Rhapsody.
Kill the man. Nothing really matters when your life is.
I'm scheduled to be at work at 11:15. I have to be at work. It's in Jim Panda's server. I'm working a 5-hour shift there tonight.
Who's paying?
Doing what?
Who's payroll?
Doing a stand-up routine. I do stand-up for about 3 hours, and I'll take a quick 10-minute smoke break, and maybe get something to drink, and I go back on for another hour and 45 minutes. I get a paid lunch break though.
Is Jim paying you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How much is he?
He's paying me. He's paying me with goodwill and appreciation. You know what I mean? Basically, I get paid in shipping giggles.
Can't buy groceries with goodwill and appreciation, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. You know what I mean? With the money that I get from going on Jim Panda's server, I usually end up having to wash dishes after me and my ex-girlfriend go out to eat. You know what I mean?
You get super chats?
I don't know. I don't think it's like live, like where like people can type in stuff right then and there on this thing. Is it?
Demand that he makes it live. Stream it. Tell him you need some super chat. Tell him that you can't do this shit for free. You got a family to feed.
Oh, that's what he meant when he told because one of them interrupted me one time and he's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you see how many people are in the chat right now? He's like, we have 50 people in the chat. And then the other dude shut up. So you're saying that the amount of people in the chat can actually send in money like live right then and there? My mic's fucking up again. Is my mic fucking up?
Nope.
Okay.
Your mic can't keep up with all the rhymes you're spitting out.
I know, like, when I say something, I expect an answer just as rapidly as I said it, because my mind's already on to the next thing, dude. So many times my ex, like, I'll text her, right? And then I will get no response, and I'll text her more and more, like, rapidly. And then at this point, I'm, like, just getting so heated, I end up just going to the spot where she's at or something irrational. And she's like, dude, I was in the shower, the bathroom, like, people don't respond that quick. Like, that's insane. And I still really don't understand, you know?
Yeah, I often show up at my ex's location.
Why are you texting your ex?
This was when she first left me, you know what I mean? And I still couldn't get over the fact that she's doing ungodly things, you know, gross acts with not only is he a heliocentric NASA fanboy somewhat, but He's a video game player, a gamer, and I was just butthurt, you know what I mean? And I couldn't control my jealousy where I'd actually act out and physically act out, you know? And I realized I didn't really make her want to go back with me. All they did was have that fool want to make a restraining order against me. He put up a bigger gate, and he made so nails were all spiked up like from the top. Like he like put up like an elaborate like, you know, security system so I'd really hurt myself if I went back over there. Like, you know, that's what it made them do. But so I was just like, by that time, dude, I was like, dude, fuck this bitch. I don't even want to be with her, dude. I don't want to be with somebody who doesn't want to be with me. You know what I mean? Because I put everything into that shit, dog. So fuck it, dog. You know what I mean? I don't want it then. You know what I mean?
All I can see is a big 6-foot fence with barbed wire, landmines, and German Alsatians running around.
Hey, I told her, this fool's way bigger than me, and this fool's that shook at me. Like seriously, I was like, if I seen this fool, I start attacking him. I jump on him, start punching him in the face as many times as I can before he uses his size and understanding of fighting better than me and puts me in a sleeper. I'll be screaming at him, blood on my face. You better fucking kill me, motherfucker. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got to the point where like, dude, I'm giving way too much into this. She doesn't even turn me on anymore. You know?
Yeah, far too much attention.
Far too much. I gave way too much of myself, homie. So much of myself.
You know, I treat them as they treat me, non-existent.
Yeah.
Morrissey said one thing that's very good. In my life, why do I give valuable time to people who don't care if I live or die? So why would you?
Yeah, exactly, bro. Damn, that was well said. She probably doesn't, dude. Obviously, she doesn't. Fuck.
Yeah, and so when you observe your mind going towards the thoughts of an ex, just say to yourself, she's not thinking about me. She's not wasting her time thinking about me. Why the fuck am I thinking about her? I'll give as much time as she gives to me. I'll give to her. So it's nothing.
And I need to flush this shit. And there you go. You're done.
It's a big shit.
Yeah.
No, but people do. Like, it's obvious. We all get a little bit.
Yeah.
Crazy about some person.
Could have been worse. It could have been a good relationship. And then you lost it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's true. I accepted it though, you know what I mean? Because like, yeah, I had cheated on her. Like in the first couple of years we were together, there was like, but I told her, I was like, not to excuse the behavior, but the people I did with, like, they weren't your friends. They weren't people you'd ever met or known or on social media with, you know? But I mean, not that even matters. You know, because in the end, like she didn't have connections with people or just the wherewithal or the social ability to make relationships with people. So she like fed off the shirt tails of my shit, which is fine. You know what I mean? I expect nothing less of her, you know? And the other day I was hyperventilating, you know what I mean? I was taking practice deep breaths, like if I was going to give birth. And some chick asked me, she goes, "Latter-day Saints, what do you do? Do you do that for a living?" I was like, bitch, I don't breathe air for a dying. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. You know? We've got a really good crowd in here tonight. You know? We love 24/7 Live City. Yeah. So, how many of you guys came in here by yourselves tonight without a date? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 of you guys. Look, he put his hand up all fast. Yeah. He's gonna come in here working the crowd.
I'll be forever alone.
I'm just working the crowd right now. Let me build up to this. Now I'm just kidding. But, yep. Hey, this chick who I'm at her hotel right now. she married a quote unquote cryptcoin miner, and he's like filthy millionaire rich, right? And she's like taking her little 6 month or 9 month, like, I don't know what, hiatus from him or whatever. And so he just keeps paying for her like luxury hotels all over Santa Barbara and Ventura. And then like basically it's really cool because I've never like hooked up with her, right? But she hooks up with all kinds of different dudes, and she gets really emotionally attached. And then like she'll freak out at the dude's house. You know what I mean? Just start doing some outlandish, ungodly shit. And guys get all freaked out. They're like, I don't want no trouble. You know, most guys are like, whoa, trouble. Like, all right, just take off, you know? And she won't. And at this point, like the person will do something to trick her to leave and like dip out and not come back home. And she'll call me. She's like, this motherfucker has all my stuff at his house. And I'm like, boom, like a good neighbor. But Latter-day Saints is there, you know what I mean? As soon as I get there, she'll slap a couple hundreds in my hand right off the bat. Boom. Da-da-da, you know what I mean? I'll go in there and, like, I'll tell her, you know what I mean, homie? Like, I'm not going to kick in your door to get her stuff back, but, like, I mean, like, don't make me do that. You know what I mean? I'm just going to get her stuff. And most, like, 99 out of 100 people are just like, dude, take it. Like, I don't want any problems. You know what I mean? They're really amiable. So I've been doing that for a living on the side. You know what I mean?
She sounds like a keeper.
I mean, it's just a way I've been making money and helping out a friend, you know. But
Did you just say she sounds like a keeper?
Yeah.
I don't think so, dude.
Yeah, her husband should definitely keep her, because otherwise, how am I going to get paid? You know. Just know in your heart that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is pear-shaped. You think it's pear-shaped. But there's no such thing as a terrorist. Dude, I missed it. I miss those days, bro.
Which days? The terrorist days?
No, I missed the days when the band was still together. You know that dude, didn't you guys ever used to listen to the Latter-day Stephen COVID Hawking band? Dude, in my day, that was like the number one. Everybody was bumping that shit, dog. You know what I mean? And eventually they got old and the band broke up, but like I heard they were doing a reunion last year. Dude, imagine seeing the Latter-day and Stephen COVID Hawking band live in concert for one last time. Dude, how glorious that would be. You know what I mean? I know there's at least one person in the audience tonight that was listening to the Latter-day Stephen COVID Hawking band the first time they had sex with a girl. You know what I mean? You know, it was real popular. But I feel like I'm about to cry just reminiscing on the days back with the band, you know?
Looks like a bunch of globe heretics in chat. We gotta add some fuel to this fire. Who will be the first among ye to claim a radius that has never been measured?
I'd like to try that.
Give it a shot, PMAC.
Let me see. What was the question again? Sorry.
How do we go about proving a radius that no one measured?
That's easy. You measure it.
But what about without doing the measurement part?
Then you've got a radius.
You got an imaginary radius.
Yeah.
I guess I could prove that I imagined something.
Yeah.
But that imagination translate into a physical proof? Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Done.
I had Professor Phil today tell me that the atmosphere goes on infinitely.
I know, right?
Infinitely. He said that the gradient of the Earth is part of outer space, and it's all one gradient. It never ends, and it extends, well, effectively forever.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Right. But he has no way of proving that, because you can't measure something that can't be measured, right?
Yeah, there's no infinite, ruler stick or whatever. Measuring tape.
For infinite. Hang on, I get my infinite ruler out here.
Yeah. Let me just walk to infinity here. I'll get it sorted for you.
Be right back.
Yep. So you got an infinite volume. Most of it is an extreme vacuum. But you've got all this pressure here, just not filling it because...
reasons.
I have reasons. Fuck, why didn't I think of those?
Dude, it's so simple, eh? It's easy to explain.
Yeah, he kept saying that. He's like, oh, it's going over your head. I guess it was. I didn't think of the reasons.
Yeah, over my head and everywhere else.
Reasons never occurred to me.
Yeah, there's a reason for everything.
I can see no reason that would happen.
Or is it? Yeah, that was good. No reasons. What reasons do you need to? Tell me why.
Just give me a reason. One good reason.
Skibidi-doo.
One good reason to believe that I look outside and see a ball.
Infinity to infinity and beyond. It's crazy. It's just fucking crazy, man.
I just love to get him in here. I just love to get him in here and ask him some questions about that. Like, so when did you measure this infinite gradient?
I don't like Mondays. Tell me why.
Like Monday.
Can I get a measurement from the infinite part of it, just to confirm that it's actually infinite and whatnot?
I want to shoot. Ooh, the whole day.
Take me to the edge of infinity, Phil, and just grab a measurement of that gradient for me.
To infinity and beyond.
Exactly. Beyond infinity, even. That's how far this gradient reaches. That's how far the Earth's atmosphere goes. Beyond infinity, really. Because it's infinitely expanding. Infinity is always expanding itself infinitely.
Amazing.
Can't believe it. Mind blown. All you had to do was say it to prove it, too. Crazy.
So I suppose you would get them to the point where they have to admit that they only have a belief. They don't have a measurement. They have a belief that something is so, and that's about as far as it goes.
Yeah. I can give some respect to people who admit that. Most of them never will, but a couple of them do. They'll say, hey, it boils down to a belief. All right, well, fair enough. That's what you think. You just want to believe it. Whatever. Who am I to tell you not to? But when they argue that it's objective reality, when it obviously is just some fantasy. Gonna need proof of that, sir.
It's just a fantasy. It's not the real thing. Sometimes a fantasy is all it is.
True. Easy to confuse those with reality, too.
That was kind of one of the turning points for me, too, when I realized everything began with theory. The theory of dinosaurs, the theory of evolution, the Big Bang theory, the theory of gravity. It's, shit, they're right, bro. That's just a theory.
Yeah. I don't even think it rises to the level of theory. Colloquial theory, perhaps. Definitely not scientific, though.
Yeah, you got a point. But yeah, that kind of, I sort of said to myself, holy shit, bro. I can't actually prove anything that anybody is telling me.
Right. They're just stories that just keep getting forced on us, shoved at us, repeated over and over again, and that seems to be the only proof of any of them is just the repetition of the claim.
Yeah, it's a colloquial thing, isn't it? It's kind of the best way to cage somebody is to jail somebody is to make them think that they're not in jail. And then,
yeah.
And then let them all tell each other that they're not in jail, and then they'll believe it.
Right. Yeah, and then they'll be the best prisoners of all. They won't try to escape or anything. They'll just be content where they are.
Yeah, we just we're nothingness. We don't mean much.
We're good. And why does it matter?
Yeah.
Why does it matter for prisoners anyway?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Did you see that? There was actually a film out there the other day about a guy, a real life story. Hang on, what do you call him? Geez, he robbed a bank in fucking Stockholm. That's where the whole thing came from. He was an American.
Oh.
Yeah. Never mind. Anyway.
Yeah, I never seen that before. That's where the term Stockholm Syndrome comes from?
Yeah, because one of the bank tellers actually sort of fell in love with the guy, and yeah, she told a couple of lies. Yeah, a true story. That's where it came from. Yeah, that's it was like 70s or something.
Oh, it's like a recent term, even.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Didn't know that. But yeah, that's what's going on here at large. Why would they lie to me? They love me. The thing that's so funny about that mentality is when you think they wouldn't lie to me, they couldn't lie to me, you're the most susceptible for being lied to when that's your state of thinking. There's crazy irony to it. They can't lie to me. So you can't fathom that they did, so you'd be the easiest target to lie to. Pretty self-defeating. And for the most part, they weren't even lied to anyway. For the most part, people are just passing on claims that they never bothered to thoroughly investigate.
Oh. See, Ethan Hawke, that's the fucking guy's name. It's called Stockholm. It's a 2018 film. It was on Netflix, I think. It's pretty fucking damn good. It's a good film. Where it came from, 1970s, 1973.
Anybody got any Glober friends they can send in here?
Friends?
What are those? What's that? Oh, cool. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, Ethan Hawke's a pretty good actor. Yeah, he's good. He's better than me. The thing that fascinated me was it's a true story. That's where the term came from.
So the person that took you as a hostage, endangered your life in the first place, you trusted more with your safety than the ones that wanted to come and liberate you.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I know, man. It's fucked up. But like living on a ball.
Like you wouldn't be in that situation in the first place had they not taken you hostage. So those guys should be the ones to blame for everything.
People are weird.
Yeah. And I live on a ball because they just couldn't lie to me. And since I think that, I'm the easiest person to lie to.
Right. You see what you just said there? Couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the crux right there.
Just wouldn't and couldn't lie to me.
Not possible. Not possible. There's so many people who need to be involved in this fucking lie. It's not possible.
You see how that mentality, though, makes you like a really easy person to lie to, though? Because you think that you can't be lied to, so you'd be actually really easy to lie to. If somebody's going around thinking they can't lie to me, I could just tell them anything. And they go for it because they think I can't lie to them, right?
They're very, very easy to manipulate.
Yeah.
It's called a brain. And you just get hold of that brain and you fucking twist it about and you do something with it, and then suddenly everybody's drinking Kool-Aid with Jim Jones for South America.
Hey, man, Jim Jones wouldn't lie. Doesn't have any reason to.
Just drink the Kool-Aid, bro. It's good for you. It's full of vitamins.
Don't ask any questions. You don't need to. They don't lie. They wouldn't. They can't. They couldn't get away with it. Think of how many people would have to be in on it.
Yeah, exactly. Compartmentalization or something like that.
They just don't think about it properly, though, because we're like, how many people would have to be in on it? It's like they're thinking that teachers and doctors and whatever they think scientists are, all these people are conspiring. It's like, no. They just think the same thing that you think because that's what was told to them. Like everybody.
Yep.
And usually it was just told to them by another person who thinks it because it was told to them. It's just people repeating claims at each other is all it is, mostly. There's a source, obviously, but mostly it gets propagated that way.
Into the brink. What's up, huh?
Hey, what's up? Oh, sorry about that. I just came in to listen.
What gives break?
I know.
Give us
I was
a
like,
break.
I'm gonna have a snack.
Give me a break.
And listen, I was just talking to somebody on this Earth Awakenings.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to get Trillion in there to talk, and then he just wanted to talk. So
wait a minute.
Yeah, I just
Trillium
came
from
to
the
say,
YouTube chat.
Yeah,
That's
they didn't even come.
Huh, interesting, yeah. I wonder if they'll ever step foot in here. I guess Earth Awakenings is as close as they got, or...
No, like they're not going in there. I guess she just wants to use her name in chat. And then so this other person I thought was some Gloober was talking to me, and then I was like, I'm in voice check in right now. I'm waiting for you, Trillion, because she called me from the chat on YouTube. And so I'm like, I'm literally in here waiting for you. Like they're talking about a subject here. You want to talk about whatever, call me in. You're calling me out. So I'm here. Where you at?
It's
no show. But somebody else showed, and then they're like, oh yeah, I am like they're crazy. So they were just like saying, like, why is Trillion so desperate? Why are they hanging out here more than anybody else? It's weird.
Yeah, why do they hang out in the YouTube chat all day fucking long and they'll never step foot in here and talk to any of us?
Yeah.
Because they're just fans, eh?
That's a good question.
They must be fans, and they're just intimidated to talk to us.
Secret flat earthers.
No, she's definitely a fan of mine. Or she, whatever, is a fan of mine. And I'm like, hey.
Yeah, they're nervous about
Thank
talking
you.
to the celebrities, yeah. I guess, I mean, what the hell? Stalk us around, hang out in the YouTube chat all day. Won't come into the server, though. It's just a couple more clicks. I mean, what do you got to hide? Some of them could be people like, serial trolls and stuff who we have dealt with many times who don't want to expose their identity.
Yeah, I think like Trill is like FTFE or something.
Yeah, that could be the case. A thing like that.
Because like they have the same argument style, which is nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Nothing.
Steamroll the conversation.
It's like space.
Insult.
It's full of
obfuscate non-stop. Focus on whatever irrelevant red herring detail you can.
Did you see the FED of Matthew Learns today?
I caught a few clips of it.
Wow. Well, I just went and did my little just like quote highlight whatever of the part, but it's like, wow, Matthew learns deception, because it's like Matthew's been here at least 3 years talking to people, and so but he has still in his video has to say about imagining some argument that none of us made about like how radio waves don't exist. It's like, you talk to us all the time. Why would you have to tell somebody to imagine something like when you're talking to us all the time? You have enough little arguments to off that you're strawmanning perpetually in your little thing already, but then you have to go imagine something that isn't. It's like, why? It's pathetic, and it's like throughout it, it's just a lot of deception. And Nathan asked at the beginning, is it just he's dumb, or is he being deceptive?
Radio waves is a pretty bad analogy, because those have practical demonstrations, right? Practical application.
And they actually prove that their angle measurements based on flat and not glob, and it can't be on glob. Like, you'd get way different signals.
But the thing is they're trying to say that, like some things you don't see, but they're real, right? But the globe is not in that category. It's a thing that you don't see and is not real. It's more akin to like, gremlins or fairies or ghosts or something, not radio waves, which actually have practical application.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. Conflate like something that is imaginary with something that is physically real.
And with that logic,
air and wind is physically real, but the glob is, and it will never be physically real.
With that logic, you can rationalize any fairy tale. That's what they're doing. They're just rationalizing fairy tales. They're rationalizing ghosts, basically. Oh, you don't see it doesn't mean it's not real, therefore real. No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, they skip past the graveyard and then ask, well, what's your replacement for this fairy tale story of the sky?
Yeah, exactly. The second that they have to do that, they've
Your
also
premise.
well, it's like a concession in itself, even having to deflect the burden onto you, right? Because if they had any proof for their claim, they would have just come with that, wouldn't they have? Why would they go immediately to trying to get you to back up some claim that you didn't make? Why wouldn't they just come with their proof if they have it?
Yeah, that was what was hilarious that Nathan pointed out in Matthew Learn's thing is he just brushed over the terrestrial refraction, showing that horizontal line is bent, and he just brushed past it and then said that we didn't know what the math was.
Well, we do, and he used the shadiest, most dishonest math that he could, and he knows all the stuff that we throw at him at this point. So I do say dishonest deliberately, right? He chose an equation that minimizes it as much as possible, right? Or yeah. And there's so many problems with it, and he knows that the main one is that it's all based on begging the question of the radius in the first place.
Yeah, and he also knows that the complaint is the obstruction bit versus it being optical to begin with. So it's not even, we don't even have to go into the math. The minute you say that line's bent, you're done. So it's the horizon isn't geometric Earth curve obstruction. It is an optical phenomenon.
Right.
That's the end of that argument. The horizon isn't blurf dirt.
That's right. It's just the fact that they have to say refraction is already a loss for them.
Oh yeah,
because we're not observing the globe, right? So now they have to come with an excuse instead of the evidence of the thing in the first place.
Yeah, Matthew's argument was it looks flat and it feels stationary, therefore 'tis on glob.
Right. Exactly. That's how all their arguments go. Well, it just looks so flat because everything, including the path of light, is so curved, right? Just feels stationary because everything is just moving together. Everything is so much in motion that it just comes out to feel stationary. Okay,
Yeah,
but you know what else feels stationary, though?
You're an ant on a clock. Like, it's like...
Yeah, stupid. Because you know what?
Reverse actual, tangential.
But, you know what else feels stationary, though? Is just being stationary. So why would you take that and then go to the conclusion of, yeah, that's motion, everything is just moving together, and yeah, that's why it feels stationary? It's like, no, that's the opposite of what you experience. Like, where'd you get that?
That's the
And this doesn't help you, right?
objective reality.
So once again, they're coping and they're making excuses instead of coming with their evidence, and it's all they can do.
Yeah, relativist argument will be a reification fallacy, or pointing to a cartoon, a fallacy of authority.
Right.
Like when you say, show me that in the real world, here's Pascal's principle, here's water, which is water seeking level, here's thermodynamics, entropy of gas, Boyle's gas law. They're like, no, that doesn't apply.
Oh yeah.
Like, huh? Like,
all the laws of nature don't
This is
apply.
actual physics, and then they say you don't understand physics because whatever is physical is bullshit because of supernatural physics or whatever they
funny,
call
though?
astrophysics.
They reject everything we know about physics and say that this fantasy that they claim instead is physics.
Yeah, it's the geometric and science dysmorphia disorder.
It's just so crazy. You don't understand physics while you're citing physics to them. Then they claim something physically impossible and say that that's physics. Something they can't physically demonstrate and say that that's physics. What fucking sense does that make?
Well, that's the incomprehension. They don't understand when they say physics. They're like starting to say the word physical, right? Like, this is physical.
Physical demonstration, please, not just your imagination. That is definitely not physics, right?
Observation science. This is physical science, not observation. You had a dream and that was science,
right?
You
Exactly.
You were the observer position in your dreams.
That's what they're doing, dude. They're basically taking their dreams and calling those physics, and then throwing out the physical world and physical observation.
Yeah, that's precisely what. They're relativists.
It's so insane.
They literally believe in a special pleading labeled special, and it's a pleading fallacy of special relativity, or they reify graph paper into donut holes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's right. And when you don't just take them up on their fantasies, then you don't understand physics. Figure out how that works.
They just say gravity, and it's like, okay, wait, what's your claim? Again, okay, wait, I got no problem with it.
The word gravity,
gravitas, I got no problem with. But you say that word, and you think you mean something else. You have this whole imaginary world that you created around that word.
Yeah, there's no thought going on. They're just throwing out words and labels that they don't even comprehend. There's no substance behind what they're saying at all. It's just a word that they throw out there, and then they think that equals physics or equals an argument or something.
Yeah, they really are clueless. And to this day, it's like I'm laughing at people because I'm just on Instagram, I'm just the annihilator. I'm just ending these fools.
Yeah.
All day long. And you probably see me.
I don't do Instagram these days much.
It's the last refuge because I like the text. I like to be able to think about the way and put double entendre in the words that I use.
I used to put a lot of Globers on blast on Facebook, but that's about as close as I've gotten to Instagram in a while, and that was even a couple years ago. So I'm mostly just on Discord now. It's a more happening place.
Yeah, Facebook was like I had to get way around the algorithm or with them looking at chats and stuff. Like somebody would be saying the most heinous, nasty things to me, and I'll be like, "Hey, what you said wasn't right," and then
you're banned.
And then I'll be banned. I'm like, "What the hell is going on here?"
30 days out.
So, yeah, that's why. Yeah, 60, 70 days or whatever, like 90 days.
Yeah, I got banned like 12 times before I was like, fuck this. It doesn't work.
And it's like, but I do appreciate the little censorship because it does make me better. Like instead of saying, "Oh, you're cognitively deficient," I'll say that you're a cognitive minimalist.
Right.
It's just only made what I have to say more powerful.
Helps
and then to where people you don't talk like this, or they give me the nickname where I'm dictionary because I like to bring up what words mean.
Yeah, the more they try to use rules to selectively enforce on flat earthers, the better and sharper your arguments get. The more refined it all gets. You drop the insults and all that stuff, and then you just end up with the pure argument itself. And they can't do anything about that.
Yeah, the insult I put at the end of everything is sun. I call them all suns.
I do it sometimes.
I'm like, the earth
I belittle them sometimes.
Is horizontal sun. And because that's something you can just get away with,
Yeah.
And I don't say it because I'm the older, but I am more wise. But I say it because the implications, and they're so subtle that I have to say that there's implications for you to get it.
Yeah.
But that's why I would use something like that. But it is all about breaking them down. So I will say a little all the time. It's about definitely breaking them down because they are coming from you this point of position where they think they're trying to belittle other people.
I know.
And so no, you're gonna be put in your place.
Yeah, the misplaced confidence is wild, eh? They're coming from a place of knowing fuck all about what their claim is, and they're talking down to you the whole time, like you know nothing, even though you can lap them in spades on their own claim.
Yeah, and you use your discernment. Obviously, if somebody is like genuinely a good person inquiring about something, all the information in the world at their fingertips. Boom! I'm the resource. I am a science communicator.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to be a pretender clown, because I am a science communicator, I'm trying to defend my profession as a science communicator. I will shut you down like you've never been to Chinatown. I'm not playing around.
Well, I mean, on that note, we had a science communicator, so-called, in here earlier today, Professor Phil, saying that the Earth's atmosphere extends effectively forever, that it never ends, that the gradient goes on forever to the furthest reaches of his cartoon Infinite Expanding Universe. So an infinite atmosphere was basically his claim. Okay,
Yeah.
so where was the measurement of the infinite gradient?
Yeah, the problem is that Phil
What
is
tool
a
do you use to measure something
pseudoscience
that's infinite?
professor. He's a professor of his pseudoscience faith-based belief. I am a science communicator, so there is no science involved in whatever he had to say.
No, of course not.
Was begging the question and saying that a measurement was taken, hasn't been taken past Mount Everest, much past it, and the differential isn't jumping up to that.
I mean, I tried to get him in the VC to validate his claim of an infinite Earth atmosphere, but, he had to run at that point.
No, Phil. Yeah, he does angle from horizontal to do trajectories for orbits of his little satellites that he says that he can predict, but they don't show up.
Oh, that's funny.
He doesn't see them.
Doesn't the orbital path require a radius? Don't they have an orbital radius based on the radius of the thing that they think they're orbiting?
Yeah, they first must take the angle measurement from horizontal.
Oh, how the fuck does that work if they're trying to get an orbital radius based on a ball radius?
Yeah, I went to look up orbital mechanics and satellite orbital mechanics, and then half of the pictures you'll see for the first half will be the cartoons, but then the other half will be all domes, all just like when you look up celestial navigation, where they're doing trajectory and where they're doing celestial elevation angle measurements. It's the same with trajectory. You just say, the differential of their time going horizontal across your horizontal plane of view.
Yeah,
that's where the orbital mechanics come from too.
Well, Phil, these guys are really easy to destroy on this. I was in a Gem Pandas VC with Phil once, and so he brought up satellites as his argument for the globe. I said, well, those require the measured globe radius to begin with, right? He said, yeah, absolutely. I said, okay, how'd they get that? He said, it goes back to Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows. Just told him, well, shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. How the fuck did he know which one he was measuring them on? And he just went, he assumed it. So his entire globe reality claim boiled down to some guy thousands of years ago just assuming shit.
Yeah, I love that meme that sticks and shadows, right? And it's then it's the cat looking deep in your soul, and then it shows the spiraling around the great attractor abyss of nothing that is the hopeless atheist belief.
Yeah. It's too
Sticks
bad.
and shadows.
It's just too bad. Poor little guys.
And hey, Phil, it's not about your works, brother. You can commit and admit what's right at any time, and you'll be welcome in. Just want to remind you that, Phil.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, he's a blast. I have a lot of fun with him. I have no real ill will towards him or anything like that. He's a lot of fun, but it's just, come on. The guy says goofy stuff. He says goofy thing after goofy thing.
Yeah, none of them get how easy it is because they were told so long, this is really hard and difficult. It's so hard. So that's why half of them are just tis glob derp and don't even consider it and just troll and chat Trillion and stuff, right? But then, there's ones like Phil, and he's trying so hard just to make it all make sense.
You can see it in his face that he's fucking trying. He's beat red, and he just looks stressed and worn out, You just see the strain in him. He's just straining for the globe for some fucking reason, and it's not his story. Unless he gets a paycheck for it and it's his job, in which case I get it. I don't know. I don't want to speculate about that. But anyway, I'm just why? Why do this?
Yeah, that's what I tell most of them. I'm like, hey, if you're not getting paid for this,
why?
Why, man?
What the hell for? What's the globe done for you?
Yeah, and they say everything. It made all the dino eggs.
It's the craziest thing because it's the dino eggs. Another thing we don't experience or observe.
The dry dirt.
Another thing that doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant to your life. Yeah. I mean, it's like that's the craziest thing is it's not even their claim, and they'll just defend it to the death. Like, why? Why die on someone else's hill?
Yeah, and then they'll ask why lie. I was like, because why not?
Back to the Stockholm syndrome.
Why not? Right? Like,
yes. Well, this is what I was saying just before you came in. When you got this mentality that someone can't or won't lie to you, you will be the easiest person to lie to.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying,
absolutely.
I was like, somebody was asking about like the moon map, that moon map thing, and like something.
Yeah, Vibes of Cosmos. Yeah.
I'm not bringing it up. I'm just saying that I was like, hey, remember Truman when he left the dome? Could you imagine like how gullible he is? He has no clue what reality is about. Just he's separated from outside of that. And he's just he's more susceptible than he ever was. Like, what's the story after Truman's escape from the Truman Show? I bet it was very sad. He had no friends still. His friends were still trying to use him. He didn't know which way was up. He still didn't make it to Fiji. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then he's believing he's like stuck in some pyramid scheme. Yeah. Because he was susceptible. So it takes like discernment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it takes the ability to use your own, critical faculties. To go down to the beach and just ask yourself, is that a 3-mile horizon? I don't know. Coordinates say that shoreline over there is 10 miles. I see the horizon further than that. I don't know, hypothetical. Maybe those numbers are bullshit, but you get me.
Well, you see that. What was always more curious to me was my peripheral vision. It's like, okay, I'm seeing this flat directly ahead, and it's like, okay, it dips down at 3 miles, starts dipping down, so something at 5 miles, I'm missing 20 feet. But then what about tangentially? Because then it's like I'm looking from this island to this island, but then that's not curved at all.
Yeah.
Like that's where it was like for me. I'm like, whatever the claim, like I go up, okay, I'm peeking over the thing. No, I'm literally flying an airplane. This shit's flat. I'm not there's no curve here where that was blocking something 3 miles away from me. Now I'm, 35,000 feet up, and now it's blocking further. So it's like going flat, and then it starts blocking stuff. No, this is absurd. Like I should see it side to side. If I see it 3 miles from me, I should see it even on the ground. I should see it.
How are you going to see side to side curvature when the curvature right in front of you is so refracted that it's appearing, miles and miles further than where they say it actually is? There's no way. I mean, their whole claim breaks down to, it looks flat, but trust me, it's really not.
So weird, yeah. So the light that was traveling at an angle to me. Yeah, man. I don't know what kind of existence it is to be a Kluber. Like, they'd just be so hard up for the whole story. And it's like,
for a story.
I let it
it's
go
not yours.
I'm gonna go, like, a long, long time ago. And then just, like, was like, oh, yeah, flat earth, like, gang. I'll say, just to piss you off. Since whenever we all did, 2016 or whatever. But I was not believing what we were told anywhere before that,
Yeah. Well, the breakdown for me would have been the space stuff, because I used to subscribe to astronomy blogs and I don't know, shit like that in my Facebook feed. And after a while, I was like, how come every single image these guys present is just a cartoon? And I started to think, this story about the sky is just wrong. I don't think this is what's actually going on out there, because there's no real observation for anything. And then the next step was like, well, what about the Earth itself? Well, I guess it ain't a globe. Okay, now things are starting to fit together better.
Yeah, well, the real step for me was real early on, where it just was like, it doesn't really matter what I believe. I want to know what the people at the top believe.
You want to know what is?
No,
though,
I just want to know it. Well, I mean, that came, but what begat all that was, what do these people believe?
Right.
If I'm going to have a belief in something, I want to at least believe what the winners believe, right?
Well, that would be like an entry point to the truth, right? These people at the top, they must be hoarding, the true knowledge and whatever.
That was the entry point into actually discovering what is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. For me, it's as simple as going to the beach and being like, yep, all of NASA debunked.
Yeah, but that's sort of important that you need to let your ego go, because like I was saying, the same as you, like following all this, like I'm the biggest space nerd there is. I still love this shit. I'm still looking at
great stories.
I'm still looking at any like sci-fi.
They're getting kind of goofy now, though,
and stuff. Yeah, from the old good stories. I'm still I got no problem with them. But the problem is where they try to tell you, oh, this is real, this is possible.
Right.
Now that's a problem.
Yeah, just keep it in the realm of sci-fi. Just keep it to the Star Treks and the Star Wars and stuff like that, and we're fine. When you start telling me that this is what I live in, fuck you. Gonna need a measurement of a globe for that, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some better CGI for that. They're trying. What's so funny now is they're so stuck with the garbage that they presented before that it's like,
yeah, they can't shake it off.
They can't. They really can't shake that stuff. They can't shake that the stream. They can't shake that.
That's too bad, eh? Because they're showing you a visual curve there that they should not be showing from that altitude above their claimed glob.
Yeah, they people ask why did they lie? I'm like, they're not lying. Like, just because you don't have discernment, maybe you see people trying to make money on TV. They tell you the truth. The truth is what we just present. We highlight the little bits of truth that they tell you. They're not lying to you. You have to have discernment. No one in this life owes you enough to save you from being your own worst enemy.
Yeah.
A lot of people
do it yourself.
Have that pretentious, like, oh, like they wouldn't lie to me because I'm so good, they wouldn't lie to me.
And I just love it. It's so self-defeating because that mentality, like I keep saying, that mentality right there makes you the easiest motherfucker to lie to ever.
Yup, 100%.
You think you can't be lied to? You will be the easiest person to be lied to. Too easy.
And that's why we're in the state of affairs. And really, I tell people, like, none of the numbers they show anything on like what people believe is correct, because if it was correct, everybody was just dumb, really, this guy in the office, this potato in the office, then I think we would have like air traffic control would just crumble. Like, if people were really that dumb, we wouldn't have, like, there would be way more accidents on the road. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, and so they say, oh, it's so negative to say that everything that you believe in is lie. No, it's actually, I have hope in humanity. So
yeah. I don't feel too bad either. I'm not too black-pilled. A lot of us are, but I'm not really.
Yeah, I love it. I'm clown-pilled.
Yeah, clown-pilled. It's just a clown world, man. Don't take it so serious.
World. Why are you upset about it? We're just laughing at your debunked pseudo-religion clown world.
Exactly. I'm having a blast.
It's not that big of a deal, Trillion. I don't have to come in and say, debate's over, and then cry your way.
Hey, yo, Tim. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up? Going all right.
Just chilling out here. Not much. The usual. Talking glob. Or lack thereof.
Not to be taken seriously.
Yeah, not to be taken seriously.
The good old conversation. Why do they believe what they believe?
Yeah.
Oh, why
Because they
do they
believe
stay
it.
in the beliefs? That's more it.
Reasons.
Reasons. Let me think of one real quick here. Fuck, I should have had that before I came here to state my belief.
Well, that was funny in Matthew Learn's whole thing, is that he says, flat earthers don't like the word belief. And beliefs are okay if you have empiricism to back them. And here, let me go on for 20 minutes describing what belief is. It's like, hey, no,
See what he's
dummy.
doing though, Break.
Our
You see what he's
argument
doing.
is that you have belief without empiricism. Without
Yeah, exactly. You got it exactly. Because this is what he's doing.
Belief means. How what a goon. And he has no excuse. Like, he's been in here for years.
I know.
And
yeah, he knows.
Talk to QE, talk to Nathan, talk to, you and me. For him to say that stuff is just absolute
But you see what he keeps doing though. He keeps trying to conflate the imaginary with the the reality all the time. Just because it's a belief doesn't mean it's not real, therefore it's real. Yeah, but just because something's a belief doesn't mean it's real. And he keeps trying to conflate the two every step of the way. Let's get it straight, Matthew. All you have is a belief. You don't have a confirmed belief or anything like that. You just have the belief part. So stop trying to just reduce everything to a belief so that your imagination can become true.
Yeah, and that lead up was directly to state that there's such thing as observational science, so that he could talk about theoretical physics. Not physical, being physically validated. Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. So that's why he was talking about belief, and then even mentioned empiricism, while then going on to something that you can't have empiricism for, and using that as the argument for it. I mean, it is sad if he believes it.
Right. Trying to twist the meaning of empiricism to something that has nothing to do with being empirical. Bypass the senses altogether. You don't even need an observation now, but we're going to still stick the label empirical on it anyway.
Yeah, no, he didn't really even stick it on there. It was a very indirect stick.
Oh yeah,
he was trying to be very clever, which
trying to be sly.
Just it's disgusting. It's creepy, the way he was trying to hide that deceit. And you're a disgrace, Matthew. Like, I had some sort of resemblance of respect for you until I saw that video. And maybe I saw it before and it was just pointed out, but
that's the thing. He comes here and says, yeah, the globe is just a belief, but is that what he put in his video? Nah.
No, yeah, he was trying to conflate belief, like...
He only says that to us because he's smart enough to realize he's cornered, and that's really the only answer. But that's not the answer he gives to his audience on YouTube.
Yeah, it was just a lot of double speak, and it was like I would expect him of like all these people to like be able to put a good glob video together.
Yeah, but nobody can, dude. That's about as good as it gets, Break. I think you got to give him credit for that. That's as good as a glob video is going to get, because the problem for them is that there's no glob. That's it. It's not going to get any better than that. How are you going to prove something that isn't there? It's like making videos to prove the existence of ghosts. Probably they have videos like that that are more credible than this, even.
Yeah,
I haven't looked into it, but I'm just saying there's just nothing for the globe.
Some of those basically that like Soundly's banana cam images are basically just like the internet ghost stories, and then the Black Swan is just like the debunking.
Yeah,
there's like, here's the man behind the curtain, exposing their geometry, exposing their claim for what it is.
Well, they say we're straw manning them with that, with their geometric claim. That's a straw man, they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Isn't that funny?
I've seen them hate when we draw like, here's where the geometry, here's where this other line should be, and that should be your thing. Then they're like, oh my goodness, oh, you brought up you brought up the geometric horizon versus the apparent horizon. Oh, yeah.
So if that's a straw man, though, show me the actual
sad.
claim, and show me that you were claiming it before this came out too.
Well, yeah, it comes then it comes back because, like I've seen, because I would say, in perspective, all receding parallel lines converge to the horizontal line as orthogonal line. So at an angle, just perspective, right? And then
it's all refracted every time it looks flat, though.
And they say, where did the wake go? So here's two lines, and they like just sort of dissipate, but they don't really converge all the way. They come close to converging, but for whatever refractive reasons, they don't. And so the claim is that wake went over this geometric edge. And then I ask them, I ask them about this geometric edge horizon and ask them about the curved adjacent. And they say, what curve?
What curve? Yeah, exactly. What fucking
it's
curve?
Like, no, you just said that fell off something. It looks straight and then it just fell off.
Oh, dude, they are so confused, though. Because, all you have to do is repeat their claim to them in words that they haven't heard it before, and all of a sudden they don't even recognize what they're saying. You know? They don't even know what the hell they're actually saying. Like, they're just going off of a script, right? Because I had one tonight, he's absolutely baffled because he's like, what do you mean a refracted curve? I was like, well, I mean what you just said. You just said I'm looking at a refracted curve, that's why it looks flat. Did you not get that?
Well, yeah, they just say refraction. They actually mean like another term, celestial, or celestial astrological refraction, which is like really only observed at
They don't know what they mean, man.
on the horizon.
They don't know what they're talking about.
So it's like an observation of deviation due to a distant celestial and the way that it drops. So then that's their claim that then like everything's refracted up or, whatever. So they conflate that with this thing. And then they say it's Snell's law, but then that only needs, that's the barrier of two isopropyl media, like water or air.
Two media.
Through little water particles in the air.
I know.
They say, the two is air. The hot and cold air. Like, no, that's not two barriers, so that's not Snell's law that you're even talking about.
The biggest problem, though,
your claim is.
It's not even Snell's law and multiple isotropic media and all that. The biggest problem is the thing that they're trying to tell you is refracted isn't there and has never been demonstrated. There's no globe to fucking refract. You guys don't have a measurement for one. You've got no proof of one. Why are we talking about that?
And
it's as crazy as talking about a refracted ghost.
Well, it's the thing that take a look at your premise, because it's like you're asking me to debunk some sky story that you have, but you haven't looked at your premise. Like your premise is about you shouldn't even be coming
just my end
with the story.
I don't know if you're still talking, Break, but everything broke up for me. I don't know if it's just me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, it's a wild tale that they.
Is it me who was breaking up or you?
I think it was you.
Oh, it was me. Okay.
Headphone.
Yeah, my internet sometimes sucks. It was probably me. Okay, Toby says you. Yeah, it's me. Okay.
No matter. A big thing that whenever somebody tries to tell me about weight, I ask them what mass is. Because I get them into going into it, and then that's just the fun one. I like to bring up that they can't define mass, so I make them. I try to dance them around so that they find it two ways and contradict themselves.
Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, or they say matter if they're real slow.
Even though, it's just an out-of-date pseudoscience claim anyway, the mass attracting mass. Oh, well, Einstein just better described it. No, they're completely different geometries. It's the reason they brought in Einstein, had to replace the old one. It wasn't working, guys.
Yeah, it did not work.
Didn't work. It's not like he's just like expanding on what they already had. They replaced it because it didn't work.
Because steam puddles don't exist. Balloons, gases, moving, going up, gas at Mount Everest. It doesn't work. Newton's doesn't work. So it was
Doesn't work.
superseded.
Yeah, right. They would have to go on, they would have to go on claiming a model that they already know does not match observation if they're going to stick to Newton. And so many of them do that for some reason. Didn't match their expectations.
Well, they don't know because
of what do they say? Go ahead, sorry.
They say it's the approximation, so they just use it in mathematics.
Right. Well, good enough for practical purposes here isn't working for the imaginary sky vacuum stories.
Yeah. So will work in reality, won't work in this illusion simulacrum that they've created.
It's too bad for them. And Einstein's failing worse than Newton did, to be honest. It just hasn't been, admitted yet. It's the biggest theoretical failure of all time.
It should have changed the world. We should have gravitational perpetual we should have Cavendish perpetual motion devices. It should have changed the world. We should have had, set up a little thing next to a mountain. You get in power. We should have had, you should be able to weigh the column of air above a regular scale. So you would be able to use that force somehow to perpetually move something because it's a perpetual force. But, you can actually do things in reality, but you can't do anything with imagination. So we don't have these imaginary things.
Well, what do you mean, bro?
It's not real. There's no
physics is imagination. What do you mean?
Yeah. I think they're better off, looking at electromagnetism and calling that ether or something than sticking to the same old gravitational bullshit that's not doing anything. That's directly debunked by the technological age with the capacitors in our phone and our excited crystalline structures and our processors able to do quantum functions at high pace.
That doesn't work too well with relativity. Look at that experimental
transfer of information that we use to talk on our phones. Glob failed. Just the fact that there's an iPhone, Glob's failed.
Yeah, look at that experimental and practical validation of quantum science, and yet there's 10 to the 120th power, orders of magnitude differential between that and relativity. Which one do you think is wrong? Yeah, that's the scale of the mismatch between the two. One's backed by experiment, the other just somebody making up stories about the sky based on the presupposition that they live on a ball. Which one do you think is wrong?
Just their feeling.
Which one do you think the error comes from?
That they don't feel. They got a feeling, but you can't feel it. That feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know which one the error comes from. Probably not the one that's used for practical applications all day, every day. Probably not that one. I don't think it's 10 to 120th power wrong, do you?
I would have to lay my on the line of the probabilities.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is so funny. They're like, when are we going to get a unified theory? It's been, we know that general relativity and quantum science do not work with each other, right? There must be some sort of theory or some universal law out there that we're yet to discover that will just kind of reconcile all of this. And it's like, dudes, you based your cosmology on the assumption that you're living on a ball. This can be debunked with a simple trip to the beach. Obviously, that's where you fucked up. Start over. Don't you think?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Check your premise.
Check the fucking premise. You went wrong on the first step, dude.
We keep telling you, and then you keep going down this rabbit hole, and we're telling you
Not going to find some universal theory that just does away with all of this and just puts it all together and reconciles all the
quantum foam. It's local gravity on a quantum scale that breaks apart with scale.
Yeah, there's some missing string theory or something, and once we get that along together, it'll all reconcile.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I just came here to say Jesus is our Lord and Savior.
Okay.
Amen.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to hop out now, but you guys have a great day, okay?
That's fine, thank you. You too, sir.
Yeah, have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
He needs Jesus in his life.
Hey, fair enough. He had good intentions, and I'll take it.
Very,
I think he did. He didn't get too spurgy or anything. He seemed nice.
If that was a literal demon coming to say that, hey, that was hilarious.
I thought for a second there that would be somebody in the YouTube chat, like really mad at the stuff we were talking about, who wanted to come defend his paradigm, and then it was just like, hey, God bless you, have a nice day.
Yeah, I find that so often. Like it's like I'll say something, and it's like, oh, like sweating, smiley face, like you like.
Yeah,
I took it as an insult.
Was it? Yeah, maybe it was. maybe I wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm not tracking here. I don't know.
Yeah, just kidding. No one needs to tell me I'm blessed. I already know, but it's a thought that counts.
Yeah, Jesus is our Lord and Savior. He might be mocking us. Who cares? Whatever. It's all good.
It's all right. He ain't coming in with me. I'll tell you that 100%. There ain't no win any Gluber's gonna ever take.
Yep. I mean, the fact... See, look, so many of them do this, though. They drop in to just say something ridiculous, and then they bounce out. It's like, what about the globe proof, though? Do any of you ever drop in to provide that? The ones that try get owned. What about, the others? Is there anything else? Is that it?
No, it's like I got to come in and try to help them out. Like, hey, claim is there's some glob hill. Hey, level doesn't mean level. I'm trying to help you guys out. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's all they got left. It's their last resort is just to clown on us.
It's a tactic.
Which is fine. It's a cope, dude. It's beyond a tactic. It's a fucking cope.
Yeah, I used to say it was feigning incomprehension, and I was like, but it's not. You're not feigning because you're not like pretending to just not comprehend anything. Like you can't even comprehend simple definitions of words. And I'm not. And it's not a definition fallacy. It's just like this is just a word. Like, where's your problem? Like we're trying to talk and communicate. And it's like, oh, you mean different words. You're saying triangle, but you mean hyperbolic triangle with a curved baseline. It's only derived after still having a horizontal.
I love it.
Or a straight line. Doesn't have to be horizontal in that case. Or they hate that a circle can't exist on a glob. It's because and they love to say that surface is 2 dimensions. So the surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions. It's like, no, a sphere is 3 dimensions. So its surface is 3 dimensions. It's an adjective noun relationship here, and language is describing this surface. It's a 3-dimensional surface. The surface term has no inherent value of dimension. It's a descriptor. Or it's the adjective, right?
A lot of them think that as soon as you enter the 3rd dimension, that automatically means sphere.
Yeah, it could mean hill.
Yeah, no, they think that if it's 3-dimensional, then it's a ball.
Bike. Triangle, all shapes, right? They're all shapes are all 3-dimensional shapes are 3 dimensions.
Like a surface can't tend towards planarity if it's in 3 dimensions.
You could have one surface on like a disco ball that's a flat surface has but only the one at the top and the bottom will be horizontal.
Yeah.
Right? That's parallel with the plane of the horizon. only the top or the bottom, and you can rotate it whichever way. It'll be whichever those flat planes is perfectly flat and would be horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon, would be horizontal. You're not having diagonals that are horizontal. You're not having any, anything. I guess you could split it in half horizontally. So it's like that. So there's no circle on a three-dimensional shape because part is not whole. So a circumference of a circle drawn on a sphere is not a circle, and it can't be called a circle. And you definitely, sure as heck, can't do any math on it like it's a circle if it's actually a spherical cap. You can't call a spherical cap a circle. Big problems, big distance problems, because an arc is further distance than a straight path, a line, a vector. It's geometric dysmorphia that they have.
But my 60 nautical miles, bro.
Yeah, it's 69 nautical miles, 60 actual miles.
Right.
And it's just, the nautical miles is just the measured, what is it, the knots, 15 knots per 10 or per minute interval is your speed, or not 15 knots, but how many knots per minute is then derives the nautical mile, something weird. And then they did an average to get this sort of nautical mile measurement.
Yeah.
After they put it through Haversine, a lot of maths and stuff.
Trying to cram it into their circumference, right?
Yeah, so they'll call like a linear distance, which they'll call it nautical, which whenever they say the nautical, that's an arc distance. That's
a degree, exactly.
That's a degree distance. So that's where they try to sneak in, like, this linear distance of 60 miles is actually...
Well, as soon as they start saying that shit, you just ask them, degrees of fucking what?
But
circumference? Okay, who measured that?
We don't do nautical miles on land.
Yeah.
Right? What happened to the land's curve? So they just calculate it into the ocean curve.
Yeah.
But then the land, that's just still and then they will back calculate that and say that there's excess to the angle.
I swore and someone left the chat. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. It's a lot of it's a lot of linear, but then they back calculate to like have some presupposed curvature there. When it's like, no, you just like this Cartesian coordinate actually is meeting up very perpendicularly to each other.
Yeah, just trying to fit everything to the circumference.
Yeah,
the imaginary ball.
There's some. Yeah, the imagination. You can't measure the imaginary, but you can calculate it.
Exactly, which is why they always have to do just that. Exactly. It's why it's always a calculation, never a direct measurement, or the things that they actually do directly measure never actually directly infer a curve. They're never. It's always something indirect. It's always something tangential. It's always something that isn't actually a curve itself. Every time it's a shadow, it's an angle, and then they take those and they try to interpret curvature from those things, right? It's never actually curvature itself. And in the end, curvature is only ever imagined, reified, and calculated.
There is no glob.
Yeah, exactly.
It was nullified with observation. It's nullified when you wake up in the morning and you're not experiencing an earthquake. It's there when you're raised in elevation on an airplane.
It's there when you never get struck by space rocks, asteroids, and meteoroids. It's there when you're at the beach and that body of water has no apparent curvature to it whatsoever, at all, ever.
Yep. No matter
Yeah,
how
yeah.
bad, no matter how bad you think things are, there's somebody infinitely in the infinite universe worse off than you.
True. Absolutely. I'm more and more white pilled. I feel fine about reality, even though it's such shit.
Yeah, it's like it's about perspective, you know. We can look at
Yeah.
it black pilled and it will become black pilled. You can look at it like,
Exactly.
yeah, shit is burning, but I'm still trying to get the best out of my time here.
Shit's burning and I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Play the fiddle.
Yeah. Having a blast out here. It's great.
Yeah, everything
Thanks
is
for
just like news and YouTube and everything. All the channels you listen to is just fear, shit. And you know, sometimes you come to a point and you're like, listen, I'm not even gonna.
It's not only in the media, bro. When you get into these truther scenes, and there's these specific guys. They always want to paint this black picture that there is no hope. There is only fear. It's the end of quote unquote end of the day. Blah blah blah. There's nothing good to be taken in this world, and
you know what the
there's
thing
a lot
is,
of
though?
good things. Like just go out in the forest.
If they
Just
gotta
you.
If fear has to be stimulated like that all the time artificially, though, isn't that kind of an indication that there's not really that much to be fearful of in reality?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like okay, you have to try to, you know, confuse me into being afraid of stuff that's not actually a real threat. I guess the reality is not that bad then.
Yeah, I mean there is that saying, it's a war on your mind, you know, like
yeah.
And it really is, and that is where the perspective come in, because if you can overcome that, because yes, there is a lot of bad things in this world, and if you focus only on that, well,
as
I said before, you will become black pilled.
You will
Yeah, it
depress
can be
yourself.
bad.
Yeah, you will depress yourself eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be very bad. I'm not saying it can't, obviously, but
Where you focus your attention is where your mind's going to go. Your mind is your own worst enemy. Your mind will constantly give you bad thoughts.
If you don't experience hard times in your life, have you actually lived, you know?
yeah, those ended up turning into some of the best times for me. I got so much out of the worst times in my life.
And it molds you as a character, you know?
Absolutely.
It does.
Grateful for those times now.
Yeah, absolutely does.
I wasn't at the time, but yeah.
I mean, they
Looking back.
say, you know, yeah, people say, oh, well, it builds character. Ah, shut up, man. It's hard. It's depressing. I can't fucking. But then when you look back at it, it built character. It did.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I would rather be the person that I became because of it than whatever I might have been if I hadn't had the hardship.
So now we're trying to figure out the reason why we're here.
Yeah.
Now we might have actually touched on something.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason why we're here is because your mom and your dad, they went together like XX years ago, and you popped out 9 months later.
Yeah, but who the hell put them here or put any of this here? What's this about exactly? Whose big idea was it?
Yeah, I'd like to spend a few words with that bastard.
Yeah. Who's got the big idea around here?
I understand, but that could also just be like...
I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean...
I don't know, man.
I mean, there is a lot of good ideas out there, but in the end, like, anyone who claims they know for sure, well... they must be lying a little bit to themselves, you know?
Well,
remember what you learned from Flat Earth when you start saying that stuff, right?
Yeah.
What's actually verifiable, you know? Like we can speculate and whatnot, but just be aware of when you're doing that.
I mean, your mind will tell you, oh, this person thinks this about you, this person thought that about you, this was bad, that was bad. And then if you actually watch and observe your mind and you tell it, but by the way, this person loves me, this person likes me, this person thinks I'm good, and you focus on that, next thing you know, the world doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, and things are headed in a positive direction. Yeah, where you place your focus really does help.
Yeah. Oh.
And it all starts with yourself. And that is where you have to find your ground, center yourself, and move forward.
That's right.
Something like that.
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah,
there's nothing to worry about. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Once you realize that, once there's a death in the ego, there's nothing like it's, oh God, I'm going to die someday. Great.
Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. That's natural.
Shit about that.
Everybody's done that. It's cool. Everybody's done that. It'll be fun.
It becomes very, very, very small. It's just very, very small thing.
Get on the ride and just roll with it, man. Everybody before you has died. Everybody else after you will. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, there is also that thing when you observe nature, for example. It seems like when nature is not in balance, there is something that is happening, and nature will come in balance again. And I think that might be the same with our society. When it's very imbalanced, like we could take the Roman Empire, when it became very corrupted and stuff like that, it crumpled, and sometimes nature just provide that balance in the end,
Yep. Yeah. Well,
nature, God, whatever people want to address.
Everything tends towards equilibrium.
It's not that big of a deal, really. I mean, you think back. You said the Romans, right? There was somebody
Everything finds its center.
Yeah, it was just an example of an empire that crumbled because it was in imbalance.
But there was thousands of people living in that empire trying to earn a living, and they're dead. It's infinitesimally small.
You're right. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Well, there was this book I found, and it's a chronological timeline over natural events like weather, comet, earthquake, and stuff like that. And back in the last days of the Roman Empire, there was actually like huge earthquakes that pretty much sacked the entire city in water and mud and stuff like that. And that is and there was famine, and like 70% of the population of Rome or the empire kind of diminished in that time. That is where we enter the Dark Ages, where everyone kind of had to find the ground again. The Catholic Church had a center point in Middle Europe and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know why they call it the Dark Ages?
Because it was dark times.
No, there was too many nights.
Well, yeah.
Just Who has rolled in.
Yeah, who?
Just Who. Our new friend. Or old, I'm not sure. Maybe I haven't been around enough.
Joined it December 2001, so it's been here for like 1.5 years, one year and some.
Yeah, she's been around. I'm new here. I don't know everybody. Drove her out of here in a hurry.
Well, not much is going on right now. It's the dead hour.
Well, sometimes it's like, is there a debate going on? Is there some Glober getting owned? Let me check it out. Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a few days of some pretty extreme spurginess.
Spurginess?
Spurginess, like some Adderall addicted Glober just spurging out, Yeah. Yeah, we've had a few pretty weird characters, like weird even for Globers the last few days.
Really?
On Friday we had one who said like, I've never touched a ball before. I don't know what a ball is. I've never touched a ball. I'll put the video in the chat. It's pretty funny.
Oh, that kind of troll.
Oh my god.
Do you know they say that if you break a mirror, it's 7 years bad luck? I'm worried. Yeah. I broke a disco ball the other day.
That's a lot of mirrors. So how many years of bad luck? Yeah.
Infinite.
Well, what if you break a Discord server? Nah, never mind. Yeah, this kid's never touched a ball. It's like, you can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I've even touched a ball before.
That's funny.
It's really funny.
I mean, again, like we have a situation here. A guy comes in, and he is clearly just out for trolling, but he is not being excessive with profanity and stuff like that. So we can make
He's
it into
really
a
polite.
game. We can play with our food. Like I think it was you who said it once. Like we play with our foods, but eventually we eat it. You know.
Yeah. Well, he was super polite and stuff. Actually, he was cordial, but like,
yeah, good game.
said
You
the
know.
craziest things. You know.
But I mean, we could hate on a guy like that, but we could also, like, as I said, like take it as good game and just have some fun and play around and play a little bit with our logical skills and all that kind of stuff.
In fact, I think I should have been a little bit more level-headed with him. Like, I don't know. At a few points, he kind of frustrated me, and I sort of like called him names or whatever. But yeah, he was actually very polite the whole time. He was just saying the craziest stuff, but
not
whatever.
Moment, bro.
Yeah, break. You're hot micing.
Not your greatest moment.
We can't be perfect all the
Wasn't
time.
your best one. Wasn't your best one, break. But there'll be better to come.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow.
Yeah. Some pretty crazy stuff gets said.
Like we live in a mall.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's where it all begins, right? And the more that you want to double down on that, the crazier everything you say after that is going to get. Professor Phil, the atmosphere is infinite.
Until it stops.
That's what he said. He said that the atmosphere is an infinite gradient, that
What
the
is-
gradient of the atmosphere never ends, and it just goes right to the edge of the universe.
What is it expanding into, though? I mean,
like if you play around with the heliocentric model and the universe and stuff like that, he is like kind of correct in their model, in their worldview, because there is no barrier between it, and it just basically out into zero pressure. But that zero pressure that means zero anything, you know, like zero radiation. No, I mean they claim radiation in there, so radiation is part of the atmosphere also, you know. So I guess in their worldview he is correct, you know. But
I think you're right. Yeah, he is correct, and that's the whole problem with the claim.
so nothing.
But how the fuck does that happen, right?
It's expanding into nothing. This and it's expanding, right? The universe. Now, picture this: it's a big bubble, right? And it's fucking infinite. It's really really big, okay? And it's expanding.
I think it's I think it's the term.
Let me finish the point.
Sorry.
What is it expanding into?
Yeah.
I think one thing that makes us spurg out a little bit is the term, you know, the vacuum of space, because technically they're not talking about a vacuum at all, you know.
Well, they use that in a semantic kind of argument too.
Yeah, exactly. But a vacuum is when there is a
it doesn't
gateway. It's what happens when, for example, in a vacuum cleaner where there is a low pressure and there is a gateway into the higher pressure.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant like a pure vacuum, like a total absence of matter. It doesn't exist, right?
No, there is always something. There must be always something. But there must also, I mean, a background canvas in some sort of sense must also be there, you know, for the radiation to pass through in some sort of sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, PMAC, I think you were trying to finish up some point there.
No, I'm just saying if it's expanding, right? What is it expanding into? Is it?
Yeah. Their imaginations.
Okay.
I mean, what they're talking about is that, we're looking at this galaxy that is 22 million light years away or something like that. So that light we are seeing from that galaxy is 22 million years old. That is what they're saying. So, I mean, it doesn't even make sense. So the expansion they are seeing is like 14 billion years old because of some light that they can see from the big quote unquote Big Bang. Like, I mean, the story is just like out there, you know. It's really 14 billion out there.
Lights that are older than the claimed, age of the entire universe.
Light is not infinite. It's not infinite. It cannot travel hundreds of millions of years through a vacuum and reach your eye. That's impossible. Light always fucking reaches entropy.
I mean, there's the inverse square law of light, you know, and that's pretty much debunks all these million of light years claims.
I know. I mean, I used to look up and think of that and think, as a young person, Jesus Christ, sorry, I didn't mean to blaspheme. That light that I'm seeing now is 1 million years old. Really? It might not even be there.
Yeah, how do you know that?
How do you know that?
How'd you date that light? When was it born?
On the 21st of February, 1940.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, bollocks.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Say something, I forgot it. Oh well.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have 2,000 years of quote unquote recorded history plus a few thousand years where they are guessing something, and rest of it is really just out there for interpretation. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, if we really have to boil it down like that, we have 2,000 years where we approximately knows what happens. There could have been some manipulation with added years and stuff like that. And then we have 1,500 to 3,000 years before that, where we have a semi-idea what happened, based on remains. And that's it. And that is not even accurate, most likely, Yeah,
it's been going on for millions of billions of years, and suddenly humans came onto a planet, and suddenly we know everything. We know everything, right?
We figured it all out.
Black holes, infinite.
Except
universes, big bangs. We figured it all out, bro.
The whole basis for it, though, really, for the vacuum claim itself, is the need for the parallel rays from the sun and everything, right? It has to be very big and very far. And for that light to get to you, it's got to be pretty much an absence of matter between you and it, right? Or else most of it would be attenuated, it would never get here, right?
Pretty much.
So that's I think that's the reason why they came up with this idea that it's all embedded in a vacuum medium, is to get these enormous spaces in order to get the enormous sizes that they need to have the parallel light and all of that stuff. And yeah, but it's not a globe, so obviously this is always going to reduce to insanity. Yeah,
they just made shit up. Well, in a good way. They had some things to back it up.
Their brains got evacuated.
The brains got evacuated.
Deku, hello. Good day, sir.
What's up, Deku? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's correct. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, they need the vacuum, or else how the fuck did that light get here from 93 million miles away? If it was traveling through water, it wouldn't have done that, would it? I mean,
we could also say if it's matterless, that this vacuum, what did it actually travel through? How could it go from particle to particle to particle?
I don't know.
Yeah, they explained it away that light is actually particles that is being shot out.
Right.
That's right. I forgot that.
Right. There's that. Yeah. So many presuppositions, so many assumptions piled on top of one another. When it gets down to it, it's like, I don't even know what the sun is. What is that thing?
Like we know everything, right? But people don't even know what light is. They can't even explain light. But
light itself.
Apparently, we've worked out the secrets to the universe.
Right.
But we can't even work out simple fucking things here on Earth.
Well, we have models about it, right? And people always confuse those with the real thing. You can have a model of something, and it might have practical use to some extent, too. It doesn't mean that that's actually a perfect replica of what the thing is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for example, the sun, when we think about it, like, we can observe and we can see that it is exciting, the gases. That's why we get the different colors in the sky. Can we replicate that somewhere? Well, we have these, this Tesla cube or something like that. What is it called? You know, the one with lightning inside the glass ball thing, Tesla coil? Is that what it is? Right. And you can take these small glass tubes with noble gases in it, and they get excited. They don't burn up. They get excited within their own glass tube as you put it closer to. Well, maybe this is what it could be. It's not a claim. It's just like we have an observation. This matches the observation. Perhaps it could be, you know.
Yeah, affirming the consequent all the way down, all the time.
No. I mean, when we observe the sky and we observe the sun and it is passing through, we see the different colors of the sky, sunrise, sunset, and in the middle of the night. And when, so we make the hypothesis, okay, there is gases, noble gases in the sky, and they're getting excited when the sun is passing through. Can we replicate that? Yeah, yes, we can. That with a Tesla coil and these. Yeah. So that could be a theory to what the sun was, you know, that it's some sort of electro something. I don't know. Yeah. You know, a Tesla coil, pretty much, you know.
It could be. It could be. The thing is, it is still affirming the consequent, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong, but it does give you like an idea of what could be going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I said I don't make a claim, but it would be a valid suggestion to what it was, but that's all it is.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, now we can.
All right, sweet. So what the fuck is going on? I think figured out that the majority of shit is just a straight up lie, and I'm here.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much the case, man. You figured it out.
After upon like a lot of thinking, it's like I actually do not know, or like I can't prove that the world is a globe. You know what I mean? It's just taken as fact.
Hey, man, don't take it too hard because nobody else can either. You're the same as everyone else. No one can prove that this place is a globe, and that's the whole thing. That's the reason that we came here.
Yeah, legit, man. And I'm glad that people are out here actively talking, especially that other Tartarian cosmology Tartaria one. Like people are just debating constantly. That's great. You know, need that shit.
Well, the more you watch those debates, the more that you'll see like the glober gets debated into the ground pretty much every single time, unless the flat earther just didn't know shit, which also does happen. But like when I first started watching those debates, I thought like it would be a quick own for the glober basically every time, and I was quite shocked when I found out, oh man, like the glober really came with nothing, and that was like their best guy. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. That Whitson gets it, guys. He's on the ball.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, on the ball. Yeah,
nice one.
Yeah, I was watching some videos earlier today about like time lapses of the sun and how it moves, and I'm like, yeah, it does look like it's just fucking going away from you. It doesn't really like look like it's actually setting. You know, once you observe it like that, it's like, well, shit, maybe, man.
And the main thing too is that like the globers claim obviously that the sun sets because it goes over a curve, but as soon as you get to okay, show me the curve, then just who measured that? Like let's get a direct measurement of that curve, and that's it. They just do everything they can to get away from that point. You'll never get the measurement. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing. It's just them pointing at the horizon and declaring that it must be this because they think so.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's just so many other tiny things, right? Because your whole reality breaks down. So it's just like, okay, well, what about satellites? You're like, okay, well, there's weather balloons and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then there's gravity and things. And then people are like, well, what about everyone that works at NASA or everyone that uses telescopes or astrophysicists or shit like that?
Gravity.
They're looking at the sky.
What?
And it's like it's hard to like refute a lot of those things. It's like, yeah, what about that whole industry? I don't like, terrain theory and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, well, what about virologists? Thousands of them as a profession. It's like, well, is that all bullshit?
Well, with the Earth, it's pretty easy to refute all of them because all you have to do is just ask them for a measurement of the radius that everything they say is ultimately based on, right? And they'll never come back with one because there's no such thing. It's clear enough by this point that there's no such thing. You can go out and observe a level, flat body of water anywhere on the Earth, a lake, an ocean. It never curves. It's never observed to curve. The globers admit this themselves with their refraction cope, right? They can't do it. It can't be measured. And so the whole premise that they're operating on, which is the globe itself, falls apart. It's just that easy.
Why does refraction fall apart, though?
Because they're saying that there's refraction going on of a thing that they never demonstrated in the first place.
Yeah, okay. Because like there are two refraction sort of things that I encounter, and that would be due to crepuscular rays, right? And so somehow it's like a refraction, which gives that perspective that it is a single point in the sky. And then the secondary one would be that of the curve, right? So if like you can look a little bit beyond the horizon or something like that, it's like, oh, well, that's just, light curvature going through the atmosphere and shit like that.
But they don't have the measurement of the curve to validate any of that with in the first place. And it's not just a little bit, really. They like to try to minimize it and pretend that it's just a little bit off, but it's orders of magnitude off. Like some of the things that we see, like if it were a ball, it would have to have a radius into the millions of miles, right? But they claim 3,959 miles. Yet when we're standing on the ground, it looks like a ball that's, 5 times the size they think the sun is. Well, how did they measure it to be the 3959 they said it was?
Yeah, there's just a lot of shit that doesn't make like coherent sense. Like once you start following it, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. So, I mean, it gets pretty convoluted with all the math and things that they throw around. But the thing to understand ultimately is that they're claiming refraction of a thing that they never measured in the first place. They never measured, they never observed, they never demonstrated the existence of this globe in the first place. And then they go on to say that it's refracted. It's the same as saying that you saw a refracted ghost or a refracted fairy,
Sure,
They never demonstrated it, right? It's not there.
Beyond that, but beyond that, then it's like, while the conspiracy is fucking huge, right? If everyone's convinced that it's a globe, and it's like, okay, well, beyond that, you're gonna try to convince them that there are other forces at play here that want you to believe this nonsense.
Yeah, why? Yeah, that's
why?
And it's like, well, what are their intentions? Who are they? Yada yada yada. Like that's like a really hard thing for fucking people to digest.
It's a vague answer, but to hide the nature of reality, I guess. Whatever that actually fucking is.
Yeah, who knows, huh?
Yeah. But I guess,
Yeah, right? You don't need to know the motivation for it to be true, right?
Right. Like convictions happen all the time with no motive, right? You just have to prove that it happened. You don't have to prove why you did it.
Yeah, you just realize you're living in a fucking lie. That's it. And everything else.
Yeah. So what are the prevailing theories and stuff here?
About why?
Yeah,
well,
about why
in general,
and the mode of operations and stuff like that. Because I've done a little bit of research. I'm just curious to hear what other people think.
Well, in my opinion,
go ahead, PMAC. You take it.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, it's just an opinion, right? They want us to think that we're living on something infinite and infinitesimal, and we mean that we're meaningless. It means nothing. While at the same time, that might actually be the truth, but they don't want you to understand what it actually is. It's hard for me to explain this. It's kind of like a double entendre. They want us to look at and think of ourselves as nothing. I mean, we a star in the middle of a fucking galaxy, and everything is fucking infinitesimal, whatever, right? Infinite. But, and so you mean nothing, but you probably at the same time that might be true, but they don't want you to actually understand what it is you're living in, if that makes sense. Did any of that make sense?
It does make sense, but then it's like, well, what is it deeper than that? You know,
for control,
what's the structure look like?
Power, I would say overall. Like if they have the knowledge of what this whole place is cornered to themselves, right? Puts them at an automatic advantage to everybody else, doesn't it?
Yeah, information.
You don't know where the fuck you are, but they do. Right? Whoever they are, right? I would say that gives them an upper hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because we got things like, okay, you can point to like Rothschilds and stuff like that, right? Like,
yeah, we can speculate.
A bunch of families, and it's like, okay, well, that's a bit sus.
Right. The controllers must know what this place is that we're dealing with, right? And they deprive that knowledge from us, and we're kind of just like human livestock to them that they just want to keep on a farm, and it's like a mental prison that they have you in. You're on a farm, and you don't even know that that's where you are, so you won't even think to try to escape or to breach the walls of it or anything because you don't even know that's where you are. But yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hectic. So, did any of you guys do any astrology?
Well,
my star sign is Taurus.
My girlfriend does. She does that for me.
Yeah, okay. So, I kind of got here through that because I'm using it to predict markets and stuff like that, and it appears to be a real phenomenon. And then when you start looking into it, it's like, okay, well, geocentrism makes sense there. Heliocentrism doesn't. And then you go further and further into the ancient texts and stuff like that, and they're essentially saying that Earth's a fucking flat plane. And so, well, these guys were really fucking smart, especially if you look into the Bible being an astrological translation, which no doubtably is, like almost one-to-one. It's a story of astrology.
It's interesting. I want to respond to that. Sasha, you were trying to jump in there a minute ago, though. If you want to go ahead. He's back on mute. Whatever. Okay.
Only because he asked a motivation, and I want to tell one story about control. You know, like for example, if you are in desert, you know, if we are in desert, let's say, wherever, and there is one lake, but I'm the government, I will tell you, look, this lake is poison. Even I will put the cow there, that cow, and you will never try that water. But that water is not poison, you know. And I will drink that water and I will survive, but you will be dead or something like that. That is the same things like with the sphere, you know. You don't know where you're living. That means it could be total control. That somebody knows, and what they know that you don't know, and that's the point. And you can go more power, money, God, creator, hiding, everything.
Prison wardens know that they're running a prison. You don't even know you're fucking in one, or that they're there.
Yeah. Yeah.
How lost are you 100%. Then? Yeah.
People say, what that matter? In a sense, it doesn't matter if you live this life like okay, but in a global sense, if you think, oh my God, but somebody's lying this, that means they have reason and purpose why they put this lie, you know.
Yeah, they do.
Well, yeah, and that's the fucked up bit, man. It's like the government should be constantly proving, like constantly, that we can trust them. And yet somehow they just inch in on our freedoms and stuff like that. Like I was living in Australia in the Melbourne lockdowns, which were like arguably some of the worst in the fucking world, you know what I mean? And it's like none of that shit made sense. Like straight away, you could tell that the fatality rate was, 0.001. It's like, why is everyone doing this? This is madness.
One thing real quick is I'm with you. I'm tracking with you. But, we never told you about this before, but we can't talk about that topic really on the live stream.
Okay.
Oh, this is a live stream?
Yeah, we get fucked over for that by YouTube. But we got show VC and stuff like that. There's other chats and rooms in the server, and I'm tracking.
Well, how gnarly can you go? Can you start talking about fucking elite pedophiles and shit? Or is that a no-go as well?
Yeah. But you can speak in the other way. You can use another name, and we will understand.
Yeah, I mean, but the idea, though, the globe is really a mental prison because they've given you this finite construct of this thing that you live on, right? It's just this ball with this extremely limited territory and surface area and stuff like that. And that's it. And that's all that there is to the world physically, right? And beyond that, it's just vacuum for miles and miles and miles, millions of miles. The nearest rock out there in space is tens of millions of miles. And, you know, you're never going to get there. There's nothing on it. There's no resources. There's no way to inhabit it really anyway, if you could go there. So it just puts you in a prison, right? Mentally speaking, you don't think there's anything beyond what they've told you that there is, and that's it. Just stay on the farm and keep your head down. Sorry, go ahead.
Ask yourself this question: what we achieved, humanity with all these space programs, and what we have, how to say, what is positive in that? What we got? Did we have better science? Did we have what we have with this?
Yeah, nothing changes in the world. The world stays the same. It just gets worse and worse. There's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new.
We didn't get anything from the moon. We didn't take anything from the space. We only traveling.
Yeah.
In a sense, we achieved the traveling. That means we can go to the Mars. In the next 30 years, maybe we can go to the Saturn, and we'll say we went to the Saturn. And what? And like we can travel. That's the best our achievement.
Right. And so we start saying, okay, there's a massive lie and a massive cover up here. So what are the implications of that? And one of the implications is, well, history could be completely wrong. And to what date is it completely wrong?
Right.
I think
history is wrong if you look deep more in who.
Well, that's kind of what I'm, finding out as well. And it's okay. Well, what's Tartaria? What's the go there? Because that seems pretty interesting.
That's enigma number one. Like who built all that stuff?
I mean, like they want you to think that a bunch of goat herders in Mongolia got on horses and took over the entire Asia.
Not that man. Who built the USA from, let's say, 100, 700 till 100, 800?
Me.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows who built all that buildings, big buildings. And you can have thousands of them in USA, not in Mongolia.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. None of it. Bullshit.
Or if you want to know, like for example, Egyptian in the time, like we crossed the Atlantic Sea in Colombo first time.
Columbus.
Can you imagine the people like Egyptians? They built all that pyramids and everything. They could not build one stupid fucking ship to cross the Atlantic.
Yeah, that it just doesn't line up. The sophistication of the mathematics and the architecture is just insane.
And if you look architecture, not only Egyptians, all of them, they knew it to build everything, and they could not build ship,
All over the world, they built pyramids. Thousands of years ago.
That proves a globe.
It must be.
Yeah.
How'd they know to line them up with stars if it's not a globe?
Well,
okay, and so, sorry, what are the most convincing things to you guys? Like, at what point did you get the light bulb kind of turn on?
Water?
Yeah, water, and also when the globe trolls had absolutely nothing to prove the globe with. That was the kicker for me, actually, was the globers themselves, because I watched debates thinking, oh, McToon, this guy's like a heavyweight glober. This guy will have the proof, I'm sure of it. I watched the debate, and he just got floored.
You are correct. That's watching the nation for years and listening others like, okay, somebody will give some good things, because I'm not so clever. There are people who knows better than me everything, and I only what I heard, it was only more stupid in things than clever.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. That was the kicker for me.
Self-imploding thing, eh? Yeah.
I was like, "Fuck!" They really don't have any proof, and then I realized that's it. Water does
Yeah,
just
that was
rest
one of the
flat.
major ones for me as well.
The known territory is supposed to be 70% water. It's all resting flat. What does that tell you? Figure it out. It can't be a ball. The cosmology they sold you then is wrong. Has to be.
I feel it's like one of those things where, like, the person saying otherwise has generally done far more research on the matter than the people that just take it as a fact, right? Like, you see the
Always.
same phenomena with tourists going to someone's country, right? So if you are raised in your hometown, you've never left, and da 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 da, but then some tourist will come through. They've already seen your whole country. They know more about it than you do in many respects.
They're paying attention to
because
it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's like kind of the same phenomena here, where it's just like, you know, the flat earthers are really wanting to disprove this, and they're the ones that are doing all the fucking research here.
And it's not even really about wanting to disprove it per se. It's just about wanting to know if it's true, right? And usually it starts with, cool, I live on the globe. Let's check this out, right? So they say that it curves by this much. Horizon should be here, blah, blah, blah. You go out and try to observe these things, and you're like, huh, well, look at that. I don't observe it. What's going on, right? And then it comes to, well, is there any actual proof for this claim of a globe to begin with? And you start asking all these people that argue a globe, and none of them have anything. All of them just have logical fallacy after logical fallacy. They're misinterpretations of things that have nothing to do with being on the ball. And this, you know, this is just me saying this. You would have to listen to them and evaluate yourself. But that's what it came down to for me. I mean, every single time. Where's your measurement of a curve? Oh, these shadows. Oh, well, that happens on a flat surface too. How do you know it's curved? Well, it's assumed. Oh, okay, so the globe's assumed? Well, no! You know.
And so what channel here, or what room is kind of got the best sort of info to show lay people?
For the best, okay, so like just on the flat Earth, you mean, or?
Yeah, just like some like half an hour long. Like, where's the best sort of videos where someone's like really hammering it home?
Well, I wouldn't even say
a lot of people don't. People don't even have like the attention spans for.
I would just hang out in the live stream here. You'll hear some really good conversations in this room right here, I think.
Yeah, and even like if you were to talk with a new guy, just make them think about hydrostatics in itself. You know, make them really think about it.
You'll hear some stupid. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
For sure, it's here because you can everything what you want to see or watch. It's almost everything. It is here. You know, in archive, you can click it and watch it. Yeah, people doesn't know that if they are here, we can point them out. Look, there is links, curvature, blah blah blah, everything. What do you want to know? Plus, we are posting something. What is
this voice chat going basically all the time?
Yeah, 24/7. Yeah, I mean, sometimes people fall asleep and it goes dead for a while, and we play a video.
Man,
or something,
that's fucking wild, though.
You'll hear some great conversations, and you'll also hear some really stupid conversations. And don't judge the entire server by that or the entire live stream. It will pick up. There will be really good moments.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what a lot of people do, right? Like, there's that Flat Earth documentary on Netflix. Yeah. And that people are judging based on that argument there.
That's the mainstream thing that is put in front of the normies to ridicule this topic.
Yeah, it's mockery. That's all they see. This is the thing. Like, when I was like, well, what is the proof of the globe? I was genuinely seeking it. And what I found was just blatant, like, mockery all the time. Like that documentary, they play that Curb Your Enthusiasm song, and they try to frame it like, oh, he accidentally proved the globe. Did he? Think about what he did. All he did was shoot a laser, miss his target. They completely ignored the fact that lasers diffract when they go through holes. Light diffracts when it goes through a hole, right? So it spreads out. You got that phenomenon going on. That never would have worked in any scenario. But they play it off like, well, this obviously automatically equals a globe with this specific radius that we claimed. But we never get the proof for that, do we? all these games that they play, like instead of just mocking people that are asking questions about your claim, why don't you just come with the proof for it?
Like a guy did it
right.
with a bike. Did you see that guy? He did it with a bike. Prove the coverage.
There we go again. It's supposed to be done at the same time, different locations. It's useless if it's done at different times. But it's just a YouTube meme. Like, see, they're not interested in doing things properly or actually proving the claim. They're just kind of interested in reinforcing the claim in people's minds. Just keeping the hypnotism going.
Hypno.
Yeah, a lot of the mind games that is going on is like they know the psychology of people, and they do know that one of the biggest fears in people is social exclusion. So when the majority thinks one thing, and it makes them fear standing up and making these questions because of this fear of exclusion from social activities and stuff like that. So it's a lot of what's the word? It's psychological, a lot of it, you know. Because I mean, most of us, I would say that a lot of us, especially people with a logical mindset, have asked it when they were like 7 years old in school. But how does water stick to the ball? And when they came up in higher grades in math and physics and stuff like that, they were still like, okay, if hydrostatic says that it's always finding its level, how can it curve? You know. Yes, these kind of questions, but they have always been shut down with, you know, like one-liners like, "Oh, it's just gravity" or something like that. Yeah. And after that, you don't think a lot about it. And when you start to explore these controversial topics, this fear of social exclusion is still deep ingrained in people.
That's the main motivation for thinking you live on a ball. You won't even ask those questions about gravity in class because everybody's going to laugh at you. It's like more just like the social pressure that keeps you on the ball than any actual evidence for the ball. The ball is just tradition. It's just culture. It's just culturally reinforced. And whoever's propagating this knows better than to try to prove it. They know just to attack the human psyche instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this heliosorcery? It's in the beginner's references area.
Keep hearing about it. I heard it was really good. I need to check that out.
2022, so I think I want to check it out. Some of the other ones I was watching, like fucking 6 years old and stuff like that.
It's decent, but it has a very, very, very biblical bias in it and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that the documentary is bad at all. It's just something.
But some of the people I want to show will be a bit reluctant with that narrative.
As soon as you go into that, that's why we try to keep it really on the empirical in this room, because as soon as you go into that, it kind of feeds this like stereotype that people have of us that like we're just a bunch of Bible fundies and whatever, and that's why. I'm not knocking anybody who's into the Bible or whatever, right? But it's just like
there's a time and a place for it, maybe.
Yeah, they think that we're just saying this because it's our religious belief or something. It's like, no, we're trying to open your eyes to the fact that this is actually reality.
Yeah, we're realists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a good video I like to suggest to people would be Eric Dubé's History of Flat Earth. It's a brief 1 hour overview about, you know, since the early Greeks mentioned it and all the way up to the present day. Just very brief, doesn't go into depth on all the topics and stuff like that, but you can always dig further on. But it just overlays how, you know, it has progressed, you know, and how, that would be a video I'd often suggest to newcomers.
I liked Under the...
Yeah, that's good too.
It's a pretty good starting place, I think.
I can see another conclusion that we're in an enclosed space. I mean, what? It's just, it has to be, right?
And are you guys aware of the separation of astrology from religion, specifically like Vatican?
Huh?
So that happened a few hundred years ago, which is interesting in the study of the Bible actually being an astrological piece of work. And I just found that extremely interesting that some higher ups there, they decided to call it taboo and go different ways on it, right? When it holds such important information in the books that they follow. So that's a big red flag for me as well.
Yeah, I just like to say for the interim that I don't believe in the God thing. Well, I do believe in the creator thing, but that somebody came down here and tried to tell us this is the way out. I mean, if the one thing that Flat Earth has taught me is that you cannot say no to anything. You cannot just willy-nilly dismiss shit. It's everything is possible on this fucking wherever we fucking are. Everything is possible, and there is a very good probability that whoever made it decided to come down here, incarnate into a fucking body, and try to tell us the way out. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, depends on what angle you're coming from. You know what I mean? I'm trying to come from like a purely astrological angle, so. These books could be written on the sun, and that being seen as God and stuff like that. Okay, I can get on board with that. I can get on board that we live in some sort of mathematical shape tesseract thing, and then it's flat that way. And
the thing about that book is that it's multi-layered. That is why there is 30,000 plus denominations alone, and also people who doesn't even follow that book also find value and wisdom in it. And like you said, like yourself, if you're not a Bible follower, but you still have found the astrological importance in the book. Well,
that and a lot of psychology as well from like Carl Jung's work, on
wisdom and stuff like that.
It derived a lot of it from mythology. It's very fucking fascinating.
If you say something,
Jordan Peterson touches on the same sort of things as well. Jordan Peterson talks the world and archetypes as well.
Yeah, he's a bit of a cuck. No, I don't believe in Jordan.
What makes him a cuck, though?
Well, he talked about the vaccine. The Jabba Jabba Do. He says that everybody needs to get one.
I mean, it's fine to have that opinion. Like that doesn't discredit the rest of his psychological work.
Yeah, no, he's a mind fuckery. He don't believe him. Don't believe anything he says.
Gatekeeper, most likely. Lure you in with some truth, and then he can spin some bullshit once you're in there.
That's what. To me, anyway.
Well, you got to tell me what more of the bullshit is aside from the thing that happened a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's quite probable that he literally just thinks that, right? Like, and he doesn't need to go further into being controlled opposition or the world's flat or anything like that. Like, he doesn't need to be that. He can be a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, and think this way, right?
He's
that's possible.
He's a very, very intelligent man. And they were talking the other day about stripping him of his professorship. And I said, I said, oh my God, he's going to be real worried about that. His livelihood is set. That man's making tons of money.
But PMAC, for example, as you said yourself, we have learned that we cannot dismiss anything. So yes, maybe this guy is a bit of a crook, and maybe you are right. But we listen to what he has to say, and we double check it. And if there is some merit to what he has said, well, there is parts of what he is saying that is useful,
Yeah. I don't deny it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've listened to him for quite a while, and he seems like a very morally aligned person. So I would be rather shocked if he had nefarious motives at play.
No,
as someone has listened to a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, an unwitting gatekeeper.
Yeah, totally open to that. What's up with this whole WEF counterpart thing? Like, was that just of his own mind, or is he led there? I don't know.
Probably led. I mean, I gave up on most of my conspiracy heroes and stuff like that. I eventually came to a point with pretty much all of them where I was like, fuck, they're just gatekeepers and this is controlled. And
they don't know it.
Yeah, maybe they don't know it. Maybe I'm misreading things, but
maybe they don't.
Who knows? I think it's too hard for everyone to be armed. That's the thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
where do you draw the line at this sort of stuff, right? Because I want to at least be trusting to some degree of people.
It could go back to something I said earlier, though, too, where most of the people who were taught the globe, like, they weren't lied to get that idea of the globe in the first place. It was just a tradition, right? Just this cultural idea that just got passed on and on and on. The people that told it to them just believed it the same way they ended up believing it. So there could be a thing like that to it, too.
Yeah, and just as a caveat, I admire Jordan Peterson. That man has more brains than me. I mean, I admire him. The whole reason why he came to be was because of the stance he took on they and their fucking pronouns, and he refused to address somebody as they. And no, I agree with that. That's fucking ridiculous. It's stupid. I think he's a very intelligent man, and he's doing well. But there's a couple of things about him you need to research. Yeah.
As we spoke about before Deku came, like it's about, you know, being one with yourself, being finding the center in yourself and being aware. And if you are aware, you can watch all these Hollywood movies and they will not, quote unquote, affect your subconsciousness with predictive programming and stuff like that, because you detect these kind of things with pattern recognition. You can say the same with stuff like Alex Jones and Jordan Peterson and stuff like that. There might be some gatekeepery in them, but because you are aware, you can also use the information that they are giving you, use your pattern recognition to discern what is good and what is bad.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
I've taken a lot of good shit out of that. Yeah.
And so, do you think Joe Rogan's controlled op?
Oh, I don't know.
With that platform, I would suspect
it's almost, like it'd be hard not to after that Netflix deal thing. Like, I think that's probably where it turned.
They took him off Spotify, and Spotify lost like 2 million viewers.
Oh, not Netflix. Yeah, Spotify. They took him off Spotify.
Yeah, well, they threatened to ban him.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they did actually ban him, and then they brought him back on.
Yeah, I mean, there is the whole flip-flop on the moon landing stuff. Like, one day he was like, oh, the moon landing could definitely not have happened because of all of these things. And the next day, pretty much, he was like, oh, there's no way that the moon landings did not happen, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a flip-flop like that, you know?
Talk about flip-flop.
What about his buddy Eddie Bravo? Like, because he seemed like the real deal, getting in there, talking some good shit.
Yeah.
I always kind of thought he made us look silly.
He is a bit of a...
he's a character, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
We like.
I mean, I would assume that Eddie Bravo himself has led some people towards the topic, 100%. Even if he's making,
he's pretty smart, man. He's pretty smart when you like actually hear him go on some rants. Like, he makes good points. But my point here is, like, they're good mates. Him and Joe are good mates. How often is Eddie coming on these days? You know, because maybe Joe did turn into controlled op, and like maybe Eddie's going on less.
Could be.
Eddie Bravo makes more sense about why there is not a globe than I do.
Can we get Eddie on this show? Let's talk to the man face to face instead of, speculating about him and whatnot.
There's no way they landed him in no fucking way. Oh, maybe they did. I'm sorry. I take that back. That was a massive flip-flop. That was the biggest flip-flop in history.
And
Just
so,
wait.
who runs
Moon landing itself will be an even bigger flip-flop. Just wait.
Who runs this channel? Like, how do you know that the people running this Discord are not controlled up in any way? Does that matter if they are?
No,
the purple names seem to be mainly geniuses, from what I can tell.
I run everything.
But I just think over the years, the place has just moved into the direction of working fluently because people are taking their roles. they're doing their stuff. If you have like mod abilities, you monitor the chats and making sure that bad content and stuff like that get erased and obvious trolls is getting shut down, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but who's judging whether it's bad or not, though?
Well, people are getting their roles because they have shown discernment,
Okay, yeah, but they're getting the roles from people that are trusted right now.
I think it's a meritocracy type of situation here. It all seems to be based on involvement. I mean, and that's just me saying that, so don't take my word for it, but that was my experience.
Well, how long have you been around here for?
I first got here it was 20. What year was it? It was 2021 at some point. This is my 2.0 account, so it's not that old, but yeah, sometime a couple of years ago, I guess.
Too fucking long.
Yeah, PMAC's been here longer than me.
Too fucking long. Jesus Christ.
No, he joined February 24th.
Who, me?
Yeah, he just got here. He's a noob, brand new. Just joined up 2 days ago.
Nice.
Just joking. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean,
I just got here.
I think the main thing to take away from this: don't hold anyone as an idol that you're just blindly following.
Yes. Cool.
Do your own thing. Follow your own path. Do your own thinking.
Be your own leader.
Don't let anybody spoon feed anything to you. Just take the information that they're given, analyze it yourself, break it down, see what you think. Make rational sense of it for yourself. Don't have your thinking done by others.
I like to think I'm a rational agent.
Yeah, and trust.
Oh my God, he's an agent.
And trust your senses.
We're all here because of the fucking reason why we trusted other people.
And I don't trust the government, so...
Don't start me on government. Don't...
Whatever they say to do, I look at the opposite, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, whatever they say. Think of the opposite, it's probably true. Like, can we talk about Ukraine on here?
No.
We can't?
Really?
It's live streamed all the time on YouTube, so stuff like Jabby and Ukraine and stuff like that, and other like sensible topics should just be avoided at all costs. Like,
you can talk about.
Is the live stream going to like Rumble or anything like that somewhere else?
I think so. Spotify.
Okay, that's good. As long as it's also going somewhere else.
Even Ukraine.
You guys can talk about that stuff, no problem, and chill. There's a chill VC, Deku. I don't know if you could see it at first, but I gave you a role so that you can probably get there now. Chill chat.
Right.
Yeah, if you want to have any of those talks, just go down there where it's not live streamed and it's cool.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, the live stream is mainly for the Flat Earth topic and introduction to new players that is coming in.
Cool. And so you get some Globers in here quite frequently asking questions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kind of fluently. Comes in every single day, sometimes more than other times, but yeah.
And how many of them do you reckon are just like curious people as opposed from people looking for like a hectic debate?
I would say a good share, to be honest. Like, I mean, if you get 100 people in, I mean, 20% or something like that is legit curious. And I would say in the total population of people on the internet, like that's pretty decent.
Yeah, a lot of them come in pretty hostile.
Yeah, there is those also, but I would say that 20% is legit curious, Then there is the 30%, 50% larpers, and then there is the 20% anti-flat earthers, and then the 10% that just think we're completely stupid. Maybe a bit different ratios, but 20% that is legit, I would say.
Yeah. Wow. Deku, do you want to know one of the questions?
Which question?
Where is the edge?
That's a good question.
Well, there was
Like,
these.
beyond
But the question is, if people is coming and ask you where is the edge, and we are asking, and who even said edge? Did we said edge?
Right.
Why
So
ask it?
that's under the
Yeah.
under the assumption of a flat model.
Yeah.
You would intuitively assume at some stage there would be an edge.
Yeah.
I mean, people who first come around flat Earth will believe that we still have the same cosmology, the same quote unquote void of space, and that it's just a flat planet floating in space while all the other planets is still, spheres and stuff like that. That's the first picture people are getting in their mind when they get into the topic, and that is why the edge is coming into place.
Do you know what we are discussing in the last month? This last month, I can tell you what we are discussing. It's not a flat Earth.
Right.
Mostly it is flat Earth, of course, but mostly it's when people come, we are discussing about objective reality. What if person is really with us, if person is speaking with us, and you have now every day, 2 or 3 person, we need to realize if that person really think that he is with us when he is speaking with us. But honestly, that means now, are you 100% sure that you are speaking with us, Deku?
Yeah, there's those people who come in here who come from a philosophy class or something like that, and they will argue that we can never know anything because there is always a 99 or a 0.0111% chance that this fork doesn't exist or this chair doesn't exist. So I feel like these people, they come in here to sharpen their tools that they are learning in college right now.
Hey, welcome to the server, Deku. It was nice to meet you. I'm gonna peace out for the evening, but good talk, guys.
Yes.
Sweet ass. Have a good one. Thank you for answering questions.
Yeah, of course, and feel free to drop in any time and ask some more. And definitely try to catch some of the debates and stuff that go on, and just try to get a rounded perspective of the whole thing for yourself. Hear everybody out,
we'll
see what's going on here. Peace out, buddies.
Yeah, take care, man.
What shall we do now?
It is the dead hour.
Documentaries in the beginner section, I reckon.
And there is contents down there for hours and reading material for hours.
Yeah, I need to get into it. I'll talk to you lads later. Thanks for your time.
Take care and welcome. It's always midday here. I'm gonna bounce to get something out of the sun hours. Take care, guys.
Take care, Tim.
You need to make program. There is nobody here. You need to make morning program for Flat Earth.
Hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth in the morning. Grab your coffee. Do your toast.
First, like every first commercial, like every mainstream. Don't do like that directly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth in the morning. Is the sun shining? It's not there. It's there. It's everywhere. It's moving away from you. It's not a fucking spinning ball anyway. So welcome to Flat Earth 24/7 in the morning. Good luck. What would you like to talk about? Hello, I'm listening.
And P-Mac, you got the one and first person. and it's called Lucasiu, and he can now speak with you.
Oh, thank you very much. Hey, Lucia, how are you? Yeah, that's what I said. Huh?
Shall I put the commercials?
Yeah, let's go to commercial.
Let's go on commercial and we'll start again.
Would you sponsor a donkey for $3 an hour? Poor donkeys are walking around. Yeah.
Hey everyone, how you going?
Systems.
What's new?
Are you a system or systems?
Systems.
Oh, you're more than one.
I'm more than one.
Ah, okay.
Are you open or closed system?
Very closed. Very, very closed.
How we will speak with you if you are closed?
That's good, Sasha. Are you a comedian? Yeah, well, you should be.
Lucas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, here we go.
How are you?
I'm fine. Well, except my foot.
Sorry, what was that?
What's wrong with you?
Except my foot. Well, I cut it open on a goddamn trailer here the other day and got 3 stitches and blood.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, so I've been walking on crutches. Whatever.
Well, lucky for you, there's no massive curves for you to have to walk over, so it's relatively flat.
Very funny.
So I saw that you've joined the server like a year ago. What brings you back?
Brings me back? What do you mean?
Well, I had a look on your profile and it says you joined the server in January 2022.
What brings you back? Did you walk in the crutches?
No. I pop in sometimes when I fucking feel like it. That's legit it. So, yeah.
And what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
When I think about it, I don't think about it.
Yeah.
I take it out from a logical perspective, but that's something totally different.
And what do you think from logical perspective?
From my logical perspective, I do think it is round, and I honestly, I don't want to go into the arguments because it's just gonna.
Okay. Do you have different logical perspective from other people?
No.
No, you have the same logical perspective. That means if I see object on 10 miles, you can see object on 10 miles.
You can see objects from millions of miles, but the thing is,
No, I'm asking you the simple question. If I see the object on the beach, and I tell you, look at Lucas, you look at that, and you say, yes, Sasha, yes, that's that. I see also. Can we agree on that?
Sasha, listen. I'm not talking minute scales here. I'm talking like large scale. You can see objects.
I'm
for
speaking about large scale also. I'm telling you also about large
you're
scale.
not, Sasha.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, if you okay, tell me what I said that is not large scale.
You're saying that I can see an object on the ground which is 10 miles away, right?
10 miles away, yeah. 10.
All right. Well, yeah,
all right.
that can be for a very large, that. There's a lot of different reasons why you might be able to see that.
Okay. Is it that small or large scale?
That's small scale in comparison.
Okay, small scale. Now let's put the dimensions of the Earth and see if it's that small or large scale. Okay?
Small. That's ridiculously small.
Okay, great. Do you know the dimensions of the Earth?
No, I can't remember them from off my head. No.
You don't know, but I know them.
No,
and
Sasha,
when I put that, but listen, but you don't know what I will say.
Sasha.
What I will say.
Sasha, listen, I can't.
What I will say, because you're stopping me. What I will say.
Shut up. Hey, let me speak.
He's like a
what I'm saying.
Tesla of Planet Earth.
You said that it's if you say for something that it's big or small scale, that means that you know the in your head at least you have some kind of dimensions in your head. Now I'm telling you that I have that all dimensions of the earth in my head and all that scales, you know. And I'm telling you that it's not so small scale.
So you're saying 10 miles is not small scale?
No, because I use the dimensions of the earth to compare that if it's that small or big.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not talking about the curvature currently.
About what you are speaking?
I'm not talking about curvature.
I'm not speaking also about curvature. I'm speaking about object on 10 miles.
Well, you are kind of implying curvature then, aren't you?
I'm not implying anything, man. I'm implying object on the 10 miles. And I can show you, and both of us, with our logical perspective, we can see that.
From a logical perspective, you can see it.
Without invoking any curvature there. Without invoking any curvature there, we see the object. And I will point it out. Look at you. It's there 10 miles. And you will say, Sasha, really, it is there. Look, I'm also seeing it's there. And then what? Then what?
And what? No, I'm not getting your current scenario, man.
That's this. Okay, that's all right. We see the object. That's all right. It's there. Now I'm putting that scale on the sphere.
Yeah.
And it's 10 times further what I should to see on the sphere.
And
it would be nice it would be nice if it's 0.2 times further, not 10 times. Because if it's 10 times, that means that UK from America it's 10 times further. You know.
Well, first off, I don't use.
That means that if you fly to America, you don't fly 4 hours. You fly to America 40 hours.
No, that's
yes, because that is only because on that small scale, that's 10 miles. Then other 10 miles, and other 10 miles, and other 1,000 miles. You know, that means it must be, you know, so big 10 times that it's so big that you cannot imagine.
Thing is, but
the thing is this: if you want to play with the nature only using the words big and small scale, you need to use the numbers.
Let me speak. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sasha, you're only taking out from one perspective right now. You're not taking out from multiple. Like, that is just one scenario of it. There's also the other scenario of why the fuck is there even air? Why is there air here? Why are we? Why can you breathe this? You know, if you take an apple, all right.
Lucasio, listen. I will interrupt you with this. Let's go to the beach, and I will tell you this. Lucasio, listen. This is very important. Let's take an apple with us on the beach, and I will tell you this. Now I will drop the apple. I am dropping the apple. Apple is falling down. Now I will tell you this. Lucasio, listen. Now I'm breathing the air, and you will breathe with me. We are breathing, and now I will say, okay, Lucasio, do you see that object on 10 miles? And I will say yes. And I will tell you, I see also that object on 10 miles. Then I will tell you, Lucasio, we cannot see that.
I've already told you that there's multiple factors for you maybe being able to see something.
What is the factor? What is the factor that we see the object? What it is there, and it is there? What is the factor that we are seeing? Is it the factor our eyes seeing that what we seeing, or some other factors are that we seeing the object what it is on 10 miles?
He's going to say refraction.
Oh, yeah.
No, but object is there. I'm speaking about object, not about refraction. What is going on in there? We see the same object.
I know you guys have had this argument over 1,000,000 times, so I really do not want to go into it. So honestly, it's going to be a shared
okay,
and that's
great.
why I'm trying to go away from that.
Can you tell me how you if you don't want that argument, how you measure the mountains in Switzerland?
In Switzerland?
Yeah.
How do you measure the mountains in Switzerland?
With a big
tape. Why mountains in Switzerland has the height like at 5,000, 3,000 meters? What that mean? 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters.
What that means?
Yes.
Yeah.
That means from sea level. That means
Which
how
sea
high
level? Okay, great. Which sea level Switzerland are you using for the measuring mountains?
Excuse me?
Which sea level Switzerland has no sea? Which sea level Switzerland using for measuring mountains?
What's up? Oh my god. No, you don't.
Which sea level Switzerland
Listen,
using
you
for
can
measuring
still
mountains?
use that, dude. You
Can
can
you tell me the answer on which sea
let
level?
me goddamn speak, goddammit. You're cutting me off constantly. I'm kind of finding you kind of rude.
I can help you. Adriatic Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Atlantic Ocean. Which sea using Switzerland?
You can still use that in a round ball. You just have to make a line that is completely sphere in the same sense as to the where the sea level is at.
Okay, can you make the line from the Switzerland? Make the line from the Switzerland in any point to any sea. Can you make that?
Yeah, you can.
On the globe, please.
If I could actually share my screen, I would so much draw it personally for you. I would draw.
Are you telling me that from France or from UK to the Switzerland, because there is a sea, there is no curve because it's straight line?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
And how we measure all mountains in between Switzerland and UK?
In between Switzerland and UK, what are you on about right now?
Does the add curving from the Switzerland to UK?
Okay.
Does the add curving between Switzerland and UK?
You need to speak more clear, man. I can't hear you.
Does the earth curving between Switzerland and UK?
Yes, it does.
Yes. How we measure the mountains between Switzerland and UK?
You take the sea level and then you curve that line for where the where
you curve the line through the mountain down?
You through the fucking earth itself, man. Where does ground?
You curve the line through the earth.
Yeah, you take that for the measurements, man. It's not.
How you do that? How you curve the line through the earth?
Grade.
How you drove the line through the earth?
Air? What do you mean?
No, earth. Because you measure the mountains from the Switzerland to UK. Now you have the curved line under the ground.
Well, as I said, you still use that as a fucking measurement. You still have that height. No, oh my god. Yeah.
You have the height because you have sea level, and if you sea level, that means the base it's from that sea level from the UK to Switzerland. That means flat. You cannot use curved line to measure the mountains. No, you cannot.
You can. Yeah. It doesn't make any difference. What difference does it make, man? It
makes this difference. There is drop over distance. It makes that difference, you know, because if it's yeah. Do you know what is drop over distance? Do you know what is
elevation?
Do you know what is? Do you know what is drop over distance?
Excuse me.
Do you know what is drop over distance?
Yes, I know what a drop over distance means.
Does any sphere has drop over distance?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Really? I will tell you something. Every sphere, every small, ping pong ball. If you put on ping pong ball, you know how small it's ping pong ball for tennis, that small tennis table. On that, if you put 2 points from that point A to point B, there is drop over distance, on that small ball.
Sasha,
on every ball.
If you're trying to teach me, and I'm not here to be taught by you, alright?
Okay, great, because I'm teaching you about sphere, and
you're not supposed to be doing that right here.
Yeah, you said that you.
But you are being very aggressive in your in general.
I'm sorry. Listen, this. I'm sorry because sphere is making me aggressive against you because I didn't say.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're constantly cutting me off when I actually was speaking.
Yeah, but you cannot say that sphere has no drop over distance. That's not true.
Around instantly. Man, I'm still saying to you that it is not a big deal, as the fucking sphere itself has nothing to do with fucking height distance.
I'm telling you this for fucking sphere, because fucking sphere is geometry. It's spherical object. Every sphere has drop in a distance. That means also this sphere should have drop over distance. But this sphere has no drop over distance. On the basketball, you can show the drop over distance. On the big bouncy ball, you can show the drop over the distance, but on this ball, on this what you believe, you cannot show drop over distance. Do you understand me now?
Okay, but why can't you do that then? Try and explain that. Why can you not do that?
Because it's not a ball. That's why you cannot show drop over distance.
No. Why would you maybe not else than just saying it's not a ball? There's a more logical explanation to it.
Tell me.
No, you tell me. You can't just say it's because it's not a ball. That's
okay, tell me this. Tell me this. If you see the on the flat surface 10 miles the object, how you will call that?
Excuse me?
If I see objects on 10 miles.
And on 10 miles.
Okay, yeah.
I know you've had that argument a million times, and people who have explained it to you a million times as well. And each time they most likely bring up refraction.
Do you know your model? Do you know your model then?
My model?
Yeah.
What model are you speaking about?
Globe model.
Globe model. Oh, you're going into that now, aren't you?
But do you know that? Because this is important. If I'm telling you something about horizon and some 10 miles, that means that I'm telling you something what is important. Because of this, I'm not somebody who got the message from the God. Look at the Sasha, the earth is flat. You need to see because there is a pyramid. No, man, I'm telling you something what is the globe model, what kids today learning in the school. That means they're learning the radius and how big this earth it is because it's big. And now let's check it if it's big, but it is. And I'm telling you about that I see 10 miles, but you don't want to listen, because that is not important, that why is that important? Because of the dimensions of that ball. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
If his dimensions are different, let's say that radius is 39,000 miles, not 3,000. Then I will shut up and I will say, okay, that's all right. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I completely understand you, Sasha, but I just want to say...
I completely understand you, but if I see the flat surface 10 miles, you see the flat surface 10 miles, what shall we need to take in our consideration logically? And also we see the object on the 10 miles, what we should to take in consideration of, and we have our senses. And that all things are there. There are no lights changing anything. The physical water is there. It is there. I don't get it. What should I take in consideration to logically have some another perspective or whatever? Because that is perspective, and it's the same like yours. Because you cannot see anything like different what I see.
I come from the perspective a lot of the time.
Yeah, but your perspective is the same like mine.
Listen,
you're not seeing the different thing, man.
Let me goddamn speak, thank you, because you're not getting the answer you want. All right, thank you.
Okay, I will let you speak now for half an hour. Shut up.
Okay. Now, if you take the fucking Earth, right? You have to compare it with other celestial bodies in the first place. If you actually want to see how it looks from the ground and not from in the air, high up, very high up, like not just plane heights, but much higher in your perspective. Then you could look, let's say, at Mars. Why Mars? Well, because Mars has a pole. It has ice. It has carbon monoxide, present carbon monoxide.
Jesus.
No, because why? No. Right,
you're being ridiculous.
Let me fucking
Sasha was being.
Let's go to the
Sasha was talking over you before.
I'll fucking leave if you're gonna cut me off like this. Because
I think you should. You're being silly.
No, I'm not being silly.
You're gonna try to tell us that you look at Mars to figure out what Earth looks like. It's just ridiculous.
I'm not.
Can we go together and check that perspective?
Me off. Cut me off, so of course it's gonna sound like that.
Lucasio, can we go together and check like on the beach? Can we go to the Mars and check together that perspective?
Mars? I'm not talking about the beach on Mars. There ain't no beaches.
No, I'm telling you. Oh my God, I'm telling you in the comparison of the beach, because we can go to the beach, see that object. Okay, we will not speak about that. Let's go now to the Mars and look at that perspective, you and me. What shall we do? Shall we go to the beach or shall we go to the Mars? Which perspective we will look?
You don't go to Mars. You look at it.
Why?
Why? Because why the fuck is that thing round? Why the fuck does that thing have poles like
It's not.
Earth?
You're
Why
just
the
seeing a
fuck-
light in the sky, dude.
No, you don't just
I
see
know
a
Sasha
line in
was
the
cutting
sky,
you off
buddy.
before,
You don't
but
just
man,
see a line in the sky. You see a planet with-
mean what? And that mean what? And that mean
You're
what?
projecting something.
I see the ring around the Saturn. I see the ring around the Saturn.
Yeah.
You know?
So
Why
have
we
you ever
don't
seen it?
have why we don't have a ring?
Well, that's an easy
That's
explanation, because we haven't had a moon get shredded up into millions of pieces because of
yeah, that's great. But that's great, man. But, good, but
That's very
looking in the sky will not nothing. Looking in the sky will not nothing tell me what the Earth is.
Excuse
you
me?
know, looking in the sky will nothing
you're
tell
looking
me
for a
about
science
it.
fiction.
The sky will definitely tell you, because you can't.
No,
we don't
you're
even know
not
what
looking at the sky. You're looking at science
we
fiction.
have to look at other galaxies to get a
No, you
perspective
don't.
of what it might
No.
look like.
You're
and then
getting
take
fed
out
science fiction.
No.
You're getting fed science fiction and you're applying it to your own worldview.
How you know that you are in galaxy?
You
How
are
you know?
certainly doing the same thing, because you think
Look at
everything
you.
you say is
Look at
correct.
you.
So I will just
Look
say
at
to you
you.
right now, this is going to turn
Look
into
at
a
you.
shouting test.
Look
Just
at
as I
you. How you know that you live in galaxy?
How do I know I live in galaxy? It's very easy if you go out somewhere to where there's literally no light.
If I go, can I go? Can I go? Who
What do you
go?
mean?
You said if you go in galaxy, can I go in galaxy?
No, I said if you.
How you know that you live in galaxy? Tell me.
Oh my god, bro.
1 second, Sasha.
I
1
just
second.
fucking
Can you please give me a second, please? Give me a second, both of you, please. Sasha, let's give him the floor. Let's give him the floor for 2 minutes. We won't interrupt him. I would like to hear what he was talking about, the Mars thing. Let's hear it. We'll mute ourselves, and you let us know when you're ready to go.
Okay, but my question will be the same. Because this question is from the meme 2 days ago. It's the same question what she asked the girl, and girl said she knows that she is in galaxy.
I agree.
Same things. I want to know how he knows. Yeah, of course. I will show up.
Let's give him some time. Let's give him some time.
All right. Well, first of all, the reason why I'm saying Mars is simply because you can see the poles. You can see a large amount of geographical, like mountains, can be like caverns and such and like that. You can even see ancient degree, ancient. What you call it? Ancient, like impacts and so on, and you can even observe new impacts and so on. So it's like I don't get why you disagree to it being just a light in the night sky, because it's not. It's a moving light, and you cannot just go out from it. It's just a light, because there is all of these factors to it. Like you cannot just reject something for it just being there, because it is not just there. It is a moving object which is showing signs of existence, if you take it from that. Like it has everything that Earth has except an atmosphere and life and water. And the thing is, it does have water because it has that on the poles, just less, much less. And it's got a pole like Earth. We have ice, and you know that we have a fucking area where you go that way, it gets fucking cold, right? The same just goes to that. Like, why would that not fit to Mars? I do not believe that Mars is.
Let's close server. Close the server immediately.
Come on, Sasha. Can I handle this for a second, please, Sasha? Give me a second. Okay, so to summarize what you're saying is we can observe Mars. Is that correct? We're observing Mars.
Yeah.
Where are we getting this information from that you just provided us?
From a telescope.
No, you can't see water through a telescope. You just told me there's water on Mars at the poles.
Yeah, as in ice forms, but it is majorly CO2, frozen CO2.
No. So you can't see CO2 and you can't see water or ice from a telescope.
frozen. Yes, you can.
Where else are you getting this information from? You must be you're getting to me. I'm going to be honest with you. To me, it sounds like you've bought into some science fiction. You've been told a story and you're running with it, which I don't blame you because I used to do the same thing.
No, I have a friend who's a very fucking big telescope enthusiast or whatever.
Yeah, but he can't measure water and ice through a telescope. All you can do is see distant objects.
Measure it, man.
You told me there's ice on Mars. You're telling. I'm not trying to be rude here, but you told me there's ice on Mars because you looked through a telescope and you could see. You can't.
You can.
You can't see ice that far away from a telescope.
He's saying that, and he's repeating that. And Lucasio, listen, Lucasio, like a kid of 10 years old. Lucasio, 10 years old kid, you cannot see ice from telescope.
Am I 10 years old?
No, I am 10 years old now. You cannot.
I get your opinion. I appreciate what you're doing. But can you at least acknowledge that you cannot tell what's on Mars from a telescope?
No, but can you also acknowledge then that you cannot just ignore so many similarities?
No, what similarities? All I can see is a light in the sky. Even if I have a really powerful telescope, all I can see is a light in the sky. I can't tell that it has water. I can't tell that it's three-dimensional. I can't tell anything. All I can tell is that it's a light in the sky that has a reddish hue, I guess.
Hue? Depends on how powerful of a telescope you have, right?
Yeah. Yep. And all the really powerful telescopes are allegedly controlled by an authority, and you don't have access to any of that.
No, you can have a amateur telescope that can take quite fucking accurate pictures, and I believe the majority of pictures of Mars from Earth are actually by amateurs. So,
Okay. You have a friend.
Telescopes are not for use on the planets really anymore at all. Like that stopped being a thing all the way in the 60s. Because it's necessary.
So you have a friend that's very passionate about this, and they've got very hard. So I know you don't have the ability to do it in the server, but can you send one to me? Can you direct message one to me, and I can share it on the live stream, and you can tell me how great this image is? Like, is there something I can see that you've got access to that I don't have access to? Because what you're telling me is there's ice on Mars, and you can see it through a telescope. I'd love to see these photos. I'd love to see it.
Oh, they have white parts at the bottom, top, and yeah.
The main point of research will be this: maybe in some case we will only realize that we have ice on the Mars and nothing else.
So all these years they've been looking for water, and it was always at the top in north and southern poles.
But P-Mac, listen this logic. We will maybe realize that we have ice or mountains on Mars or whatever you want, but we will shoot to go back to the beach because we need to measure the surface of the Earth. Oh my God, what shall we do?
Look, I really appreciate it. Can we hold him to the claim though? Because you've got access to a friend that has high power for telescope. Surely you've got a really cool image that you can share with us that to prove your point.
Well, he has them. I don't. So, but I will ask
Sorry,
him
what was that?
next time. I'll ask him, and next time I come on, I will have some then.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe, but so you do you concede that maybe that you can't prove that point right now? Like it's science fiction at this point.
Imagination.
No. Okay.
Maybe.
Is there a better maybe you could look at something a lot closer that we can see with our eyes, like the moon, for example? Do you want to use that as an example? Because
you can see Mars with your eyes. That's the thing.
You can see, you can see a light in the sky. You can't see any of the features that you're talking about. You can't see ice with your eyes on Mars.
Right. Well, the thing is, the moon is a very different celestial body. That's completely different anatomy.
Yeah.
It's very similar to the Earth when it comes to like.
Oh, the Mars now we realize now that Mars has nothing to do, and that was stupid idea to evolve.
No,
that.
that's completely wrong, man. I'm saying that like the moon is completely. It's
No. I'm speaking about Mars, but now we will move to the moon. Okay, now I will ask you something. How moon will curve the water in reality?
How the moon will curve water on Earth?
Yeah, if we speak now about the moon for 1 hour, how that will curve the water, what we shall need to check why water doesn't want to curve in reality.
Why it doesn't want, or no, you have to fucking clarify yourself, because I
It
can't.
doesn't want water. There is, lakes, seas, they are level,
The tide. You're talking about the tide.
No, you have tides, but with water it's quiet, and it's when you don't have tides,
What do you
and
mean?
waves and Oh, you have tides, yeah. Yeah, you're correct, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but in 1 hour you don't have tides that it's going, down 20 meters in 1 hour,
no tide goes down 20 meters. Anyway.
Yeah. That means, observation of the surface, to realize if it's curving or not.
Did you ever?
Because moon, I can watch the moon, I can study the moon 20, I can study the moon like let's say 40 years. I can say, look, these craters are made from blah 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 blah. But then again, I need to come back to that sea level and find out why this sea level does not curve in distance.
I don't
Because
see
now I'm expert in moon. Now I want to be expert in the air, on the air.
You're not an expert.
Okay, I'm not expert in the moon. That means I don't know anything about moon.
You're an expert.
But I know. But I'm expert. I am expert on the earth. I know how to measure the distance.
Okay, so it's your job.
No, I know how to measure like a human being. I know how to measure distance. Yeah, because I know. Like I'm expert because I know.
That's just not how it works, man. An expert is one who earns.
For example, if I tell you that I'm expert in making bread, I'm expert in making bread. I'm expert in basketball. I'm expert in football. I'm expert in math. I'm expert in measuring distances. That's my expert. I have more.
I'm an expert in talking shit.
I can make a bread. I can tell you everything about bread if you want, but I can also tell you everything about measurements and distances. And what is flat, what is curved. What is going in triangle, what is going rectangular, what is going circular, And to measure, to use math, this is 5 meters, this is 10 meters, this is 5 miles, this is 10 miles, this is 200 meters height, This is flight above the sea level, with aeroplane, 200 kilometers,
Luca, have you ever seen Bendy water?
Bending water?
Bendy water.
Yeah.
Where?
Again, tide. That's
tide.
It's just on such a massive scale you can't really notice, but it's bending water.
But you can measure. You can measure because you have the measure of the ball, like a basketball. If somebody give you a basketball, you can measure.
Have you ever seen Bendy water?
Again, yes, I have.
Where?
No, you didn't. You saw maybe on television, but you didn't see in the real life. You are lying if you said. Did you see the bending water in the real life?
Yes, I have, and I've even been moving.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're lying. Nobody saw it.
Doesn't bend, bro.
Even your priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson, telling you that even your priest,
with your own views. Like honestly, it doesn't make any sense.
Look at you. Even your
bend. It's not a solid structure.
Even your priest is telling you that you cannot see the curvature. That's the problem. That means I don't need to listen to you. I need to listen to somebody who is clever than you. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's saying that you cannot see the curvature. But you are telling me the truth.
Some things he say, but you also disagree hardly with a lot about the things he say.
Yeah, man. But you need to make videos now.
Using sources for one thing, and then you don't want to use them for another.
Man, but that's cool. But listen, now you need to make a channel and videos about Neil deGrasse Tyson and saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling wrong about globe because I know how globe is working, and that's it.
What?
Because you saw the curvature. That means that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. You need to debunk now Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Saw curvature in what? Like the earth or the water?
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that you cannot see curvature from any fucking elevation, But you said that you saw the bending water. That means that he is wrong. That means that
I think you're taking the wrong stance on this. I say I can see the water going up and down, and therefore I think it is gonna bending on a large scale. As I told you, it's on such a large scale.
Are you telling me? Great. Are you telling me like your logical perspective of human? If water is going up and down, that means movement of water is up and down. That is telling you that water is curving?
No, I'm saying that they're pulled from another side.
But you said that you saw the.
Sasha, listen, I'm not gonna have this conversation because I'm fucking honest. Tired from this.
No, man, you're ridiculous because you're saying that you saw. Did you say that you saw the bending of water? Did you say that or did I say that?
No, you said bending of water, and I said yes, I could see something moving. All right, that's what I saw. All right, you happy? Now I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I have other things to do in life.
Okay, great. And you could answer also. I didn't see the bending of water. I see the movement of water going down, up and down.
He left.
Fucking.
Fucking.
I know that I'm pushing this, but I'm pushing. I think with the arguments. I'm not pushing him with some attacks or I don't know what.
Yeah, but you're pushing the white up, bro. You are pushing. Push him straight out of the server. No, man, I'm kidding.
No, you cannot say I see the bending of water because I see going up and down.
Yeah, no, that's stupid. That's just dumb. Water doesn't bend, bro. Nowhere. If you ask somebody to make them.
Did you see that river? It's moving.
Can I just finish the point?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you. You ask somebody to make a model of a spinning water ball in a vacuum. Just that model. Here right now on Earth, wherever you are, it can't be done. You know why it can't be done?
No, you cannot make that because you are in atmosphere. You need to make that vacuum. You cannot make that space vacuum. And that space vacuum is perfect.
To the exterior of a shape. It does not. It's level all the time. It does not bend. This is why the biggest thing for me, coming to flat Earth or whatever, is water. It's magical. It has magical properties. It's fucking amazing. It just doesn't bend. So for you to come on here and tell me that water is a massive fucking trillions and trillions of tons of water is doing a whole fucking bending thing, it's just stupidity to the nth degree. If there was another degree, I would find it, but no, it's definitely nth. It's stupid.
You can say I believe. You can say because I saw on the television, but you cannot say that you saw in the reality. You cannot say that.
No, you can't. No, never. You can't ever say that. It doesn't do that.
Like people who are saying, like also from airplane. Okay, but you didn't see, and I know that. Yeah, every fucking time when I'm watching it, it's not curving anywhere.
That was one of the first things. That was one of the first things.
That was the first thing to check, from an airplane, because it was like, oh fuck, let's see, is it really true?
I can see the curvature from my airplane seat, and I said to them, right, so either the airplane window is fucking concave, or you're not high enough, or right, and then there are people come along and say you cannot see it from an airplane. So all the people that I said, hey, you know what, the Earth might be flat, and they said, well, no, it's not. I can see it from my fucking airplane seat. You're wrong, bro. Your guy just said you cannot see it. You're not high enough. So, what are you seeing?
It's only in mind. I don't know.
Illusion. Yeah, it's bullshit.
What happened? You scared him off.
That's good, especially these guys who doesn't want that you take them to space. You know,
I went away for 2 seconds and he's gone.
space. Don't. I don't want to. That's very interesting. You know, let's do not speak about. We can speak about everything, but do not speak about surface of the earth. No, man, why? Why we even should? Why you flat earthers want to speak about surface of the earth? Are you crazy?
Yeah, he's a clown. He's a clown, but you know what? To be honest, you should have let him stitch himself up, because when I let him talk, he said the most retarded things.
Yeah.
So when you let him talk for a little bit, he stitched himself up, and when I asked him for evidence, he didn't have any. So, yeah.
Everybody believes it. Everybody believes it because that's what everybody believes. That's
So
it.
you didn't take in consideration this. If we go to the Mars, of course, if we go to the Mars, but how we can do that?
Even just using his own logic, he said you could see ice through a telescope. That was just the most retarded thing. He stitched himself up being an idiot. Like he just it was just silly. And you don't even need to argue their own point. You just need to make him realize that he's being an idiot.
Yeah, you said properly, like science fiction. Like, man, what are you saying? Through telescope, you see the eye. Are you okay? How?
Exactly, it didn't make any sense. I don't know. And I think once I questioned him on it, he started trying to talk about how his friend has a telescope. I'm like, well, yeah, that's awesome. Get a picture from your friend, send it to us. We'll see whether or not we can distinguish whether or not there's ice on it. But I think PMAC had a great point. If there's ice on there and they keep looking for it with these fake robots, then why can't they fucking find it? Like, send a robot up the top then instead. It's so stupid. Like, he doesn't have any logic whatsoever. I've never heard someone claim that they had ice on Mars to begin with. That just sounds so retarded.
No,
here's another.
I heard that that claim. Let's say, I will tell you a lie now, but years ago, even maybe 15 years ago, there is a possibility that we find. And then you got the movies also Mars. You know that we got movies in planting seeds there, blah blah. But the story, I remember it was a story that maybe poles are, there is underground ice.
Yeah, there's Total Recall, the original Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Also, that
that was a great movie though. I really enjoyed it.
Hey, they in with the 3 blues, man.
But I'm telling you I think about some news. It was in a time, maybe some in a time, and it was not internet. I can tell you in some newspaper or something. I remember that I have in mind that some ice is on Mars. How I get that information? Because it was written somewhere,
Yeah, they keep trying to test for it. So they keep trying to test.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, allegedly.
Wait, they've been looking for water on Mars for like 20 years, and now suddenly ice poles?
Yeah, at least 20 years. Yeah.
They're looking even for one small pond, but they find it that there is fucking old pole with ice.
It's everywhere. If you go north and south, it's fucking everywhere.
And he said mountains and caves also come out.
I mean, maybe that's an indication for us. Once they say they actually found it, maybe that's a point in time where they're actually going to do something and then try and...
Yeah, of course. If you find water, you can make life,
Try what?
What was that, Pima?
Once they find it, they're going to try what?
I don't know. Maybe that's an indication that they're ready for the next step of a delusion.
Hey, AI is fucking it's ramping up, bro. I mean, they are no, they are probably going to do this whole fucking I went to Mars thing purely by
No, they want to.
everybody on planet Earth. I go, oh my god, it's true.
To build a safety, another safety B place if Earth is going to crash or something happen, that we have the possibility to escape to Mars. You know?
No possibility. How are you going to get out of here?
Oh man, I don't know. You know that triangle on your suit. You touch and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Teleportation, man. That's the new thing.
Yeah.
Because we have that energy. They will say we didn't want to tell you, but we can move also through the galaxies.
But Sasha, when you're arguing with them, you have to let them stitch themselves up. You're giving them too much info.
Yeah.
You're getting passionate.
I like also in the beginning to give info, and then that's that, and that doesn't matter. Now you can go whatever you can go now for 2,000 years of your dialogue or debates, whatever. But I gave you this, and that's it. I don't. This is system. I don't have anything else to give. Only that, and I think also you don't have anything else to give him. You can be better in making maybe the dialogue of this and that, but on the end you need to give that information. Yeah, maybe I'm doing like this, but I want to give first information, and then we can speak for a million hours.
Yeah, understand.
Don't give them the information. Just let them fucking hang.
Do not be wrong. Also, people coming, they have also that things about flat Earth society that they know where I'm standing. I'm standing here. I don't have any. Do you have model? No, I have no model. Why are you here? Do you want to speak about model? There is no Antarctica. I cannot go there. I cannot map the world. That means I don't know. That means that's my point. I only telling you that what it should to curve does not curving. And who will map the world? I don't know. After this, how it look like. And,
it's very simple. Water does not bend. There is no such thing as a spinning water globe with trillions and trillions of tons of water. No such thing. It's very simple.
Because
very, very
from
simple.
my perspective, let's assume that around it's Antarctica, all around. Like you see on some maps, on Gleason map, or blah blah blah. And now, who telling me that whole circle around it's not broken? How to say? Who telling me there is no 12 other exits? 25 exits, 72 exits. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Or no exit, or one exit, or you can go and go.
It's very simple. It doesn't happen.
PMAC, before you mentioned, does water curve? You asked him, does water curve? I think he was being a bit cheeky in saying that it does because he can observe it. He was being cheeky in the fact that it does curve because you see waves, for example, but you need to clarify that at rest. He
didn't. I thought system that it was waves, but it was tides, not waves. That means water is going up and down, and you can observe that movement.
But he was being cheeky in regards to picking apart the question, but you need to clarify the at rest side of things, because if you don't do that, then they're going to tell you there's waves and different things, and it's like,
okay.
He was being cheeky. He was being
totally.
Yeah. In a sense, he knew what you meant. He knew what you meant, but he was from a grammatical sort of point of view. He was picking apart your sentence.
I would like to ask the question if he said like that. I didn't ask that. That would be a great question. If let's assume that water is flat, how movement will be up and down? Does that tides will be the same, or it will be different in our perspective? That's what is happening. that is happening. You know, I know that, but he's thinking that is happening because it's curved. Now I'm saying, but let's imagine now if it's flat, what would happen with the tides? And would happen that what is happening, you know, what we observing. The same thing, let's say. That means that he is imagining that it's happening because of curving, but the same results he will get with the flat water. If tides going up and down, you will see the same thing. But when you want to speak, now you need to speak about dimensions, because of course that would be if ball is bigger. I can understand locally flat if this ball is, let's say, 10 times bigger. Then these 10 miles should be, you know, if radius is bigger, then of course that you need more distance for drop. You understand me? Then our vision will be like you will need it to, but still you can measure. That means if we have optics to go, I don't know, 1,000 miles, you will still need to measure that kind of ball if we have optics, but we don't have that optics. But on this scale, it must be there, because that's the. So why are you using? I don't. Even he said, I don't know the dimensions. Oh my God, what shall we speak now? If you don't know the dimensions, then that means we can speak now philosophically. Is it curving or is it flat?
Yeah, look, he came in to argue. He didn't get what he wanted, and he left. So, yeah, he was just basically trolling.
Because system, if we don't use the dimensions, we don't have the argument.
No, I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying.
Because you can say, you can say by experience, yeah, I'm looking the horizon looks flat and I experience no motion, yeah, but that's not proving that is flat.
Correct.
And even we don't need to prove that is flat. We need to prove that is a globe. Okay, let's prove it. And you're showing the flat surface, and there is a problem. And if you're showing the flat surface, comparing to that dimensions, because that's dimensions what it's given. What the fuck?
No, I agree. I'm with you.
Bigger now or something, or it could be bigger for 1 mile, 10 miles. Okay, I can agree with that. You know, that UK it's maybe 10 or even 50 miles. I will give you more distance than it is. You know, that mistake it's nothing. But man, not 10 times. You know, radius bigger. And you can go even bigger and bigger and bigger. It depends which observation you make. You know, every observation showing a different radius. You know? Because that every flat Earth observation showing different rate of radius. That means that we have I don't know how many radius for now, 1,000 recorded, documented. Which one is real? That 1.22 miles. That one you cannot find nowhere. Only bigger ones. And why that kind of logic? How he said logic perspective. What the fuck logic? I think that we have like my PMAC, we have the same logic, but he has the different logic. That's the problem. Don't touch space, man. Even globe doesn't matter how much space is important. Don't touch me, star. Don't touch planets. I saw with telescope. It's there. It is there, whatever it is. Yeah, and we call it how we call it. It has nothing to do with this water here. Mac, you can continue with your morning program. And now commercials.
Yeah, Big Root.
Hi, dude.
How you going?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm just having a look around, see who's talking.
Oh. The answer is Big Root is talking. What brings you here besides checking out what others are saying?
I've just seen if any of you guys were schooling or teaching any Globers today.
Well, at this time, not really much action going on.
Yeah, every time I come in, there doesn't seem to be any here. Shame.
Where are you located?
England, UK.
What's the time at the moment?
20 past 11.
In the morning?
Yeah, nearly lunchtime.
Ah, okay. I would say give it about 4 or 5 hours and you should start to see people coming in.
I know, yeah. So my kids will finish school.
How about yourself? What's your position? How come you don't have any roles?
Oh, I got them took off me. I had a few roles probably last year, but I got them all took off me because I can't remember who took them off me, but they didn't like what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
But I am a flat earther. But I think I was going off topic, and I like to go a little bit more philosophical sometimes. So they took my flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Label off me. Yeah. No big deal.
Well, there are other servers that go more into that sort of side of things, but I'm not part of them.
Yeah, no, I respect what this channel's purpose is. I like to just pop in and listen.
Yeah, so do I.
Listen while I'm working. So you in Australia?
Correct. We're cousins. Sydney.
Oh, the big city.
Just Watson.
The big small city. The small big city, however you want to put it.
Why is it? I've noticed there's a lot of flat earthers in Australia. Why is that?
I haven't made that observation myself, to be honest. But I don't know, probably just sick of being called down under.
Yeah. I didn't know if it had something to do with being in the southern hemisphere.
I don't know.
Are your observations different? You know what I mean? Are your observations a bit clearer?
I think the hardest thing about being an Australian flat earther is the seeing the different constellations and not seeing the North Star, which is an argument for the globe, obviously. So.
Yeah, you've got a lot of flat planes as well, haven't you? I suppose to do a lot of observations.
Yeah, we've got a fair bit, but we don't. They're very remote, so there's not really any feasible way to do it.
Right.
Whereabouts are you? Are you in a city?
Yeah, I'm in a city called Birmingham.
Birmingham. I've heard of it. I'm going to have to Google it now.
It's the second city after London in the Midlands of England. Right in the Dragon's Den, mate. Right in the heart of the swarm.
You're smack bang in the middle of England, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Shit weather all year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not too bad, but it's usually raining unless it's summer.
I'm just trying to compare the size of Birmingham to Sydney with Google. Okay. Pretty comparable, actually.
Yeah, it's a pretty big city. Yeah,
you're completely landlocked, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, the heart of the industrial, I suppose, the industrial zone, the biggest industrial zone in England, called the Black Country.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Black Country, it's called the Black Country because there were so many factories back in the early 1900s. Pretty boring.
So, how long would it take you to get to what you would consider a rural setting, like where there's no people, basically, and houses aren't touching each other?
We have pockets of nature all over the place. There's somewhere probably about 10 miles, 15 miles away, called the Peak District, which is like a national park.
Yeah,
a lot of woods. Yeah,
it's a very green city.
Yeah, well, England in general, I think, is quite a green. Even the cities have a lot of parks and a lot of trees. Very fertile land over here. A lot of bushes.
I would say it's way more green than Sydney. Sydney, we have a lot of trees and whatnot. It's not a complete concrete jungle. But Birmingham seems more green than Sydney.
Yeah, it's very it's the whole of England. If it's not a city, it's farmland and woods, and everything grows like crazy here. But there's a lot of industrial stuff, and then you'll get it next to a woods or next to a park, massive park. But yeah, it's the best. I suppose you get best of both, really. But at the same time, the weather's really, really shit. And when I say it grows, I mean we're talking weeds and bushes, and we don't get palm trees over here. And
so you don't grow a lot of fruit.
Nah, mate. You need a greenhouse if you want to try and do that. You grow any food yourself?
Yeah, I grow a lot. I don't have a big house or anything like that, but we use up all the space that we've got to grow food. And
no, you and your missus.
Yeah, mainly the missus. I do all the hard labor. She does all the fun stuff.
Obviously.
Yeah. But how about yourself? Do you grow yourself at all?
I dabble with it. I got all of my family into it, and then I didn't even follow it really up myself. I started growing a bit, and then had a problem with birds eating all my strawberries and blueberries and stuff. So then I had to come up with different ways, and then I just got sick of it. Not last year, the year before, so I didn't grow anything last year. But I have like plum trees and have herbs in the garden. Yeah, and I grow strawberries every year, and I think I've got what else have I got? Yeah, that's it. But this year I'm going to go for it this time with the food crisis and everything.
Yeah, I would really encourage it. It's a pity you didn't keep your strawberries going, even if they were getting eaten by birds.
Yeah, to be honest, my missus pulled the patch out because she thought they were weeds because the birds had pecked at them. And my missus has zero interest in gardening, so I have to do it all myself. And then when she pulled them out, I think that was about the same time I gave up. So, yeah, my missus is not into it. I think it helps if your missus is into it as well.
Mine's the opposite.
Lucky man. But my stepmom, my God, she just brings around so much food, vegetables, potatoes, everything all the time. Her whole garden is just full. She loves it. How long have you been a flat earther?
Good question. Probably around 2019 or something like that. Yeah, how about yourself?
Gosh, I'm an old school one. Probably 2013, maybe 2014.
Wow. And what was the catalyst for that?
Well, I was already into conspiracy theories before 2012.
As you do.
Yeah, and then the 2012 thing, I was into aliens and all sorts of stuff then. But then it was actually my cousin at a party who he's a Rasta, and he was just adamant that the Earth was flat. And like a typical flipping glober, I just couldn't get it, And he got a bit shitty with me at the party, and he's like, "You're not fucking listening. It's the Earth is fucking flat or whatever." So it kind of hit me after about an hour of going back and forth, like, shit, he's serious. So I tried to.
You thought he was joking a bit.
No, I don't know. It's weird because I watch a lot of people who wake up, try and do podcasts or try and wake up normies, as I call them. But like, I don't think they realize just how hard it is if you've never heard of this concept before to actually get it, properly get it. Because what people are like, we nod along and say, "Yeah, I get what you mean. I know what you're on about." But you know what I mean? It takes a while, so it just kind of hit me halfway through the conversation what he was saying. So yeah, I just went back and tried to disprove it, and then I think I stumbled upon Eric Dubay. But I'd actually come across some flat Earth videos before, and I'd actually tried it and had a little listen, but I just didn't get it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was actually my cousin putting a bit of actual pressure on me, peer pressure on me, that actually made me wake up. I probably would have just gone back to sleep and not believed it without him, to be honest.
Being so adamant about it. That's pretty cool.
He was getting a bit pissed off with me, to be honest, because I was just trying to debunk him and just trying to argue with him, and he was just like, "Look, you're not getting what I'm saying." And it was the first time he'd ever spoke to me like that, so I thought, okay, I actually have to, like, not just respond, I actually have to think about this. So yeah.
Would you say that it's your life's better for it, or that it made an actual positive impact?
Yes. I feel like I'm not just into flat Earth. I'm now into history, science, and a lot of different things, philosophies, all different stuff. But yeah, so in that respect, I now read books, and I now can feel like before flat Earth, I wasn't really taking in information properly.
Yeah,
like I know the difference between evidence and belief. You know what I mean? And knowing. So yeah, I suppose it's a good thing. I suppose the only bad thing I could say is socially, as a young flat earther, I don't know about you, but I was out there trying to tell everybody.
Oh, okay.
You could read.
And I
It's amazing.
what?
Yeah, I haven't really I don't really go around telling people or trying to like burst their bubble from that perspective. I leave that to my wife. She's really good at it because she's very persistent. I'm more blasé where I'm like, oh, you know, I can give someone a crack at something, and if they don't get it, I'll move on.
I find it very intrusive to change somebody's worldview or paradigm. I find that very intrusive. Intrusive, like I have no compunction to change anybody's way of thinking about life. I might drop a couple of wee gems here and there, but you know, I mean that's you know, if you're gonna put yourself out there and tell people this is the truth and you've been lied to and blah blah blah, and I'm just gonna change the whole entire worldview, then you're messing with people's minds, you know. So I don't do that.
Yeah, but I can empathise why you would, especially if you care about someone.
Oh yeah, well okay, the care part that's important. Yeah, so I don't care about anybody. So I haven't told anybody. So fuck them. Yeah.
I think
it's up to
sorry.
People it's up to
what were you going to say?
It's up to people to find their own way. Wouldn't do it even with my own kids. I wouldn't tell them what I thought about religion, what I thought about God, what I thought about the shape of the earth, what philosophizing. I would not do that. I let them be kids. I let them find their own path. Why would you want to impose yourself on somebody else's thought pattern?
Yeah, I agree mostly with what you're saying, but as a parent, I want to make sure that my kids have the fear of God in them.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all right.
I think that's from a moral perspective. I think they're going to make better choices if they think, for lack of better words, if they think they're going to hell.
It's only for a little while. They grow up. They go away.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm the same. Like, I'm not being a hypocrite. You know, I was pretty agnostic for a while there myself, and nihilistic and whatnot. But you know, at the end of the day,
yeah, I was
you need to plant the seed.
Yeah, I agree with Systems on that one. You know, if you had a plant and there was an infectious weed or plant that you couldn't remove, you know, growing into it, wouldn't you want to remove that plant or at least protect that plant?
Yeah, I know you're right. Yeah, I do that.
I think you should be in one direction, and they can revolt. You know, so you need to.
I don't think it matters, honestly. I think everything's planned out. I think everything happens the way it happens. I mean, there's, you know, whatever you say, whatever you do, nothing's going to change anything. Everything is supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen. The future is the future. The past, it's all the same fucking thing.
I appreciate what you're saying, but why do you wake up in the morning and make yourself breakfast if someone's going to, you know, provide it for you? Or are you just going to sit there and starve?
I appreciate that, but what?
Okay, so you said, you know, what's going to happen is going to happen regardless.
Yeah,
sorry, paraphrasing, you said it better than what I'm saying it, but you still wake up in the morning, you still make yourself food, but using and I'm paraphrasing again, like if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Why not just wait and see if someone just rocks up with food for you then?
Well,
why do you still?
That's obvious.
Why do you still go through the motions of doing anything at all then?
Okay.
That's my question. I'm not being logically sound. I'm trying to work through what you're saying.
No, you're fine. You're fine. the computer, the biological computer, needs food, so it's going to feed itself. It doesn't need anybody to rock up. It doesn't need anybody to look after it. It's going to do what it needs to do to survive in life, right?
Yes.
Okay, so everything is going to happen no matter what.
Okay, I understand. I like your answer.
Yeah, but how is it going to happen? We can go through violence to get it, or we can be civil.
I get what P-Mac's saying. I get from, if I could paraphrase a little bit, you're going to pressures are going to be upon you because you have to feed yourself to eat. So that's a
Isn't this a strange situation where everything eats everything else to survive? Isn't this really crazy? Isn't it strange? Like there's fishes in the sea right now being eaten by other bigger fishes just to survive. There's pigs and cows and everything going to slaughter right now just so we can eat. Everything is dying around us. Everything is dying to be eaten. Isn't that strange? Don't you find this a strange fucking situation? Don't you find this
That is strange, though.
Yeah, isn't
I
it
don't know. I
something
can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but I think that is strange and probably not how we should be eating, in my opinion. But we do.
Well, maybe we should just eat plant-based things and just eat plants and be happy. I mean, the Indians might have it right. The Indians, the ones from the Far East, they don't eat meat. Meat is murder, right?
Well, if you look at the healthiest populations, they don't eat meat.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look at some of the Jewish populations in Ethiopia and some of the mainly vegetarian indigenous populations around the world, they have some of the healthiest populations. They have no cancer in their villages, all sorts. It's literally the best way to live, which makes me believe, especially with the makeup of our stomachs and the way our teeth are, that we possibly may not have ever been carnivores.
And this is my train of thought when I hear that sort of thing, and I don't disagree. I'm not trying to be, I'm just playing devil's advocate a little bit. A cow eats grass all day long, and it converts that grass into milk and meat. It just seems like it's such a neat package that the creators made for us to be able to. It literally, the cow just eats grass, converts it into milk and meat. And I'm just thinking, I'm looking at it thinking, that's intelligent design, Is that a wrong way?
The modern cow is intelligent design. It's us. We bred it. We bred the modern cow to what it is today.
Okay, but if you left a cow to its devices and you didn't influence it and it kept breeding, it's still going to convert grass into meat and milk.
I did that.
Yeah, but that's every animal. Monkeys, everything do that.
Correct. But I would say that it's such a docile animal, and it's such it converts it into such a lot of meat. It's not just a little bit of.
That's because we've bred it to be that way. Originally, the cow wasn't docile. The original cow was more like a bull, had big horns, and it used to fight, and it was sharp. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying I know exactly what its temperament was like, but it used to have to fight. Now, these cows don't. They're just bred into meat machines.
That's a good argument. I didn't think of it that way. I'd need to look more into it, and I'm going to take your word for it. That's true, and I'm it sounds logical.
Why did the transgender turn into somebody who only ate plant-based foods? Well, she turned into a transgender because she was a herbivore.
What?
I didn't catch that. Sorry, I don't quite get.
Why did the lesbian who turned into a transgender only start eating plant-based foods? Because she was a her before.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I get it. It took me a little while. I'm a bit slow, but yeah, she was a her. Dot
before
or space before. Yeah. Okay.
Shit, that's old, man. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That made my night.
You're welcome.
That's a classic, that one.
It's a classic, but it went right over my head. I had to be told it 3 times. Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you from, PMac?
Mm-hmm. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. I'm from everywhere and anywhere. Hey, but where do you want me?
If you were meant to know the answer, it would have come to you already.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland. To be sure.
No, you're not, are you?
I am. Well done. Did you guess that?
Yeah, based on your accent.
Good man. Hey, I like you. I like listening to people too. A little game I play. You hear the accents and you try to guess where they're from, like Eastern European, Eastern Romania. You know, yeah.
Can you guess where I'm from, or did you hear where I'm from?
New Zealand.
Fuck off.
Oh, wow. Is he being sarcastic, or is that?
No, that's a guess.
What, me?
Yeah.
You think I'm from New Zealand?
Yeah, South Island.
You guys are distant cousins,
dude. Seriously, this accent is. You think this is a New Zealand accent?
Wow. Yeah, I'm kidding, bro.
I was gonna say you're not very good at that game, are you?
I'm shit at it. I was kidding.
That's funny.
Yeah, bro. I'm shit at this game.
I am Kovac. Who's I am Kovac?
What's that mean?
We've had someone join, and in their roles they have space herpes. Oh, Timbo's saying he's a flat earther, but he's got space chlamydia. Gonorrhea.
That's all right. Yeah, a little bit of cream. Yeah, sort that right out.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all good. I've got herd immunity.
Yeah. From chlamydia or gonorrhea?
Yeah, I've had it that many times that I'm just immune now.
Everyone in Birmingham has gonorrhea anyway, don't they?
Birmingham?
Yeah. We can't really afford condoms. Everyone is just fucking each other.
Yeah, hey, why there isn't put 2 condoms on? To be sure.
I don't know. To be sure.
Did you know, and I don't know how much of this is an actual fact, but there's a huge percentage of koalas that actually have chlamydia.
No, that's a fact. I had sex with got chlamydia.
What are the chances?
You imagine that?
How do they know this?
I was just about to ask that. Somebody had sex with a koala.
Somebody's going.
They tested it.
Somebody's going around having sex with koalas and testing.
Yep, chlamydia. Right, next. Next koala. Right. Yep, chlamydia. Oh my god.
I hope they're using different people for these tests, because imagine if the guy who got caught chlamydia off the koala then passed it on to another species of animal. How destructive would that be?
Pretty fucking destructive.
I wonder if that's how the dodo went extinct.
The dodo came to Australia and
got fucked by a koala fucker.
the koala fucked the dodo.
Isn't Australia where you're from there, Bigfoot? Yeah, exactly. New Zealand.
See, I knew you wasn't joking. You are shit at that game.
I'm a Londoner.
Wrong.
Londonian.
I'm from Birmingham, mate.
Fuck off. Yeah, no.
I am, mate. I am. Systems, this is actually how the people in the Black Country speak. A lot of them speak like this, and they don't really pronounce. It doesn't sound like English, but it is.
It sounds very South African.
No. No, this is South African. He spoke exactly like a fucking Birmingham person. This is South African.
This is South African. And this is proper African.
Why do you talk to me like that?
That didn't sound like South African. He said Irish is too strong.
How's my Irish accent? Did I pass as an Irishman? Could I pass as an Irishman?
I don't know. Do you drink your own piss?
No, I don't drink and piss, but I like a bottle of peach schnapps.
You failed as an Irishman, then sorry.
I thought that was pretty good myself.
How'd you confuse an Irishman?
You put him in a barrel and tell him to piss in the corner.
Hey.
I never understood the Irish jokes, because every Irish person I know in Sydney they're very resourceful people that, they do some pretty cool jobs and, always in the building trade and down to earth nice guys and high morality. I don't understand the jokes.
Always in the building trade. I thought you were being sarky then.
No, legit. Legitimately.
The navvies, they used to call them navvies. It took them over to England to build the fucking canals and the canals? Yeah, canals. And the underground railway system. Navvies. Because Irishmen were small and stout. Full of shit.
The Irish have had some hard times, mate. Hard times.
Yeah,
aren't they one of the only cultures or countries that were never taken over by Rome?
Yeah. Yeah.
Until St. Patrick showed up.
What did he do?
Killed all
Can
the
you get rid of
snakes.
all the snakes? What's that?
Yeah,
sorry?
but snakes, that's a metaphor for druids.
Is it? Okay, so...
That's bang on. Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
The Irish have a very mysterious history. If you know about the
Yeah, they do.
Druids and the origins of the Druids, a lot
No, I
of
don't
Ireland
know
and
anything.
Scotland. Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
don't know
Ireland
that.
and Scotland were full of Druids, and they had a really, really old religious system.
Yep. And the thing is people cast judgment. There's like evil ones and more lighter type ones. So their spectrum of rituals was pretty, pretty wide. It wasn't just like, oh, they all do this. Kind of like every other religion in existence.
Yeah, that's what they do. The first thing any conquering civilization does is take out the religious system. That's what they did in England. They destroyed the Druids.
And I'm not even saying they're good or bad. I'm just saying the official narrative written by the victors is bullshit.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, always.
So I watched a documentary. It's been a long time ago, maybe 3 years ago or something like that. And when I say documentary, I mean something on BitChute. So take it with a grain of salt. But they were basically going on and on about how all languages come from Ireland, essentially.
What?
I don't know about Ireland, but I definitely agree they all come from one.
Gaelic.
Yeah, you're talking about the Phoenician connection, aren't you?
There we go. You go all the way back to ancient Sumerian.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Phoenicians have a connection with the Irish, which were supposed to be the people who brought the modern language.
Yeah.
And people argue that they come from the survivors of Atlantis, which is code for the old world.
And to yes and what you're saying, the Phoenicians were contemporaries of the ancient Hebrews, so there is a direct connection between that.
Okay, that's what they said essentially. Yeah, what you just said.
Yeah,
it was the island of learning for a long time.
Wasn't there an Irish person who married some like princess from Egypt or something? Like, I don't know why, but I have a vague memory of some kind of historical clip, a tidbit of info about that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Scotia? Queen Scotia. I'm going to look it up right now so I can refresh my memory. Was it Scotland or Ireland? Okay, so Scotland. Oh, it was Ireland?
Scotland, Scotia.
Okay. Queen Scotia. Yeah, this is Scotia. But okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, Scotia. Irish Queen.
The argument is that the Phoenicians were connected to the same people who built Carthage, Carthaginians, which is potentially, a mixed race or black society, and there's a lot of black people and skeletons that call themselves Aboriginal to those lands as well. And if you look at the Caribbean, a lot of Irish over there, and in Americas as well. The Caribbeans with some Irish names.
They tend to confuse an empire for a nation. Nations are blood. Empires are countries, as it were, like really, really large countries. Collaboration, kind of like our republic.
Geological location.
Yeah, they're like geological locations, whereas a nation's actually a bloodline. So when an empire rises up and somebody's like, "Oh yeah, my people," this, it's like, bro, dude, that empire is filled with all kinds of nations. You can't lay claim to it with just your little racist nation idea when there's many nations who were a part of it and participated and partook in that government.
Yeah, we're all mongrels.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that the Phoenicians and the earlier, like the Egyptians, they were fully multicultural.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very, like, the pharaoh wasn't even a racist thing. It was like you couldn't inherit that. It was more like you were selected for the position based off of certain things. Because even the pharaoh's son would be disregarded. It was about the vessel for Ra.
Yeah. We're living in that time where there was no Colosseum as such.
Yeah.
They used to debate and people used to gather round and they used to go and study together, and that was who was picked to rule and be in positions of power if you win debates and, earned it.
Yeah. But they also, the way society works, there's a lot of things where they didn't try and control or force people to do certain stuff. Like there's no marriage certificate. You just got with whoever you were going to get with, and when you started having babies, you're married. And now they make it all complicated, and you got to sell your soul to the government just to produce offspring.
Yeah, what a fucking farce we're in now.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Well, the idea of divorce was non-existent in ancient Egypt because they believe, like, you got together, you're together. Like, those two are soulmates kind of thing. They're bound to, like, to me, I think that's more romantic and poetic than the kind of bullshit that people see now, like, in the dating scene or the relationships that people have with one another. Like, damn, they're practicing for divorce. Hopping from one relationship to the next, just practicing for divorce.
Well, if I was to get divorced, I wouldn't really worry about my wife. It would be my mother-in-law I'd be more worried about. It's a social thing. It's more of a social thing, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
The blending of two families.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is once you join another family, you're supposed to be a part of that family. And really, in accordance with the ancient way of doing things, a woman would join a man's family, not the other way around. She would have no need to have anything much to do with her previous family. She's a part of the new tribe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. I feel like what they've done now is they've weakened, because those families create such strong bonds. I mean, this is how the gangs of the world were created, from strong families. And then when you get a strong family, you can't really mess with them when they're all united.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got a big family. So I feel like that's part of the reason is to break that, kinship that you get from family down.
Generational wealth used to be passed down to the people who were intelligent enough to be able to take care of the remainder of the family. And since they've robbed everybody of not only the generational wealth, but they've robbed the world of intelligent men who would even have the intelligence to use that finances. You got a bunch of greedy assholes just spend everything and don't give a shit about anyone but themselves. And the money just goes right back to the government. It doesn't stay with the families.
Materialism.
Yep.
It always baffled me how, like, you think about your bloodline, right? Like, my family came here from Malta about 50, 60 years ago, on both sides of my family. So I was born here in Australia. And it always baffled me that they would up and leave with basically no wealth at all, like just a couple grand or whatever in their pocket, and then they would work here and build themselves up. And it always bugged me that they would up and leave whatever was going over there to come here. And I'm grateful that they did, because I love this place. But it always baffled me that I've had to build myself up basically from zero, because they've had to build themselves up, and they've got nothing really to pass on except for some property when they die.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
That's the funny thing, is if everybody were to trace back their ancestries, they'll probably find wealth that was stolen.
100%.
Every one of us. Every one of us.
So these idiots talking about reparations, like, bro, every one of us had something stolen from us. All of us. Because our grandparents and great-grandparents and great-grandparents, all the way to hell back before our grandparents were born, were fighting amongst each other over stupid shit.
Not to get into the legal shit, but you are aware that we are supposed to, as sovereign beings, have access to our own land and right to for free without paying rent. You know what I mean? We are supposed to own land.
And if you think about it on ancestral inheritances, right, there's a division. There's like a process of division of land and inheritances. So no matter how you look at it, somewhere along the line, you are owed some piece of land here on this earth. It does belong to you because you were born here.
Yeah.
By blood, you own a piece here.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Furthermore, if you believe in the Bible, as a man having the very dust of the earth inside of your body, you own at least some piece of this place here and should be able to walk upon it freely.
It's your God-given right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's exactly. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
On the other end of the spectrum, Jesus did say, "Birds have nests and foxes have dens, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head." So there's two sides of the spectrum there, I guess.
Isn't that just referencing the need for society, though, and just the need for organization?
He was saying that don't become too attached to your houses or your materialistic stuff, because that's not the truly important thing. Like it's more about
but without it,
taking care of people and spreading the truth. Yeah,
it's really
what I'm saying is like when the people freak out about it is what I mean. It's kind of like you don't have to worry about tomorrow because tomorrow will take care of itself. You can't go there to change it anyway. Just like the past, you can't go back and fix that. So all we have is now to focus on. Live in the moment, take care of what you can.
Well, that's an observation I made while reading the Bible. You know, you read the first, the Old Testament, and it's all about they had this many goats and they had this many. It's like it was just on and on about how many sheep and cows and blah, blah, blah they had. And then after in the New Testament, they don't mention that at all. Like there's none of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
like in the Old Testament. A lot of it had right. Let me go backwards and go forward. So I noticed something while I was like kind of flipping through the Bible the other day. Every major point in the Bible begins right after some kind of apocalyptic event, and then you look at the beginning of that book, and it's always something that they're coming out of some kind of weird stuff, like the nation's all under a famine where everybody's starving to death. Something happened and everything just went downhill. Now they picked up the story right there at the bottom of the hill. And it does that over and over again on a lot of different stories. So I'm like, that's interesting. This is a post-apocalyptic survival guide.
In history, almost every single culture, Chinese, Russian, Middle Eastern, Arabs, every single one of them talk about rebuilding after a cataclysm.
Yep.
There isn't a culture, and every single one of them say that they inherited their beliefs from, they moved into new lands.
From the Irish. They all come from Ireland.
Northern Ireland particularly.
Specifically.
Yeah, every single origin is a reset origin, every single culture. The Chinese is really interesting.
We were looking up etymology yesterday, and if you look up, I believe it's the word world. The etymology for the word world means age of man. I'm gonna double check myself though to make sure. And it's interesting because it's like you talk about new world orders and stuff like that, and you get into ages and eons. Like the world that we stand on, we stay in the same location, but the world does change. It becomes new worlds with every era. And like etymologically speaking, that actually makes sense. I'll share a link and I'll show you what I mean. And you'll be like, oh snap. Right here. The word world literally means age of man.
So you're saying so are you insinuating that this is a new term for the post-Diluvian world, and that before
Not saying it was created new. I'm saying that this is like a transition type thing, and the new worlds become as new eons happen. Like the old